Chapter 109. Qin Fangyang hurriedly lowered his head. Old principal. Are very happy? He Yuanyue asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Fangyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Since the old principal is willing to personally evaluate these 6 children, then most of the evaluations are good. As a teacher, I feel honored. How can I not be happy? He Yuanyue chuckled. A trace of nervousness flashed in the depths of her eyes. These 6 children are all good children. Qin Fangyang, you taught them well. Thank you for the old principal's praise. Qin Fangyang said respectfully. Little fatty, yes, too little fatty. He Yuanyue looked at Li Chenglong and Li Changming and couldn't help but smile. Do your best. Li Changming and Li Chenglong both stood straight, and even Li Changming's daily sleepiness completely disappeared at this moment. They said in unison, Thank you, old principal, we will definitely do our best. Long Yuxing Wan Li Xiu. You too. He Yuanyue smiled. Don't forget the choice you made today. Your heart is yours and it will be yours forever. Wan Li Xiu's face suddenly turned red, and she bowed together with Long Yuxing. Thank you for the old principal's warning. Girl, come here. He Yuanyue took out a pair of Xiao jade pendants from her bosom. Come, bend down and lower your head. Wan Li Xiu obediently lowered her head, and He Yuanyue hung a small jade pendant around her neck, smiled and said, Little Long, wear this yourself. Long Yuxing's face was also full of excitement, and he carefully took the jade pendant and wore it around his neck, with a silly smile on his face. He Yuanyue gently smiled and said, In the future, if there are any obstacles, just say, This is a gift from me, He Yuanyue, and I also said it. Yes. Wan Li Xiu and Long Yuxing both knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 9 times. Thank you, old Principal Yuqing. With He Yuanyue's words, unless the 2 of them were unwilling, at least within the boundaries of Phoenix City, no one could separate the 2 of them. Anyone who dared to forcefully tear them apart would definitely face the extreme resentment of all the strong people from the second high school. However, Zhu Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Long Yuxing's face was exceptionally brilliant, showing that he had a bright future ahead of him. However, the family behind him wasn't as brilliant as him. This was something that he could see from his physiognomy, so there was something to be said. But He Yuanyue's words today, did she have a deeper meaning? Could it be that she also saw something? He Yuanyue coughed softly. Her breathing became increasingly weak as she softly said, It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until that day. Otherwise, I would definitely personally preside over it for you. Wan Li Xiu held her arm and said coquettishly, Grandma, he will definitely be able to wait. We will wait for you. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. Silly girl. Then he turned his head and looked at Yuemo Yin, but he didn't speak for a long time. Old Principal Yuemo Yin started to feel uneasy. Child. He Yuanyue sighed slightly and said, Mo Yin, you are a good kid. But, you have to remember one thing you have to remember. Mo Yin said respectfully, Old Principal, please say it. He Yuanyue thought for a long time and finally said word by word, Child, in the future you have to remember. In this world there is not only strength. Strength is only one aspect. In a person's life, there are too many beautiful things that you need to protect. For example, me, your classmates, your future comrades, your future wife, your future children, and your future home, and even our country. He Yuanyue said softly, This is our home, our country, our land. No matter how strong you are, it is to protect these things. Otherwise, having strength without strength is meaningless. Do you understand? Yuemo Yin was shaken. He silently repeated it and then slowly knelt down. Old Principal, I will remember it. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Good kid. He Yuanyue smiled happily and took off a small token from her neck. There was a word carved on it, You. Child, wear this. Grandma, he's wish what I haven't finished yet, you will help me finish it in the future. Yuemo Yan's face suddenly turned red. Excited. It was as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. He knelt down straight on the ground and slowly raised his hands, solemnly receiving the small token. When the jade token touched his palm, He Yuanyue said softly, I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Yuemo Yin knelt on the ground and held the jade token with both hands. His expression was sincere as he repeated the words loudly, as if he was making an oath. His voice became clearer and clearer. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. From today onwards, this will be my Umo Yan's life's goal. Life's goal? This goal will never change, I will never forget it. He Yuanyue smiled happily and gently patted Umo Yan's head. She praised, good child, you are really my good child. Umo Yan only felt a surge of emotions, his chest was hot and he had a strong urge to cry. He said hoarsely, Grandma He, don't worry. Please don't worry. He Yuanyue nodded lightly. I'm not worried. Qin Fangyang, who was at the side, suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. He also had an urge to cry, but he forced himself to hold it back and looked out of the window. As far as the eye could see, there was a tall red maple tree, the red leaves were red like blood, the sun was red, the colors were gorgeous, it was magnificent. If he remembered correctly, these maple trees were planted by the old principal and his men decades ago. Now they were all grown up. After comforting Umo Yan, He Yuanyue looked at Zhuxiaoduo again. Her gaze became interesting. Zhuxiaoduo. Ha, you child. Zhuxiaoduo stepped forward obediently. Old principal. He Yuanyue laughed happily. When I see you, I think of your sister, it's so nice. She carefully looked at Zhuxiaoduo's face, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She held Zhuxiaoduo's hand and said softly, it's so nice, so nice. Zhuxiaoduo didn't know how to continue the conversation. What was nice? What did she mean by saying it was nice that it seemed that he was really handsome? Zhuxiaoduo, I heard that you know how to read people's faces? He Yuanyue was in a good mood and joked. Is it true? Qin Fangyang, who was by the window, turned his head. Zhuxiaoduo was excited. He said, yes, Grandma He, you know my sister? You heard from her? Yes, I know more than that. Haha. He Yuanyue smiled. Zhuxiaoduo, your sister said that you know how to read people's faces. With just a few words you can tell whether someone is dead or alive. You're very good. I wonder, do you know how to read people's aura? Aura reading? Zhuxiaoduo thought, aura reading is a branch of divination. Of course I know how to read people's aura, but I'm far from being able to use it now. But why did they talk about this? He scratched his head subconsciously and said, I don't know how to read people's aura reading yet. You don't know how to read people's aura reading yet? He Yuanyue was very wise. She thought about the first few words and understood. She laughed and said, reading people's aura reading and reading people's aura reading complement each other. If you're interested, you can come to my office every afternoon. We can study it together. Qin Fangyang said anxiously, hurry up and thank the old principal. Zhuxiaoduo knelt and kowtowed. He said, thank you, old principal. Call me Grandma He. That's what your sister calls me. He Yuanyue pretended to be serious. Then she smiled and said, yes, Grandma He. Zhuxiaoduo followed her advice and immediately changed the way he addressed her. Good child. Old principal, do you know Zhuxiaoduo's cerebral palsy sister? Qin Fangyang asked. Cerebral palsy sister? He Yuanyue's eyes widened. Then she suddenly burst out laughing. She swayed back and forth. Who said? He has a cerebral palsy sister? He said it himself. Qin Fangyang raised his eyebrows. I thought it was really cerebral palsy. This kid said that he was very pitiful. He said how poor he was and how he couldn't afford to eat. He said that he had a cerebral palsy sister at home. I believed him at that time. I even sponsored this kid with a few pieces of jade of astral souls. Ha 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 ha. Yuanyue was overjoyed. Little rascal. Zhuxiaoduo looked embarrassed. I was just saying. I didn't expect Teacher Qin to be so honest. She actually believed me. Not only did she believe me, but she also gave me the jade of astral souls. She really gave it to me. He Yuanyue laughed even more happily. As she laughed, she suddenly blurted out, Zhuxiaoduo, what do you think of my face? She had originally asked this question with a smile. Her original intention was to joke with the younger generation, but as soon as she asked this, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate. However, at this moment she could no longer take it back. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Zhuxiaoduo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Oh my God, is your face something that can be casually judged? If I were to tell you the truth, plus a certain someone is nearby, wouldn't you be sent away immediately? How would I be able to do that? He looked at He Yuanyue's face. He Yuanyue's eyes were vaguely nervous. She said in a trembling voice, Child, I value fate the most. If there's something that you shouldn't say, it's fine if you don't say it. Zhuxiaoduo said softly, Grandma He, in this life, you have benefited many people. Your merits are immeasurable. It's really beyond the scope of what I can observe. Judging words is really difficult for me. However, there's no harm in giving you a poem. Yuanyue immediately relaxed. She laughed and said, Xiao Duo, it's been many years since someone gave me a poem. Read it, I'll listen. Xiao Duo pondered for a moment and said softly, There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy. The spring breeze and the plum blossoms all over the world. Thousands of years of history are carved by jade. Chapter 110. Yuanyue was stunned upon hearing that. She lowered her head, her white hair trembling slightly. She muttered, In this life, there are many regrets. There are many things in the past. Love fills the galaxy. There are many peaches and plums in the spring breeze, thousands of years of history. She sighed softly. Beside her, Qin Fangyang's blue robe was fluttering slightly under her eyelids. She could also feel Qin Fangyang's gaze on her. In this life there are many regrets. Zhuoxiaoduo's poem had only 4 lines in total. 3 of them were praises. However, at this moment, Qin Fangyang and Yuanyue's thoughts were all on the first line. Their hearts were filled with the first line. Yuanyue lowered her head and sighed softly. Yuanyue immediately understood that Zhuoxiaoduo's fortune-telling skills were indeed quite good. He had obviously seen through many things. Not only did this brat know fortune-telling, but his attainments were also profound. Was even unfathomable. Thank you for your poem, Xiao Duo. Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, This is the best gift I have received in my life. With this poem I, Yuanyue, have not lived in vain. She said softly, Be thick-skinned. This poem can be written on my tombstone. Xiao Duo said obediently, If Grandma he likes it, I can make it for you at any time. My literary talent is very good. Yuanyue couldn't help but laugh. She scolded him with a smile, sly. The sadness that had just surged up was washed away by his words. Only joy remained in her heart. Teacher Qin, Yuanyue said. Qin Fangyang immediately turned around. Old principal. I just suggested to Changjiang that you continue to teach Zhuoxiaoduo's martial arts teacher class. Qin Fangyang was shocked. Yes, my idea is not limited to this. I hope that you can continue to teach these children until they break through the acquired realm to the innate realm, break through the embryonic breathing realm, and graduate from this school. Yuanyue smiled faintly. Teacher Qin, these are all good children. They are worth your effort to teach them well. Qin Fangyang nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, old principal. I will do my best to teach them well. Yuanyue smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and said, Zhuoxiaoduo is destined to be with me. Remember to bring him to my office every afternoon. Perhaps he will be the successor of my qi observation skill. I thought that this skill would die with me, but I met him by accident. It seems that it is fate. Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. Thank you, old principal. The smile on Qin Fangyang's face didn't fade even after he returned to the classroom. Every day. Come to my office. Every day. The excitement in Qin Fangyang's heart was indescribable, and he felt extremely happy. Right now he automatically ignored the words bring Zhuoxiaoduo, and only knew one thing, I can see Chanchen every day. This was undoubtedly an indescribable encouragement to Qin Fangyang. In his excitement, he slapped the back of Zhuoxiaoduo's head and laughed out loud. Little trickster, you're really something. It's all thanks to you this time. Zhuoxiaoduo was completely unprepared and was almost turned into a retard by the slap. Even though he tried his best to support himself, he still couldn't keep his footing. He staggered forward and fell to the ground with a mouthful of dog feces. It gnawed firmly on the cement ground, gnawing on the road for a while. It's all thanks to me. Is this how you thank your benefactor? Are you trying to buy someone's life? What a fucking weirdo. However, in the afternoon of the second day, Zhuoxiaoduo really knew why Yuanyue asked Qin Fangyang to send him here. It had nothing to do with the two of them. It was really a special training for him, hidden weapon training. Yuanyue only had one request. It was a very simple request and it was only one word. Hurry. In just a short quarter of an hour, Zhuoxiaoduo's arms were swollen to the size of his thighs. Qin Fangyang's role was to comb Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians. What's a hidden weapon? It's a weapon that kills the enemy in one shot when they're unprepared. However, when it reaches a high level, it's difficult to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. This is also the main reason why hidden weapons can only be used now, and it won't be used much in the future. When facing an enemy, you have to be able to kill him in one shot when he's fully prepared. This is the meaning of hidden weapons to you now. And in order to achieve this goal, the first prerequisite is speed. Strength can increase speed, but you can't maximize your strength to increase speed. He Yuanyue said, as for the hidden weapon training, I can only teach you for 7 days. After 7 days, you will officially enter the martial arts master class. At that time, you will go out to do missions like other martial arts masters. You will hunt astral beasts, collect astral soul stones, collect all kinds of resources, exchange them for school contribution points, and train in the gravity room. If you can exchange enough contribution points to train in the gravity room for a year, then train for a full year. The gravity room will be the best way for you to train your hidden weapon speed. After Qin Fangyang finished combing Wuxiao's meridians, he only gave him a few minutes to rest. Then he took him out to beat. Yes, train him. After that, he was beaten until his whole body was swollen and not just his arms. Unexpectedly, He Yuanyue did not allow Wuxiao to heal his wounds. Under such circumstances, she allowed him to continue training his hidden weapon in her office. Beat. You have to be fast. This time his training partner was Sister Lan. When you can use your hidden weapon to kill me in one hit, then you will be considered a master. Sister Lan said coldly. Wuxiao was dumbfounded. He was almost at the level of a retard. This woman's cultivation might be even higher than Qin Fangyang's. You want me to use my hidden weapon to kill you in one hit? Even if you stand there and don't move, I will use up all my hidden weapon on you. After using up all my hidden weapon, I am afraid that I won't be able to hurt you at all. Giving me such an impossible task, you are clearly bullying me. How can I bear to hit you? Wuxiao tried to act cute in an attempt to get away with it. Unfortunately, his trick failed miserably in front of Sister Lan. All he got in return was a merciless beating from Sister Lan. In the afternoon, Qin Fangyang beats Wuxiao up 5 times. Sister Lan was even more ruthless. She beats Wuxiao up 7 times. I miss Nian Mao. Nian Mao is still the best. Wuxiao was extremely aggrieved. Nian Cat wasn't that ruthless. These two people, a man and a woman, were really ruthless. They beat Master Zhuo to death without giving him any face at all. Your hidden weapon is not bad. Unexpectedly, after Sister Lan saw Wuxiao's hidden weapon made of jade, she actually expressed her admiration for the first time. Not bad? Really? Wuxiao was confused. Is there a mistake somewhere? The biggest purpose of this thing's existence is just to show off. In the past, we have fought countless times with the Umno Alliance. We have tested too many metal weapons. The Umno Alliance was able to find a countermeasure in a very short time. They can even control it in reverse. For example, the mysterious heavenly body of the Umno Alliance. No matter what kind of weapon you use, he can quickly assimilate it. In the end, the weapon will only be absorbed by the opponent's body and cannot be removed. Furthermore, the mysterious heavenly body can temporarily absorb the power of the opponent's weapon. In other words, the stronger your weapon is, the more likely it will be for the opponent to kill you once it is absorbed. The Jade of Astral Souls is hard, but it contains a lot of spiritual energy. It is also easy to control. The ordinary jadeite you chose is not of the metal element. It will not be affected by external spiritual energy. If you fight against the mysterious heavenly body, not only will you not be restrained by the opponent, but you will also be able to control the opponent very well. Although the weakness of the jadeite is a problem, as long as your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will definitely be able to transform this jadeite hidden weapon into a great killing weapon. For a hidden weapon expert, even flying leaves and flowers can kill people, let alone a jadeite that is far superior in quality. So, your choice of hidden weapon is really good. It was rare for Sister Lan to give such a long speech of praise. Even He Yuanyue was a little surprised that she said so much in one breath. Finally, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wuxiao had completely turned into a steamed bun from head to toe. It was the kind that was so swollen that it cracked. Not to mention other parts, his head was already swollen 3 times. His originally handsome little face was now completely unbearable to look at. Even his mother and Yen Cat might not be able to recognize who this chubby boy was. Beaten to the point that even his mother would not be able to recognize him, this saying was perfectly reflected on Wuxiao's body at this moment. And there was also his big sister. Don't hit his eyes in the future. He Yuanyue frowned and warned Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan, you can add the strength of the eye to other places. At first, Wuxiao thought that this was a compliment, but in the end Wuxiao was dumbfounded. Xiao, let me tell you a wise saying. Before you grow up. He Yuanyue said, the more you get beaten up, the better. Duo sprawled on the chair like a dead dog. His thin body, which had been able to sit on the chair with ease, could no longer fit in. Now let's study the aura observation technique. Yuanyue's hair was neatly combed. She held an ancient book in her hand and said, "What is the aura observation technique? To understand it, you must first understand what Qi is. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are divided into the 5 elements, but they are also the foundation of the world. They complement each other and reinforce each other. At the same time, they are also the fundamental components of the aura observation technique. Once you master the aura observation technique, you can see the fortune of a person, the prosperity of a house, the topography of a mountain, the rise and fall of a country. Even the changes of the world are all within the scope of the aura observation technique." Chapter 111. Remember, some people call the aura examination technique the art of divination or the art of geomancy. But I want to tell you that this is a big mistake. The aura examination technique is a broad and profound knowledge that encompasses everything. It can truly bring prosperity to the country, support the country, and control the general trend of the world. It is the most profound knowledge in the world. It is also the most difficult knowledge to learn and master. Looking at the geomancy of a house and the landscape of a graveyard are just the most shallow and basic methods to get started. However, the aura examination technique is difficult to learn and master. It is difficult to master without great luck, wisdom, and painstaking effort. Now let's begin. When Yuanyue officially started teaching, she did not avoid Qin Fangyang. In fact, when Qin Fangyang planned to go out to avoid arousing suspicion, Yuanyue stopped him. "With my knowledge, I only regret that I don't teach enough people, and I don't have the thought of keeping it to myself. If you can also get started, it will be a great good. Whether it is for yourself, for your family, or for the country, it will be a great thing." After this teaching, not only was Wuxia Duo intoxicated, but even Qin Fangyang felt as if a new world had opened up in front of him. If he did not listen to it with his own ears, it would be hard for him to imagine that Yuanyue's knowledge was so profound. With the 5 elements of heaven and man as the foundation, she described the history of the continent from dynasty to dynasty. She looked at the big picture and started with the details. The aura examination technique was meticulous and meticulous. Even Qin Fangyang, a teacher who had taught countless people, was completely fascinated. Every time he heard a wonderful part, he almost could not help but slap the table and praise. Yuanyue's voice seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily lead people into the world she described and immerse them in it. The office had unknowingly become filled with spiritual fog. The extremely rich spiritual energy spontaneously nourished the bodies of the 4 people. When the class ended, Wuxia Duo was shocked to find that the swelling on his body had disappeared. Not only did he recover to his full state, but he even improved a little. Obviously, it was the rich spiritual fog in the office that was amazing. Don't slack off at night. When I was cultivating on my own, I would get swollen like this at least 3 times. If your sister is at home and assists you, you can increase it to 6 times. With your sister by your side, no matter how hard you cultivate, you won't hurt your muscles and bones. Yuanyue's parting words echoed in his ears. It's so hard to be a martial artist. Wuxia Duo looked up at the sky and sighed. Luckily, I've already used up all my hidden weapons. Even if I wanted to train, I wouldn't be able to. Today I'll just be lazy and focus on training my Yuan Qi. Wuxia Duo returned home. Looking at the 10 sacks that suddenly appeared in the living room, he was confused. What is this? What else could it be? Your hidden weapon. Zuoxiaonian hopped out with her hands behind her back. I bought these especially for you. There are 2 million of them in total. What do you think? Are you surprised and touched? La la la. Zuoxiao Duo stared blankly at the 10 big gunny sacks in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. La la la. Aren't you too touched? So touched that you don't know what to say? Zuoxiaonian walked in circles in front of him. I don't dare to move. Zuoxiao Duo almost burst into tears. Touched? I don't dare to move at all. In the afternoon, Grandma, he called me. Zuoxiaonian wrinkled her nose and looked at Zuoxiao Duo. Doggy, you're really something. Grandma, he likes you. You're really something. He hugged Zuoxiao's head and rubbed his head with both hands as he shouted excitedly, my dog has really grown up this time, hoo 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 hoo. Zuoxiao Duo almost suffocated. Let go. Dong. Zuoxiaonian felt a tickle on her head. Crazy girl, let go of my son. Go cook. Oh. Zuoxiaonian let go of Zuoxiao Duo and went into the kitchen. However, Zhuxiaoduo's hair had become a chicken's nest. It was the nest of an old hen that didn't care about beauty. Dinner. The table was full of dazzling dishes. It was very sumptuous. Zhuxiaoduo didn't care about anything else and buried his head in eating. Zhuqianglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuxiaonian were excitedly discussing tomorrow's school assembly. They were all laughing happily. They were full of joy. In short, they were very happy. Zhuxiaoduo was also very happy. This is my glory. The glory that I fought for. Seeing his family so happy, Zhuxiaoduo's heart was full of glory and pride. That's great. He vaguely felt that he had missed something. However, in such a happy atmosphere, Zhuxiaoduo didn't think too much. He was as happy as a hungry puppy who saw a delicious bowl of food. Eat. That night, Zhuxiaoduo did more than he Yuanyue's request 3 times. So much so that he practiced all the way until 2:30 in the morning. Zhuxiaonian's heart was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears. She had seen with her own eyes how Zhuxiaoduo kept shooting out the hidden weapons as if he had gone mad. Every time he shot out the hidden weapons he had to use all of his strength. In less than a quarter of an hour, his arms and shoulders had swollen to the size of his thighs. Then he took a rest, cleared his throat and continued to practice. Zhuxiaonian was greatly moved by his effort and focus. Doggy, your situation is different from others. You really don't have to work so hard. Zhuxiaonian massaged Zhuxiaoduo's shoulders, arms and wrists with heartache. The flaming sun scripture that you practice is different from others. Its power is much stronger than others. You just have to improve your skill and the power of your hidden weapons will naturally increase. I know. Zhuxiaoduo said calmly, but if the speed can't increase, the power of the hidden weapons will be lacking. If you just rely on your inner strength and don't have the corresponding speed, the power of the hidden weapons will never reach its peak. I can do it. I must do it. Zhuxiaoduo took a deep breath. He wanted to say a lot of things but he couldn't say a word. He just started to practice again. Zhuxiaonian stood under a tree and looked at him with infatuation. This doggy. He was usually glib and cunning, as if he was afraid of hardships and beatings. He always looked lazy and didn't want to work hard. He just wanted to be a salted fish. But who knew that under such a glib appearance, there was such a tenacious and indestructible character? In fact, he was not afraid of anything. He was not afraid of hardships, tiredness, or beatings. Because he knew that he started too late. Because he knew that he had a home, parents, and sister behind him. Especially me, I will face a death tribulation soon. He has to be responsible for my death tribulation and help me through it. How can he do it without enough strength? Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength to the limit that he could currently reach. Thinking about Zhuxiaoduo's fragmented diary, Zhuxiaonian's heart ached even more. But what he felt was pride, and a sense of security that he was fearless. With Xiaoduo doing so many things for me, Zhuxiaonian, what are you afraid of? In the master bedroom of the Zhou family. Wu Yuding leaned against the head of the bed. Her eyes were unexpectedly far away. Long road. Yes. I always feel that. We owe our children. There is no such thing as owing or not owing. Zhuqianglu also leaned against the head of the bed. His face was also a little heavy. He said thoughtfully, we brought them into this world and raised them. As parents we have done our duty. There is no such thing as owing. We have done all the things that parents can do in this world and we have even done more than them. We have used our relationship as brothers to pave the way for our children. We have fought for opportunities that others can't imagine. This is already very good. I know what you are thinking. But more resources, more convenience. Those are unrealistic. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You should know that you and I are now ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person cuts you or me, he or she will die. This is the helplessness of human beings. We can't protect them with the power of ordinary parents. We have already provided them with the greatest help that we can give them. The rest is up to them to walk on their own path. If you really want to help them and break through the upper limit, first, it may not be a good thing for them. Second, we have stopped the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. We have to stay in the Arcana land for at least 10 years to merge our original spirits with our bodies. If anything were to happen in these 10 years, it would have happened long ago. You and I can't do anything about it. It is better to stay on the sidelines and seek peace of mind. Zhuanglu spoke very slowly. He broke everything down into pieces and separated them clearly. Wu Yuding listened very carefully. She sighed faintly. Besides, Zhuanglu's eyes were solemn. There have been seniors who have gone through the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. But few people have succeeded and reached a higher realm. I suspect that the so-called experience of our predecessors is all wrong. Wu Yuding was shocked and straightened her body. Why do you have such an idea? I only started to have this idea after I had little Duo, but it's only recently that I've gained further enlightenment. Zhuo Changlu said in a low voice, most of the seniors who have transformed into the mortal world were alone. Even if there were couples who transformed into the mortal world, there were no children. But the tribulation of the mortal world is something that one has to go through in all the forms of life. Children. It is fate and also a sin. It can be said to be the biggest tribulation for parents. Without children, this life is incomplete. Since it is incomplete, how can the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world be complete? And we have felt the fluctuation of our state of mind in these few days. Obviously, we are moving in a better direction to break through the tribulation. And all of this is because of Xiao Duo. This also means that our path by chance is on the right path. Everyone has too many doubts, so I might as well reveal it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents, you have guessed correctly, but you have also guessed wrongly. Yes, so please subscribe, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Today's fourth update, please vote. Chapter 112. Because we have experienced birth, old age, sickness and death. We have experienced raising children. We have experienced the life of the mortal world and the life of an ordinary person. Zhuo Changlu pondered and said, perhaps this is the real tribulation of the mortal world. Wu Yuding fell into deep thought. So, Xiaoduo's birth was definitely an accident. However, this accident that was not part of our plan has instead become the last part of our tribulation transcendence? Zhuo Changlu smiled helplessly, you have been spoiling him since he was young. You really spoiled him well. Sai, now when I think of you when you are happy, I can't help but give him a nickname. At that time you clearly treated Xiao Duo as a toy. You even played with him since he was young. Tell me, when did I become like you? Wu Yuding pouted, good. You make it sound like I don't really love the child. Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, don't think about the long term. Don't think about the help of cultivation. The only thing we need to think about is to live our lives seriously. Let nature take its course and we will pass this test. I think that when we pass this test, Xiao Duo and Yan will have grown up. It will be the best of both worlds. Wu Yuding imagined the future. She could not help but smile gently and said, I sincerely hope that these two children can be safe. Zhuo Changlu nodded and said, actually, the question in my heart is the real puzzle. Normally we are born in the mortal world. Our cultivation has been locked by the way of heaven. Our luck is still different from ordinary people. The combination of essence, energy and spirit should be constant. How can there be children under such conditions? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and did not answer. Zhuo Changlu muttered to himself, you didn't notice it at that time. It was only 3 months later that you felt something was wrong. Because we didn't think in that direction at all. We all knew that it was impossible. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes again. But there was Xiao Duo. Zhuo Changlu frowned. After Xiao Duo we've made a lot of efforts over the years but nothing happened. Is there really nothing strange about this? Wu Yuding immediately blushed and rolled her eyes even more. I've thought about it over and over again. Zhuo Zhanglu had a pensive look on his face as he held Wu Yuding in his arms. Then he asked in a very serious tone as if he was studying an academic problem, is there something wrong with the posture? Shameless. If there's another one, let's call him Zhuo Xiaoyu? Get lost. The next day, in Second High, red flags fluttered in the wind, and there was a sea of people. Countless parents rushed into the school grounds of No. 2 High School. Coupled with the music that was being played all around, it was no different from a sports meeting. Many of the students who had been taken away had been released after going through the Crystal Gate and Qingxin Lake. Some of them were still in a state of panic. Naturally, their whole families would participate in the school activities when they had the opportunity. Of course, there were 2 people who didn't come back. Zheng Dai, Cheng Fangji. Zheng Dai and young Master Cheng had died silently in the prison of Star Shield. This matter made Chief Jiang Zhangbin furious, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He didn't care about Zheng Dai's death. However, Cheng Fangji's death made Chief Jiang fly into a rage. Only this one was confirmed. He wanted to use this as a breakthrough point. However, this one was dead. During this period of time, everyone in Star Shield couldn't even protect themselves. Chief Jiang looked at everyone as if they were spies from the Umno Alliance. The guard on the day of Cheng Fangji's death was immediately thrown into prison by Chief Jiang after the incident. Chief Jiang had also set up an inescapable net to monitor Cheng Fangji's family, waiting for the Umno Alliance to come. In fact, on the night of Cheng Fangji's death, the Umno Alliance did come. Two masters came in from the left and right. The masters of Star Shield City Guard's mansion fought with all their might. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, the two masters of the Umno Alliance who couldn't break through the heavy defense chose to retreat. However, when the guards went in to see Cheng Fangji's family again, they were shocked to find that the family, along with the 7 masters of Star Shield who were lying in ambush, were all dead. This wasn't the other party retreating at the right time. They knew that their goal had been achieved and they fled. On the same day, many parts of Phoenix City were set ablaze, and wails and cries were everywhere. All the executives of Cheng Fangji's family company died that night. No one was spared. The headquarters of the Qing conglomerate's Chinese medicine company was set ablaze. No one knew how many fire starters were thrown into the building. In addition, the fire trucks that rushed over after hearing the news were intercepted on the way. All the fire hydrants within a 6-kilometer radius were destroyed. Therefore, by the time dawn broke the next day, the building had been completely burned into ruins. It was beyond recognition. After the incident, it was speculated that a lot of incendiary materials should have been set up in advance in this building. All these things made Governor Wan Pingyuan's hair stand on end. He shuddered. Perhaps to the people, all this just felt was that something had happened. There was a commotion, a fire, people died, and so on. However, anyone with half a brain could think of who could come and go freely in the heavily guarded Star Shield and kill people calmly. Who was it that killed Cheng Fangji's family without a sound? Who could set off a fire in the downtown area and brazenly intercept and kill the fire trucks? As for arranging the incendiary materials in advance and destroying all the fire hydrants, it was simply a trivial matter. However, the most frightening thing was that the people of the Umno Alliance were always able to withdraw the moment their reinforcements arrived. All these meticulous arrangements made Governor Wan feel that his buttocks were sitting on the mouth of a volcano. And this volcano had already begun to erupt. It could burn him to ashes at any time, just like that building. It seems that the entire Phoenix City has been infiltrated into a sieve. Governor Wan had to admit this point. When he asked for help from the higher-ups, he said very clearly, "The people of the Umno Alliance have been dormant for a long time, but when they move, they will shock the heavens." Based on the commotion they created in Phoenix City, you can imagine their hidden combat power. What's more, you can imagine that they must have bigger moves behind them. I suspect that the Umno Alliance has a huge plan. I request that the higher-ups focus on the old principle He Yuan's theory of the Phoenix vein. Something big will happen in Phoenix City soon. Please pay attention to it. Wan Pingyuan finally made this decision. Although it was a very difficult thing for him to do. For the officials in charge of the government to be in such a state of chaos, it was already hard for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Who didn't want to govern peacefully? If they could suppress something, who would want to report it? It was better to report the good news than the bad news. It was better to seek no merit than to seek no fault. This was the unspoken rule of the government. But now Wan Pingyuan didn't dare to suppress it anymore. Right now, his heart was palpitating with fear. Phoenix City, this tiny place, what was it hiding? How could it make the Umno Alliance send so many people here? The current situation was very obvious. Things were far from starting. The leader of the Umno Alliance hadn't arrived yet. But even so, the situation had already reached the point where it was close to getting out of control. Then, when the other party's plan really started, what kind of situation would Phoenix City become? Wan Pingyuan didn't even dare to think about it. He could only vaguely feel that an unprecedented bloody storm was about to start in Phoenix City. As for how big this storm was, no one dared to make wild guesses. He Yuan's many years of hard work to no avail. Zhuo, this little butterfly, just lightly flapped its wings and it started flapping. Maybe it was a coincidence or maybe it was the right time. But all of this was because of such a ridiculous little thing that the curtain was pulled open. Time, fate, and luck. After a series of actions, the Umno Alliance had already retracted their claws and teeth after achieving their goals. They, who had paid a considerable price, were also licking their wounds. The governor's office, city guards, and Star Shield were even more on guard. "I really don't dare to trust anyone now," Director Jianghu reported to his superior, Star Shield. "The army, the city guards, the governor's office, the inspection bureau. I suspect that they have all been infiltrated by the Umno Alliance. Even within the Phoenix City Star Shield, there is most likely a traitor. I don't dare to trust anyone. Please send an expert to assist." Focus on the matter of the phoenix vein that the old principal He Yuanyue mentioned before. I request the superiors to pay attention to this matter. The Umno Alliance, the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper are all gathered here. How can this be a small matter? I request that the most powerful person be sent here. I request that the Dragon Blood team be stationed in Phoenix City. Director Jiang held the phone and was almost shouting. His shiny scalp was covered in sweat. He pulled out a few strands of hair on both sides of his head. Chapter 113. Zhuochanglu's suit was well ironed, and his leather shoes were shiny. He was dressed in branded goods. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, he was really handsome. His wife, Wu Yuding, who was in his left hand, was even more eye-catching. Wu Yuding, who had specially dressed up, was even more beautiful. She really looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The couple walked all the way looking like a celestial couple. At first glance, people were so envious that they drooled. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was on the right side of the couple, was inconspicuous at this moment. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't dare to expose her identity as the heavenly daughter of spiritual thoughts. She was now dressed as an ordinary delicate girl. She wore a decent branded dress, but her appearance alone was not as eye-catching as Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding. Although she had to make herself ugly before coming, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already very satisfied. Because Mu Yanyan didn't allow her to come at all. She had to beg hard before she was allowed to come with makeup. According to Mu Yanyan's original intention, she wanted her to dress up as an ugly person. But Zhuo Xiaoyan refused. My father is so handsome and my mother is so beautiful. The girl they gave birth to can't be too ugly. If she's too ugly, it will attract other people's attention and reveal flaws. Zhuo Xiaoyan argued. Mu Yanyan also considered that if her appearance was too extreme, it would indeed have the opposite effect. So she reluctantly agreed. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding walked in. Such a person, such an appearance, such a temperament, and such a style of conversation naturally became the focus of everyone. Many parents came over to chat with them. After knowing that Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding were the parents of Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was highlighted this time, these people were so envious that their eyes turned blue. What kind of world is this? The couple is so outstanding, and their son is also so outstanding. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Many parents glared fiercely at their sons' faces and buttocks. Look at him, and then look at you. It's fine if we can't compare to their parents, but you can't even compare to their son. I can't take it anymore. I must teach him a lesson when I get back. A little fatty was already crying. Amidst the commotion, the little fatty was so aggrieved that he could not speak. Look at my parents. Look at all of you. How can you blame me? This is a genetic problem. Look at you guys. I know that when I grow up, I'll probably have problems finding a wife. Look at Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents. Take a good look at them. How can their son not be outstanding? This is the difference. This is the victory of genes. How can you blame me for this? Why are you hitting me again? Are you being unreasonable? All around, the parents who heard these words had complicated expressions on their faces. Hearing this, the children all gave the little fatty a thumbs up. Bro, you've got guts. You said what we wanted to say but didn't dare to. You're a real man. Don't worry if you're beaten to death today, we'll all go to your grave tomorrow. Amidst the hustle and bustle that the school's loudspeaker finally sounded. This thing was set up near the field today. The rostrum and other things were already in place. As the passionate music resounded, everyone who heard it felt their blood boil. They couldn't wait to walk up to the stage and take all the glory for themselves. All the parents went forward with complicated expressions on their faces. The rows of seats had already been arranged neatly according to the class seating arrangement. It was arranged neatly and not messily. The assembly is about to begin. Parents and students, please take your seats as soon as possible. It had to be said that the martial arts school was quite efficient in this aspect. Not long after, everyone had taken their seats. Zhuochanglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan sat in the front row. Their faces were full of glory and radiance. The chairs in the front row were all red. They were spacious and comfortable. There was even a red carpet under their feet. The most important thing was that there were only a total of 10 seats. It was very eye-catching. The Zhuo family occupied 3 seats in the middle. It was even more eye-catching. This is really high-spirited. Who else but me? The music kept ringing. The school leaders began to take their seats on the rostrum. Of course, the seat in the middle was taken by Director Sun of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. However, Director Sun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Yuanyue was also here. She was watching with a smile on her face. Director Sun felt like he had hemorrhoids. If other alumni knew that he had driven the old principal aside during the school event, he would probably be hung up to dry on the same day. Although it was the old principal who insisted on not sitting here and insisted that he sit here, those guys who would reason with you. Especially those bastards who were still in the Sun Moon Pass. Director Sun's butt twisted and turned like he had hemorrhoids. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, Li Changjiang and several vice principals who were sitting next to him all turned a blind eye to him. They completely ignored Director Sun's pleading gaze. Finally, there was a scapegoat sitting there. It would be strange if they would change seats with you. Besides, you are also a leader. Who asked you to be the director of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? If you don't take this seat, who will? If it were me, Li Changjiang, hee. I don't want to die yet. You can't die without me. Li Changjiang's face was sanctimonious. However, he was very happy in his heart. Damn you, Monkey Sunday. Who asked you to show off your authority in front of me every day? Just take it. Today I will treat you as a joke. How about it? Li Changjiang said a few opening remarks. Then it was Director Sun's turn to speak. It was the so-called leader's speech. Director Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and took the microphone from Li Changjiang's hand. He walked out of his seat and stood up. Then he gave a passionate and emotional speech. Especially, he emphasized on the old principal's cultivation and how grateful he was. This speech alone took more than 15 minutes. In the end, his eyes turned red. He kept looking at the video of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. Zoom in. Close up. Focus on my eyes. Take a shot of my tears. Take a shot of my true feelings. Otherwise, those guys will definitely kill me. The one who recorded the video, you have to be sensible today. The Martial Arts Educational Bureau's videographer understood what he meant. He took a few steps back and lowered his body. He covered the entire banners and the entire venue. He could only hear Director Sun's earth-shattering voice. However, his face could not be seen clearly. From afar, he could only see Director Sun's towering figure. Standing on the stage, he looked even more mighty and powerful. He had the aura of a king descending to the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Director Sun's vision turned black. It's over. Recording, you're not helping me or flattering me. You're sending me to the gates of hell. I will look at the school's video later. This guy, I will fire him when I get back. They even said that they found the smartest guy to follow me. What the hell is this smartest guy? This is clearly the type that will get me killed. Could it be that this guy belongs to the Umno Alliance? Is he here to destroy our internal unity? Director Sun was originally impassioned. However, towards the end he felt like he was on his last breath. Even his face was a little pale. He forced himself to say a few more words before he ended his speech. Hu Ruoyan stood beside He Yuanyue with a glowing face. She covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher He, I know very well what Monkey Sun is afraid of. He Yuanyue also smiled. This guy's monkey nature doesn't change. This is very normal. If he thinks too much, it will cause trouble. If he was just sitting there calmly, no one would think anything of it. But he was twisting his butt, changing his expression and looking left and right. Those guys could tell at a glance what he was afraid of. How could they not take advantage of the situation and mess with him? Under such circumstances, it would be a waste not to mess with him. If they mess with him, wouldn't it be a waste? Looks like this guy is doomed to be beaten up. Hu Ruoyan laughed. Ruoyan, how is your situation now? What is your specific cultivation level? He Yuanyue asked. Teacher, I am now walking on the path of thorns. I have already reached the 3rd level. Hu Ruoyan said, originally with the effect of the Supreme Dan and the Star Soul Grass, there was still a lot left. It was enough to directly break through the embryonic breathing stage. However, it is better to take the path of thorns step by step. It is inevitable that your foundation will be damaged. He Yuanyue nodded and said, this is the best choice. Ruoyan, no matter how hard it is, you have to accumulate more than 6 levels. Then you can rush through the path of thorns in one go. Only then can you go further. Yes, I understand. The stage had already reached the commendation segment. The topic of the speech was back to Li Changjiang. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong. These 6 students are especially outstanding. They have successfully broken through and advanced to the next level before the end of the warrior class. The 6 students who advanced to the next level this time are rare in the history of the 2nd high school. Teacher Qin Fangyang of the 9th class has contributed the most to this. Other than that, many other students in the 9th class are also on the verge of a breakthrough. Among them, Zhuo Xiaoduo is the most outstanding. Li Changjiang began to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was naturally a segment that had been arranged beforehand. Even though they knew this, Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan still stood up straight with smiles on their faces. After Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through to the martial warrior level, he has been cultivating with all his might. In just a few days he has broken through to the martial master level and even reached the peak of the martial master level. This is 2 consecutive leaps. This is a rare miracle in 100 years. Principal Li's voice was unusually excited. Below the stage, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was waiting to receive the award, puffed out his chest. He was elated and high-spirited. Li Changjiang's tone changed and became serious. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but Zhuo Xiaoduo comes from an extremely poor family. According to him, his father had to sell his blood to pay for his school fees. His mother had to fight with others to carry gunny sacks and do manual labor in order to raise enough money for his school fees. Moreover, he has an older sister who has cerebral palsy since childhood. Zhuo Changlu was dumbfounded. Wu Yuding was confused. Zhuo Xiaoyan was annoyed. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Is he talking about my family? Chapter 114. After hearing Headmaster Li's words, all the parents instinctively did the same thing. They turned their heads in unison and looked at Wu Yuding and her husband. Dressed in a well-ironed suit, shiny leather shoes and branded clothing, he looked graceful and luxurious. Was this the kind of attire that could be obtained by selling blood and carrying bricks all year round? Looking at his face, it was full of radiance and color. There was not even a single wrinkle on his face. Even if his attire was rented, with his complexion and appearance, how could he be someone who sold blood and carried bricks all year round? And the girl next to the couple, although her looks were average, she looked very energetic. She did not seem to have cerebral palsy at all. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with amusement. Li Changjiang continued. It was under such difficult circumstances that Zhuo Xiaoduo worked hard and accumulated a lot of experience. He broke through the barrier from martial disciple to martial warrior in one fell swoop. In less than a week he broke through the bottleneck of martial master and reached an even higher realm. This kind of unremitting spirit in adversity is something that we can all learn from. Since Zhuo Xiaoduo only trained in the martial warrior class for a week, the school has decided to refund all of Zhuo Xiaoduo's martial warrior class tuition fees. In addition, due to the special circumstances of Zhuo Xiaoduo's family, the school has decided to waive all of Zhuo Xiaoduo's martial warrior class tuition fees. In addition, we will give Zhuo Xiaoduo a scholarship of 10,000 yuan as a personal reward for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Our second high has never rejected any students. Talented students who come to our second high will naturally receive the corresponding preferential treatment. Our second high school has enough teachers and resources for cultivation. This time, the reason why the UMNO Alliance chose second high is because there have been countless outstanding talents from second high in all fields of the empire. Below the stage, Hu Ruoyun was so angry that her face was flushed red. Her chest was almost puffed up. Her eyes were spitting fire as she looked at Li Changjiang on the stage. The anger in her heart was about to erupt. This is too much. This is too much. Li Changjiang, if you don't want to refund the money, just say so. If you don't want to give me a discount, then don't give me a discount. If you don't want to give me a scholarship, then don't give me one. Why did he have to make trouble at this time? Doesn't he know how much harm this will cause to the child? I'm so angry. I won't spare him no matter what. I want to live apart from him. Let's start dividing today. Hu Ruoyun gritted her teeth. He Yuanyue looked thoughtfully at Li Changjiang on the stage and murmured, "Calm down. Perhaps Changjiang really doesn't know about this." Even if he really didn't know, he still made such a big mistake. What do you think Xiao Duo will do in the future? How can such a young child bear such embarrassment? Hu Ruoyun was on the verge of tears. Beside him, Qin Fangyang's face was also deathly pale. Principal Li, did he really not know about the real situation of Zhuo Xiaoduo's family? Now let's invite the student representative, Zhuo Xiaoduo, to come on stage to receive the award and give a speech. At this point, Li Changjiang had finished speaking according to the script. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. It was even paler than Qin Fangyang's. This was because he saw the most outstanding couple in the front row suddenly stand up. The moment he turned his head, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, dressed in bright clothes, but his face was as pale as paper. His whole body was trembling like a quail in the cold wind. Li Changjiang's brain suddenly fell into a state of crash, or rather, it went blank. This is bad. It's over. It's a mistake. This brat was lying about his family situation. It's all over now. He really did not know about Zhuxiaoduo's family situation. With Principal Li's status and experience, if this had happened to any other child in second high, Li Changjiang would have done a thorough investigation of the other party's background. There was no way he would have made such a big mistake. However, after He Yuanyue hid Zhu Xiaoyan's information, even Zhu Changlu and his wife's information was blocked. Therefore, Li Changjiang really did not know about the specific situation of the Zhu family. Coincidentally, when he mentioned to Zhu Xiaoduo about the school assembly and the award, Zhu Xiaoduo was stingy about activating his innate talent. Instead, he was possessed by a movie star and pretended to be a poor kid. He worked tirelessly and even described his family members to be miserable. This led to this tear-inducing but actually false article. However, in this situation, even with Principal Li's experience, he still did not know what to do. He really did not know how to end this. Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Changlu and Wu Yuding stood up slowly. The husband and wife had smiles on their faces. Their faces were calm and proud as they clapped for their son. The man was handsome and the woman was graceful. Both of them were calm and composed, indifferent and carefree. There was only pride, only glory. There was no awkwardness at all. The couple slowly turned around and faced all the parents and students with smiles on their faces. They smiled and waved their hands calmly. It was as if the incident just now was just an insignificant interlude. It was as if nothing had happened. We are just here to enjoy the glory that my son has brought to me. This is my son, my glory, my pride. My son's achievements are enough for me to be proud of and brag about for the rest of my life. Zhu Xiaoduo looked at his father's tall and straight figure. His flustered and embarrassed heart suddenly calmed down. His back was like a high mountain, blocking all the raging waves that were rushing towards him. As long as Daddy is here, I won't feel afraid at all. This is the ultimate safety. I have Daddy. I have Mommy. It's so good to have both of you. Zhu Changlu waved and smiled. His handsome and sunny face was full of gentleness and calmness. He slowly turned around and looked at his son and his wife. They were applauding and looking at him with encouragement and glory. Go, Daddy and Mommy are here. We believe that you can handle it well. It's just an insignificant embarrassment. Even if you can't handle it well, Daddy and Mommy will still be here to support you. Daddy will bear all the storms for you. We won't be angry and we won't feel awkward because you are my son. Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly felt a burst of emotion in his heart and almost shed tears. This is my Daddy. This is my Mommy. The warmth flowed through his heart. At this moment he just wanted to rush into his parents' arms and cry and say that he was wrong. He would never lie or be greedy again. But now was not the time. There was still a big mess waiting for him to clean up. This was all his fault. Under Hu Ruoyun's extremely worried gaze and Wu Yuding's extremely gentle and encouraging gaze, Zhu Xiaoduo slowly stood up straight. He raised his head and smiled again. It was a confident and somewhat embarrassed smile. He took large strides and walked towards the stage. Zhu Xiaoyan looked at her brother's footsteps. The first step was a little hesitant. The second and third steps were already big strides. The fourth step was even more resolute. Although it was only a few steps, in Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes, it was as if she could see Xiaoduo's mental journey. Zhu Xiaoduo did not stop. He went straight to Li Changjiang. Under Li Changjiang's extremely complicated gaze, Zhu Xiaoduo smiled and took the microphone. His first sentence was a slightly embarrassed laugh. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that my casual lie would be taken seriously by the principal. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing, ha. Although he said it was embarrassing, there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead he looked very calm. The bright smile that flowed from the corners of his mouth immediately attracted the eyes of many young girls in the school. It's really embarrassing to talk about my family background. The root cause is that I can't bear to pay. Students who are familiar with me all know that I'm really stingy. I can't wait to split $1 in half. That day when I was paying the tuition fee, the teacher asked me why I was so late in paying the fees. So I lied. I said that my family was very poor and the teacher took it seriously. Then the principal took it seriously. Then it led to this scene today. It seems that the old saying is true. A lie needs 100 lies or even more to make up for it. It's tiring, exhausting, and exhausting. At this moment there was laughter from the audience. Many female parents looked at Zhu Xiaoduo with smiles in their eyes and murmured, "This little naughty monkey seems to be someone who doesn't know his place." However, their eyes were full of love and no disgust. Because this child had resolved half of the embarrassment with his own responsibility and calmness. Of course it's a lie, a complete lie. My family is not poor. We're not poor at all, but I'm reluctant to spend money. Zhuo faced everyone and said loudly, I've always known how hard it is to earn money. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with my own eyes. My mother takes care of the house and calculates every expense carefully. My parents are ordinary people, but they have to raise me, a martial arts practitioner who is almost like a gold-swallowing beast. They're really very tired. I've seen it all, so I have a little bit of obsession with money. Yes, I value money very much. Because it's too difficult to earn. Zhuo's words had undoubtedly resonated with many of the parents present. Yes, the resources required to nurture a martial artist were indeed far from what an ordinary family could afford. Not to mention the tuition fees, which were many times more expensive than other schools, not to mention the resources required to cultivate just food. Some families would not be able to provide for it. Today was the birthday of both Feng Amnesia and Qiu Shui'er. Therefore, I'll update another chapter for the two leaders. Cough cough, there's no such thing as adding more chapters on birthdays in the future. Today is a special occasion, so I'll add more chapters. Chapter 115. The intensity of a martial artist's daily training, compared to an ordinary person, could easily consume tens of times, or even tens of times more. And this group of half-grown brats whose cultivation was neither too high nor too low, after a day of physical exhaustion, their appetite was especially astonishing. Not to mention those high-grade ingredients that contain spirit energy, even the most ordinary rice would fill an ordinary person after eating 2 bowls. But for a martial artist, even if he ate 20 bowls he might not be full. And what about the dishes? There was more. The eyes of many parents of ordinary students turned red. When they looked at Zhuo on the stage, their previous astonishment and disdain were no longer there. Instead they were a little envious. So what if they were a little embarrassed? Look at this kid, he knew that money was hard to come by, he knew how to use it, he knew how to sympathize with his parents, and he knew how to save money for his family. This was clearly a sensible child. And most importantly, this kid was able to save money for his family. Not counting the 10,000 yuan scholarship, just the return tuition fees for the martial artist class and the fully waived tuition fees for the martial arts master class were already quite a large sum. Zhuo smiled calmly and said, I did lie at that time and I'm not afraid to admit it. If the school had said that they would waive my tuition fees because of my poverty, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated and directly took the money home. A burst of laughter rang out. Even though I know it's immoral and I'm taking advantage of the other party's sympathy, and I'm ashamed of myself, I don't want my father to be so tired. Zhuo said loudly, in the end I've suffered retribution because of this lie and now it is. To me I'm still a child who hasn't grown up. I'm heartless and don't care if I'm shameless. A beating and scolding will be enough. But this matter at this moment has made my parents feel very embarrassed. For this I'm sincerely ashamed. This is my fault and it's completely my own actions. My parents shouldn't bear this responsibility for me. I should bear this responsibility myself. He bowed deeply. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I lied. I've wronged you. Suddenly Wu Yuding's eyes turned red. The eyes of countless mothers below the stage also turned red at the same time. This sentence almost hit the hearts of all the mothers. Zhuochanglu was still smiling, and his eyes were filled with gratification. Child, today you have what a man should have. This was called responsibility. Countless fathers looked enviously at Zhuo, who was on the stage. It was never a big deal for a child to brag or lie, but for a child to be able to face this responsibility head-on, and even bear this responsibility, just this responsibility alone was a big deal. This was something that every mature man knew. Zhuoxiaoyan looked at Zhuo on the stage with pride. She was the only one who knew and understood it the most. She knew infinitely what kind of transformations Zhuo had undergone when he walked up the stage from below. This was the transformation of a boy into a man. There were many men who lived their entire lives and they might still be boys, men, but they were not men. Similarly, many children could be called men from the age of 10. The difference between the two could be described in 2 words: take responsibility. Those who took responsibility were men, and those who did not take responsibility were still boys, or at least not men. When Zhuo went on stage, took the microphone, and faced all the students and parents of the school, Zhuoxiaoyan almost thought that she was seeing her own father, Zhuochanglu. He was so calm and unrestrained, so graceful and elegant. He was always so calm and unperturbed, with a calm and elegant smile on his lips, bearing all the wind and rain in the world. Being by his side was always safe and comfortable and could be carefree forever. And Wuxia Duo from now on had vaguely possessed this characteristic. Although he was still very young and far from being mature, he had already begun to grow. This was without a doubt. This was Wuxiao's fourth transformation. The incident was very awkward and it came suddenly. But it was this sudden incident that made Wuxiao's state of mind take a big step forward. Li Changjiang breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Fangyang's eyes were full of admiration. Hu Ruoyun was even smiling as if her own son had grown up overnight. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, was full of admiration, heartfelt admiration. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Changlu laughed and said loudly, "You are indeed my son. Son, no matter if you are lying or fooling around, what you said today has really made me proud. Even if you have countless achievements, scholarships, tuition waivers, all of these added together are not as good as what you said today. They are not as good as what you said today." And Mom. Wu Yuding's eyes were red and she waved at Wuxiao Duo. "We are proud of you." He turned around and smiled proudly. Then he waved at the crowd. Once again she received a lot of admiring gazes. Many parents lowered their heads and looked at their son, who still looked like a little quail. Then they looked at Wuxiao Duo, who admitted his mistake and bravely took responsibility for it. He used his own responsibility and carefree attitude to turn bad things into pride. They could not help but sigh. "I can't compare to the older one, and it seems that I can't compare to the younger one either." Wuxiaoyan wanted to jump up and shout that there was still sister. Wuxiao's sister was also very outstanding, and she definitely did not have cerebral palsy. She could not even think about it. Her heart was full of gentleness and satisfaction, and she definitely could not shout that she had cerebral palsy. Besides, if I can't shout that, there is still sister. If I shout that, what if the group of hooligans in school pester my dog? I still have to be on guard in the future. How can my identity as sister be enough? I will go back and talk to him about cerebral palsy. Wuxiao Duo bowed on the stage. After a long time he straightened his back and said, "A mistake is a mistake. The most important thing is to admit your mistakes and correct them. The premise is that you still made a mistake. There is no need to say anything more. Everyone don't think that my parents are proud or whatever. Don't believe them. They are just polite words or the so-called routine. When I go back, I will not be able to run away from a mixed double beating." Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter. Wu Yuding bit her lip and smiled. "Little brat, you still know that you are going to be beaten. Before this conference, I have carefully prepared a speech. But after being scared just now, I am not in the mood. Otherwise, I will not follow the speech. I will just say a few words casually." Qin Fangyang looked at the prepared speech in his hand, and his face was full of speechlessness. "If you want to improvise, you should have said so earlier. Actually, I'm not a genius. This is not being humble or polite, and it is not a routine. The truth is that I have been repeating 5 years in the martial disciple class. Including the normal school year, it is a total of 6 years. For a family, this is equivalent to paying an extra 5 years of school fees. If it were any other family, perhaps my parents would have made the decision to transfer me to a liberal arts school. But my parents did not. They watched me struggle. They did not encourage me nor did they discourage me. They only supported me in school as usual. It was as if repeating a year was a normal situation. These years of school life were as calm as water. There was no change at all. I shamelessly went to the martial disciple class. I felt that I could succeed, but the pressure in my heart was far beyond your imagination. Every time I returned home, I saw my parents joking with me as usual. They gave me nicknames and ordered me to do this and that. I felt that nothing had changed. I was not despised by anyone because of my poor aptitude. My parents' support could be compared to the world's disdain. So I endured. I endured for 5 years. Perhaps it had something to do with the accumulation of these years. After I broke through the martial disciples' meridians, my vitality was still surging. In a few days I broke through all the bottlenecks and broke through the martial master bottleneck. At this conference to honor geniuses, I feel that I am unworthy. Wuxiao Duo said proudly, "However, the school refunded my school fees. I will not pay them back. Also, the reduced tuition and scholarship I will also." Wuxiao Duo paused for a moment and said loudly, "I will not refuse." Damn. This turn of events almost threw me off. "You're really talented." Ha 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 ha. Wuxiao Duo felt that he had said enough. He said, "Actually, my experience in cultivation is only a very, very small opinion. Even to myself, it is not worth mentioning." At this moment, Qin Fangyang felt that something was wrong. On the other side, Li Changjiang also felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhou Xiaoduo said happily, actually, my greatest achievement in this half of my life is not related to martial arts, but to physiognomy. Based on your physiognomy, I can tell that your past life and present life are full of misfortunes and blessings. Just a word of life and death is absolutely correct. The audience booed at the right time. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about this and continued, it's not your fault that you don't believe me. If it was someone else who said this, I most likely wouldn't believe it either. But what you don't know is that my teacher is here right now. My unique skill of fortune-telling was taught by our second middle school's headmaster He. It was her who taught me this skill. But for now I can only see the surface. I still need to learn more from the old headmaster. In the future, when I say life and death, even the winds and clouds of heaven and earth are in my hands, it is just a small matter. This time it was really incredible. Li Changjiang was stunned. Qin Fangyang was dumbstruck. Hu Ruoyun was tongue-tied. This kid was really daring. But there was really no way to refute him. This was because Zhou Xiaoduo was receiving He Yuanyue's teachings every afternoon. Among them there was a part related to fortune-telling. How could he refute that? He Yuanyue also widened her eyes. I only taught you how to look at qi. When did I teach you fortune-telling? That there's one thing, all the brothers and sisters who receive the divine light, you must register in the group before you can receive the gift. If you don't join the group, I can't contact you. The website won't help us get the address for our Feng family's event. I say, why are you all so calm? Join the group, brothers. Join the group, 1090 number 866 hashtag number 686. Chapter 116. He Yuanyue recalled what she said the other day, physiognomy is more effective and comprehensive when combined with aura observation. He Yuanyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. This frisky monkey. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo's words came out, everyone present was shocked. What kind of status did He Yuanyue have? In Phoenix City he was a living god. Anyone who was qualified enough to know about her would treat her with respect and love. In addition, He Yuanyue was at the scene now. If she lied, she would be exposed immediately. This kid definitely wouldn't dare to lie at this critical juncture. Everyone turned to look at He Yuanyue in the wheelchair. What they saw was He Yuanyue's bitter smile. Was this a tacit agreement? That was the truth. This kid was actually the successor of the old principal? What kind of fate was this? It was too much of a stroke of good fortune. Outside the venue, Lu Jianxing and the rest who were in charge of security were also dumbfounded. No wonder young Master Zhuo is so powerful. He's the successor of the old principal. No wonder Principal Li didn't let us tell anyone. I understand now. What else is there to understand? On the rostrum, Li Changjiang was also speechless. Your bug-like skill. I did everything I could to help you hide it, afraid that it would be disadvantageous to you if others knew about it. In the end, you advertised yourself in front of tens of thousands of people. What the hell is this? The shadow in Principal Li's heart was enough to cover the entire continent. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, whether it's life, love, or anything else, you can come and find me. It's fate that brought us together today. We'll be a family from now on. I'll definitely do my best to tell you everything I know. Yes, I have to emphasize something here. Regarding the cost, I was too embarrassed to mention it, but fortune-telling is also known as fortune-telling. Giving it to you for free is like giving your life away. It's not a good idea. So, if you come and find me for anything, we'll just charge based on your family's situation. No credit. That's not good for either of us. Everyone understands, right? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was not red, nor was he out of breath. He was calm and composed as he spoke frankly with assurance. Actually, everyone can see that I'm a person with extraordinary talent. I'm a responsible person. I even know how to read faces. On the rostrum, Li Changjiang turned off Zhou Xiaoduo's microphone and said loudly into his own microphone, "Next, we'll proceed to the third segment. Students, please come up to the stage to receive your prize." It was a pity that he turned off the microphone too late. Most of the audience had already believed him. In Phoenix City, no one dared to use He Yuanyue's name as a joke, especially under the premise that He Yuanyue herself was present at the scene. It seemed that this was Xiaoduo's real ability. In Uniways, many were already planning started making plans. Perhaps they were just to seek to give them a look, or even to seek help them feel at ease. If they wanted to ask for good or ill luck, the old principal would naturally be their first choice. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to look for the old principal. The old principal's body was very weak. If they were to disturb her seeking for peace of mind, the people from Second High would definitely beat them to death. However, it was different to look for this Wuxiao duo. He said that they could look for him as long as they paid him. Well, this matter could be settled. It just so happens that I haven't been feeling too good recently. Amidst the passionate music, Wuxiao duo Long Yuxing and the others received their prizes. Thanks to Wuxiao duo Long Yuxing and the other 4 received a scholarship of 5,000 star dollars each. This result made Wuxiao duo very envious. These kids actually received more than me combined. And it's so much more. Wuxiao duo was very worried. Long Yuxing and the others are still kids. Will they be safe with so much money? Will they spend it recklessly? Will they learn bad things? Master Zhou thought for a long time. He felt that this money was the most reassuring in his own hands. However, they probably wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? It seemed that he had to come up with a good idea. After the competition, the school held a banquet and invited all the parents who were present. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were naturally the first guests of honor. As for Zhou Xiaoyan, she excused herself by saying that she had something to do. During the banquet, Li Changjiang apologized again and again. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding were very happy and gratified. They didn't care about these things and just laughed it off. Wuxiao duo and the others didn't receive such treatment at the banquet. They were all brought back by Qin Fangyang and trained for the whole morning. Then they practiced together. The Wuxiao duo card cheat device came into play again. The 5 of them benefited at the same time. However, what surprised Qin Fangyang was that the one who improved the most was Li Chenglong. One had to know that Li Chenglong had shown a momentum of improvement over the past few days. In yesterday's sparring session, Li Chenglong had almost defeated Li Zhangming. This situation made Li Changming and the others nervous. They practiced even harder. In the afternoon, Wuxiao duo followed Qin Fangyang to He Yuanyue's office as usual. As soon as they entered, they saw He Yuanyue's bitter face. "You little monkey." Seeing how miserable his beloved was, Qin Fangyang naturally slapped the back of Wuxiao's head without saying a word. "Who asked you to mess around?" Wuxiao duo, who knew the truth behind Qin Fangyang's actions, was speechless. "Teacher Qin has been slapping me recently, and it's getting easier and easier for him." During today's practice of hidden weapons, Sister Lan started to fight back. As long as Wuxiao's hidden weapons were not fast enough or accurate enough, he would be beaten until he couldn't get up. He Yuanyue had set up the aura observation technique very strictly for the last lesson before school ended. Even though Wuxiao duo could remember everything he saw and heard, his comprehension ability had not reached the level of knowing everything just by listening. In the end, Sister Lan attacked again. She called it mind cleansing. Sister Lan's mind cleansing was simple and crude. She created a big basin of ice and sealed Wuxiao's cultivation. If he was slow in understanding, he would be pressed into the basin to wake up. When school was over, the old principal asked Wuxiao duo to use the aura observation technique to check the weather of the trees in Second High. "Oh God, oh Earth, I've only learned it for 2 days. Help." Wuxiao duo wailed in his heart. In the end, he couldn't see anything. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see anything. Wuxiao duo could only see one thing: green and full of vitality. However, this thought was met with a harsh reprimand from Sister Lan. "How dare you say something that even an ordinary person can tell?" When Wuxiao duo was dragged out by Qin Fangyang, Long Yuxing and the others felt as if they had eaten ice cream on a hot day. It was so comfortable. Now Wuxiao duo was a huge swollen ball. He was twice as miserable as Li Chenglong. Seeing Wuxiao duo come out swollen like a rubber ball, Long Yuxing and the others beamed with joy and surrounded him. "Teacher Qin, who is this person? He's so round and chubby. It's quite pleasant. This is the real swollen ball." Oh. The few of them laughed like geese. Wuxiao duo was weak and his eyes were fierce. "Just you wait. We'll meet again. See you in the martial arts world." "TSK meet what? Even if we don't wait, do you think you won't beat us up tomorrow? In life, the most important thing is to have fun." Wan Lixio wrinkled her nose. "We're already like this. Do you think we'll be afraid of you?" As she spoke, she stretched out her foot and kicked Wuxiao's swollen shoulder. "It's so swollen here." "Ouch, okay. Just you wait." Wuxiao duo was extremely sad and angry. Today, a dragon in the shallows would be teased by shrimps. A tiger in the plains would be bullied by dogs. Master Zhou would remember this. When Wuxiao duo returned to the classroom to heal his injuries, Long Yuxing and the others had already left. Wuxiao duo returned home unhappily. Another expected and reasonable battle was waiting for him in full battle array. Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhou Xiaoyan were all there, waiting for Zhou Xiaoduo to come home. After a round of miserable mixed doubles and a trio's accompaniment, the two of them went on for a while. Yes, a combined beating. It was on as scheduled. Although Zhou Xiaoduo knew that he was in the wrong, he still cried out miserably and pretended to be beaten to death to get through it. After the beating, it was time to call it a day. I beat you up because of the embarrassment you caused today. This is something that must be done. But after the beating, it's over. Next, we'll celebrate for you and praise you. Zhou Zhonglu was all smiles as he slapped the table. Someone serve the dishes. Yes, sir. Wu Yuding and Zhou Xiaoyan answered in unison, fully demonstrating Zhou Changlu's superior position as the head of the family. The mother and daughter duo brought out the dishes from the kitchen one by one like ants moving house. There was a dazzling array of dishes that filled the big round table. After this table, there's another table in the kitchen, Wu Yuding said. Awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo was about to eat. Wait. Zhou Changlu slapped the table again. Serve the wine. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. What? Cough. Zhou Changlu immediately stood up. I'll get it myself. Zhou Changlu's momentum was gone. He was cool for less than 2 minutes. I'm not accepting the award for you or skipping a grade for you. I'm just proud of your responsibility today and the bow you gave to your parents in front of everyone. Zhou Changlu sighed. Son, you've grown up. What I'm most proud of today is that my son has grown into a man who can stand up to the sky and face the wind and rain head-on. This is the most worthy thing for our family to celebrate. Come, son, pour the wine and have a toast with me. Wu Yuding smiled as she poured wine and served food to the father and son. Her face was full of happiness and pride. She even asked Zhou Xiaoyan, "Is my son handsome today?" Handsome. Zhou Xiaoyan giggled, her eyes sparkling. Thinking of Zhou Xiaoduo's silent and desperate actions for her, the countdown in the diary, and the messy little words at the end, Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel moved. Dog. That's great. Dear friends, I'm going to have a heat stroke. I'm sweating all over. So please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. In the afternoon, the leader will update. Chapter 117. In the evening, Zhou Xiaoduo followed Zhou Xiaoyan to practice as usual, but this time they went to a place a little further away. I'll be on duty in Wuxia town today. I'll practice hidden weapons with you in the middle of the night. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. This was a mission that only advanced warriors could perform. He was getting to know it in advance. Well, you're on duty here? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the hillside in the middle of nowhere, confused. There was no one in this place. What was there to be on duty? There's someone in the nearby town. I suspect he's from the Umno Alliance. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the lights in the distance and said, Tonight, my master will go and test him again to see if he can confirm it. And this is the only way for them to fight. If there's really a problem, my master will lead that person here to fight. Do you understand now? The reason why I said this is the place to be on duty is because there's no one here. The fight between warriors is too harmful to ordinary people. Zhou Xiaoyan said, There's an unwritten rule in the current warrior world. Whether it's the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls, we should try our best to avoid ordinary people when fighting. This is a kind of bottom line. Last time, when Teacher Qin and Headmaster Li were attacked in the downtown area, it was already considered a bottom-line incident. That's why it became so serious. Zhou Xiaoyan said, Xiaoduo, when you go out for missions in the future, it's inevitable that you'll have to fight with people. You must try your best to avoid hurting ordinary people. Because warriors, whether it's on our side or the Umno Alliance's side, most of their parents and families are still ordinary people. This is the bottom line that we have to protect together. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. You practice your hidden weapons first. I'll go to the side and watch. Zhou Xiaoyan dodged. Zhou Xiaoduo continued to cultivate according to the plan. In less than 5 minutes, he was exhausted. He then used the Jade of Astral Souls to quickly recover. Without waiting for Zhou Xiaoyan to come over, he started again. I can't have a masseuse by my side all the time in the future. I have to get used to it and heal myself in the shortest time possible to recover my condition. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and the world was silent. It seems that we are free tonight. Zhou Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to ask Zhou Xiaoduo to leave. Wait. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and looked into the distance. Using the faint starlight, he looked at the village that was completely covered in darkness. He used the aura-gazing technique that Yuanyue taught him and looked over. Vaguely, an indescribable aura was rapidly gathering. There was a faint black aura around it. An ominous aura was rising, surging, and brewing. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that something is going to happen today. Zhou Xiaoduo looked in that direction and said solemnly. The indescribable aura was rapidly surging and taking shape. It's starting. Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she heard an explosion in the distance. Then there was the sound of fighting. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose like a mushroom cloud. In the dust, two figures, one white and one green, were fighting fiercely like dragons circling each other. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. Following that, the two of them quickly rushed towards Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoduo. Damn it. Zhou Xiaoyan slowly pulled out her short sword and leaned behind a tree. Her pretty face was solemn and cold. I'd well. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo had cleverly hidden behind another tree opposite to Zhou Xiaoyan's direction. He kept making a hole in the bark of the target tree and stuffed himself into it. Then he made another hole on the left, right, and back to ensure that he could see the movements in all directions and react in time. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished the arrangement, he still felt that it wasn't appropriate enough. He got some mud from the ground and cleaned up the small hole. He then used the bark that he had shaved off earlier to cover his face and body. Only then did he stop moving and hold his breath. He became one with the big tree as if he didn't exist. What I'm about to see is a real battle between masters. There won't be many opportunities to watch this kind of battle. I have to be careful. In order to be safe, he held a few small gourds tightly in his palm. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe. He put the small gourds in his left hand and held the dragon blood-flying dagger in his right hand. Don't think that I'm as timid as a mouse, trembling with fear. Perhaps the outcome of this battle will depend on me. But at this moment I have to cheer for Master Mu spiritually. The battle in the sky was like thunder and lightning. It moved horizontally all the way and in a moment it had come close. Mu Yanyan's clothes were as white as snow. Her long sword was unstoppable, like a flash of lightning across the sky. With an overwhelming advantage, she drove the opponent all the way away from the densely populated area of the village and rushed to the remote forest. The light of the long sword was dense and intertwined into a dense net in the air. The opponent was a middle-aged man in gray. He tried his best to resist and retreated quickly. At the same time he shouted, "Master Mu, I'm really not a member of the Umno Alliance. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Mu Yanyan's pretty face was as cold as snow. "Qin Yuding, if I wasn't sure, do you think I would attack you?" "Evidence? What evidence do you have?" Mu Yanyan sneered. "I've been observing you for 9 days. I just want to ask you one thing. Where did the wound on your left shoulder come from?" "It's the wound you got when you were trying to kill Qin Fangyang that afternoon, right? And the man who came to you this afternoon has been captured by me." Mu Yanyan's momentum was like a rainbow. "Qin Yuding, surrender yourself honestly and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise no one can save you." Qin Yuding said, "This is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding." Mu Yanyan stopped talking, but the movement of the long sword was getting closer and closer. Gradually, it formed a complete light curtain. Qin Yuding, who was inside it, was more and more unable to resist. His cultivation was lower than Mu Yanyan's. Under the opponent's tyrannical attack, it was almost difficult for him to breathe. With a loud bang, Qin Yuding staggered and fell out in the air. In an instant he had gone to the top of the hill. Qin Yuding's mouth overflowed with blood. Under the light of the sword, he looked as miserable as a ghost. "Mu Yanyan, why do you have to push me so far?" Qin Yuding shouted to the sky. "If I, Qin Yuding, fight with my life, even you, Mu Yanyan, may not be able to escape unscathed. Why not leave a way out? We'll meet again in the future." "I never thought that I could escape unscathed. You won't have a future. You can't escape today." Mu Yanyan's pretty face was cold. The spy of the Umno Alliance has actually reached the level of nascent soul. "Qin Yuding, you really hid well." Qin Yuding looked up to the sky and roared. A white light suddenly lit up. It was a sword light, which rushed out with the speed of thunder and lightning. Mu Yanyan stood in the air. Her slim figure stood upright in the air. She clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands and chopped at the sword light without dodging. It was a head-on collision. It was an extreme confrontation without any tricks. With another bang, Qin Yuding fell down like a kite with a broken string. All the trees around him bent down neatly in all directions. Countless small trees even rolled up directly from the ground and flew out in disorder. Mu Yanyan's delicate body shook in the air and retreated 3 feet. Then she jumped down again and chased after him. At this time, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. 2 lights, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly appeared from the sky and attacked Mu Yanyan together. Mu Yanyan let out a clear cry. Her delicate body spun rapidly in the air and the fan-like sword light sprinkled out. With 2 clangs, the 3 people floated away in 3 directions. "I've been waiting for you." The long sword in Mu Yanyan's hand shook slightly and her feet suddenly moved. Looking from Zhou Xiaoduo's position, he saw that when Mu Yanyan took a step, starlight suddenly flashed. It seemed that all the starlight in the sky had gathered under Mu Yanyan's feet. She was like walking in the starry sky, shining brilliantly. Mu Yanyan's whole body moved with the starlight. Like the starlight flashing, she moved at a high speed. With 1 person and 1 sword, she killed the 2 enemies in a hurry and they fell to the ground. It turns out that this is the correct way to use the starry sky steps. It's so exquisite. Zhou Xiaoduo was beaming with joy as he watched. At this time, another sword light rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. It was Qin Yuding, who had been seriously injured, struggling to use his sword. He was very clear that if his 2 companions couldn't kill Mu Yanyan with his current injury, even if he took the opportunity to escape, he couldn't escape far. Sooner or later he would fall into Mu Yanyan's hands. Instead of this, it was better to fight with all his strength when the reinforcements came. Therefore the 4 nascent soul masters fought fiercely in the air. The strong wind brought by the sword qi, the palm wind, and the fist force blew the trees on the left side of the hillside and made them bend down. Mu Yanyan's sword light flashed with unprecedented power. The whole sky had no other color. It was all reflected by the sword light in her hand and the starlight under her feet. Her slim body waved her sword in the night sky, but it seemed to light up the whole night sky. With only 1 person and 1 sword, she suppressed the 3 masters of the enemy and gained the overall advantage. At this time, the other 2 enemies couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This Qin Yuding, he really tricked them. In the past, they reported that Mu Yanyan was only at the high stage of nascent soul. Although she was tyrannical, they could defeat her with the help of 3 nascent soul masters. But now it seemed that her strength was limited to this. They were going to be fucking tricked by Qin Yuding. In terms of the combat power shown by Mu Yanyan, she was at least at the peak of nascent soul. And it was not the ordinary peak, but the kind that had crossed half a step into the peak of nascent soul. How could they fight? Such a gap had already appeared, the suppression of the realm. In the current situation, not only could the 3 of them not kill Mu Yanyan and save Qin Yuding, but even the 2 of them would be trapped. It's really bad luck. Chapter 118. The 3 of them roared again and again, trying their best to attack. However, their eyes flickered. They were just attacking instead of defending, hoping to temporarily break through Mu Yanyan's dense sword light and escape. If there was a gap, the 3 of them could scatter and escape. The first and the second one might not be able to escape Mu Yanyan's pursuit, but there was still some hope for the third one. As for who the third one would be, it could only depend on luck. It was the textbook interpretation that was most suitable for this moment. When one side's morale was destroyed, the other side's power naturally increased. Mu Yanyan became braver as she fought. Her white shadow flashed and the starlight shone. The sword light was like a dragon soaring in the sky. Endless light rain fell, forcing the 3 opponents to become more and more flustered. It turns out that Master Mu is so strong. Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in a breath of cold air. Looks like it's not as easy as just waving her hand for me to bungee jump. I can't say anything bad about her in the future. She might really hear it. Zhou Xiaoyan stood quietly under the tree with a dagger in his hand, ready to strike. At this moment, her whole body's aura had been hidden, and her star-like eyes were closely watching the battle in the sky. Now that Mu Yanyan had the upper hand, she naturally didn't need to fight. She had to be so vigilant in case of accidents. Mu Yanyan's sword was faster than the previous one, and gradually turned the advantage into victory. She only needed to wait for the victory to expand again and completely overwhelm the opponents, and then it would become a complete victory. The so-called overwhelming victory referred to that Mu Yanyan didn't need to pay any price to win and kill all 3 of the opponents in one fell swoop. What Mu Yanyan had to do now was to try her best to squeeze the opponent's strength while trying to avoid being hurt. As far as the current situation was concerned, she had absolute confidence. None of the 3 of them would be able to escape. The 3 people in the air had been in a flurry and panicked. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. The most terrible thing was that they were shocked to find that with Mu Yanyan's sword net layer by layer, They were even losing the chance to self-explode. At the moment when they realized this, the three of them let out a long roar. Mu Yanyan's face turned cold, and suddenly increased her strength by 30%. You have helpers? Soul-stealing sword. The sword light, which was already extremely brilliant, once again soared. Amidst the sword rain that filled the sky, 3 sword lights shot out with unparalleled momentum. The 3 of them had no room to dodge at all. They were struck in the chest at the same time. They screamed and retreated, blood spurting out. Mu Yanyan's pretty face remained unchanged, and the sword light filled the sky again. She wanted to use the least amount of effort to take down the 3 of them, but the 3 of them had given her a warning. It was obvious that there were other Umno Alliance members hiding nearby. In order to avoid any more changes, she had to end the battle quickly. Amidst the rain of swords, another 3 beams of sword light shot out. One of the 3 was hit in the forehead and immediately fell down with a scream. The other was hit in the chest and was also seriously injured. Qin Yuding was not much better. He was hit in the abdomen and his dantian was penetrated. His whole body fell down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he violently vomited blood, which splattered across the sky. At this moment, a black shadow silently appeared in the air. The black shadow was shrouded in a black cloak, like a huge bat spreading its wings. With a flick of its long sleeves, it confronted Mu Yanyan's sword light head-on. With a loud bang, the 2 of them retreated at the same time. Immediately afterward, endless black haze suddenly filled the air, and instantly covered the whole world. A long cry sounded, "Go!" The black shadow shook its cloak, rushed up, and strongly entangled Mu Yanyan. The cultivation displayed by this black shadow was not inferior to Mu Yanyan's at all. The 3 of them who fell to the dust staggered. They were all seriously injured after being hit by 2 swords. They lost at least 70% of their lives, but they finally got rid of Mu Yanyan's death pursuit for the time being. They struggled to stand up, completely ignoring the blood flowing from their bodies, and staggered down the hillside. However, the 3 of them had just taken a few steps when they suddenly felt an overwhelming cold air. On the ground of the hillside, a layer of white frost appeared out of thin air. It should be known that it was summer now. This kind of change was no different from frost in June. How could the 3 of them not know that there was another enemy attack? They trembled at the same time, and then they saw a sword light coming from behind a tree like a flash of lightning. In a blink of an eye, the sword light was divided into 3 and attacked the 3 of them at the same time. The person's sword light was fierce, but it gave people the feeling that it was more like a fairy in heaven suddenly descending. Every move was ethereal and extraordinary. Spiritual thought goddess. The 3 of them exclaimed at the same time. According to the information collected by the Umno Alliance, this spiritual thought goddess was Mu Yanyan's disciple. She was so talented that she could be called a peerless genius. As long as she made a move, any move as long as it was used by her, it would add a bit of ethereal fairy aura out of thin air, which was a wonder. However, there was a legend in the cultivation world that anyone with such temperament was very likely to be a powerful person or the reincarnation of an ancient fairy. Therefore, this spiritual thought goddess had always been one of the important targets that the Umno Alliance wanted to target. Her priority was even higher than Mu Yanyan. It was just that they had never confirmed her true identity. And this legendary figure, when the 3 of them were at the end of the road, they actually met her. Seeing that they were about to die again, the 3 of them moved at the same time. They rolled together but they moved separately. They also mobilized all the remaining pneuma in their bodies. This was the last pneuma used to save their lives. Once this pneuma was leaked, their lives would most likely be in danger. But if they didn't use it now, they would probably be beheaded by the spiritual thought goddess. The 3 of them naturally knew which was more important. Bang bang bang. The 3 sword lights fiercely collided with the 3 people's weapons, making a harsh roar. In the surrounding tens of feet, the grass neatly fell in all directions. After a few muffled groans, the 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were shocked. This spiritual thought goddess was actually so terrifying. According to the legend, the spiritual thought goddess had not broken through to the elixir realm. The 3 of them were in the nascent soul realm. Although they were seriously injured and dying, they were definitely not comparable to an ordinary elixir realm cultivator. And this spiritual thought goddess could actually fight against the 3 of them and make them spit out blood at the same time. This kind of cultivation was simply incredible. Let's fight for our lives. Qin Yuding roared loudly, looking very tragic. Determination flashed in the eyes of the other 2 at the same time, attacking at the same time without any regard for their own safety. Once the 3 of them fought for their lives at the same time, Zhu Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel the pressure on her side increase dramatically. Although she was a rare genius who had reached an extremely high realm at a young age and could be said to be one of a kind among her peers, she was still only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm, half a step to the primordial elixir realm. She was a full 2 realms away from the nascent soul realm. Although her opponents were seriously injured and dying, with less than 100% of their strength left, the 3 of them joined forces and fought back fiercely. It was still beyond the limit of what Zhu Xiaoyan could handle. While Zhu Xiaoyan tried her best to resist, she started to move around. Although it was impossible to fight head-on, the 3 of them were already spent. Until the last moment, when the 3 of them were exhausted, the situation of the battle would change again and there would be no turning back. It was unknown when a long ribbon appeared in Zhu Xiaoyan's hand. She used it to increase the distance between the 3 of them. Using softness to change the strength, she eliminated the momentum. She walked, stuck, and unloaded the moves that changed the strength of the 3 of them to dissipate the strength that they had left. The 3 of them were injured in many places and it was difficult for them to walk. One of them had even injured his Dantian Qi. Blood was flowing out like a stream. Almost every moment, a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to last long. Zhu Xiaoyan didn't relax at all from the beginning to the end. She attacked with killing moves and didn't give them any chance to breathe, let alone the time to bandage their wounds. The 3 of them gradually exhausted their last bit of vital qi. They kept using bad moves and were getting more and more embarrassed. It seemed that they were completely out of energy and were about to run out of energy. In the air, the man in black saw this from afar. He couldn't help but be angry. He shouted strangely, "Little bitch, you've ruined my plans." With a shake of his hand, 3 streaks of black light flew out rapidly. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes and ears were alert. When she saw the black light shooting towards her, she hurriedly dodged. Originally, there was quite a distance between them, and even though the black-clothed man's strength was far superior to Zhu Xiaoyan's, and the black light was fast, Zhu Xiaoyan still had plenty of room to dodge. But just as Zhu Xiaoyan dodged to the side, thinking that the black light would attack again, he saw the black light turn around and shoot at him again, like a shadow following him. This time the distance was close, and with the sudden change, Zhu Xiaoyan had no time to dodge and was forced to use his dagger to block. Immediately the dagger buzzed and his face turned pale. The opponent's cultivation was too high. With just one attack, Zhu Xiaoyan was already having a hard time dealing with it. However, after the black light and the short sword collided, the black light was deflected. It circled in the air again and collided with each other in the air. Unexpectedly, it turned around and flew back again. Zhu Xiaoyan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What kind of hidden weapon was this? How could it be so powerful? The 3 people couldn't hold on any longer. They all collapsed on the ground and panted. They hurriedly treated their wounds. This time they were really exhausted. High in the sky the clouds were surging. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand up. Qin Yuding leaned against a tree. He looked exhausted. He hurriedly took out a strip of cloth to bandage his wounds. It affected his internal organs. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He only felt that his internal organs were burning. He almost fainted on the spot. But at this moment, how could he faint? He struggled to unwrap the cloth. At the same time, he trembled and opened the pill bottle. When he was about to take the pill, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. A cold weapon had been stabbed into his back. Qin Yuding only felt that the little bit of strength left in his body was sucked away by a black hole. He immediately let out a scream. The other 2 people were not far away from him. At this moment they were struggling to treat their wounds. They saw Qin Yuding, who was leaning against the tree, suddenly scream and his body suddenly straightened up. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground without making a sound. He was dead. Both of them were experienced cultivators. How could they not understand the difference between a living person and a dead person? He was alive just a moment ago. How could he suddenly die? Seeing this, both of them were shocked. Could it be that his injuries were too serious and he suddenly broke out? Chapter 119. If not, could it be that the enemy had other people lying in ambush? But there were no other enemies around. One of them struggled to move his body, took a few steps towards this side, and looked behind him cautiously. The spiritual perception goddess was being restrained by the boss's black light. Now, 3 black lights had fallen and were circling around. It was impossible for her to rush over in a short time. After confirming the situation, The man looked down at Chen Yuding with relief. However, at this time, a red light suddenly rushed out of the tree in front of him and stabbed into the man's forehead. It was a pity that although the red light penetrated the bone, the injury was not fatal. It was probably because the strength of the person who made the move was not strong enough to break through the vitality protection of the nascent soul cultivator, even if he was already at the end of his rope. However, the eyes of the person who was hit suddenly bulged, showing an extremely shocked look. Because he clearly felt it. As the red light pierced into his forehead, the injury was not high, and it was just breaking the skin and entering the flesh, but his remaining strength was actually absorbed by the red light in an instant. He stared and only had time to say one word. South. Then he collapsed with a loud bang and breathed his last. Seeing this scene, the third person was almost scared out of his wits and he was horrified to death. Two of his companions died silently, and there must be an ambush nearby. He was about to stand up and run away, but unfortunately, the Zhuxiaonian on the other side shouted, and 3 black lights flew out in 3 directions. The Zhuxiaonian flew over with her sword, and the short sword flew out of her hand, nailing the last person to the ground. Mu Yanyan was trying her best to contain the gray-robed man in the sky, and she had no time to care about the battle below. She glanced at the scene of the Zhuxiaonian killing a person with her flying sword, and she was very satisfied. Ha 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 ha. The gray-robed man laughed. You are indeed the spiritual perception goddess. You are only a half-step primordial core cultivator, but you can break my 3-star chain attack. You are really amazing. Then he blasted out 3 more palms in a row and said lightly, Mu Yanyan, do you still want to fight? Mu Yanyan stepped back in the air. Her white sleeves flicked to dissolve the 3 consecutive palms. She also said lightly, if you want to continue, I will be happy to accompany you. But, can the Umno Alliance afford such a loss? The gray-robed man laughed. Is your Kunlun Dao sect able to afford such a loss? Amidst his loud laughter, the black cloak behind him fluttered once again. His entire body soared into the sky like a large bat and sped away. Mu Yanyan shouted from behind, although I know you won't say it, I still have to ask. Do you dare to leave your name? The gray-robed man only left behind a string of long laughter, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Mu Yanyan floated down and confirmed the surroundings. She couldn't help but gasp. No wonder that person left. It turned out that the 3 of them were already dead. With no one alive, the hidden danger was gone. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. It seems that this person's cultivation is above mine. Mu Yanyan's heart shook. She was only able to confirm that one of them had died and thought that the other 2 had escaped. It turned out that all 3 of them had died here. How did these 2 people die? Mu Yanyan looked at the 2 people under the tree and was very surprised. One was stabbed in the back and the other in the forehead. Neither of them were fatal wounds. I was hiding in the tree hole. Zhuxiao Duo trembled as he walked out. Then they leaned against the tree trunk. I directly attacked from the tree. I didn't expect them to die. Mu Yanyan heard this and felt that she understood. Previously, these 3 people had already been severely injured by her and were not far from death. In addition, Zhuxiaonian's strong surprise attack had consumed the remaining primordial chi of the 3 people, and their injuries were even more serious. At this moment they were stabbed by Zhuxiao Duo. Even if their injuries were not fatal, they were still very serious. It was not surprising that these 2 people's injuries were even more serious. It was not surprising that they died. On the contrary, the person who was killed by Zhuxiaonian should be the one with the lighter injuries among the 3, which was why he needed Zhuxiaonian to kill him. Xiao Duo did a good job. Mu Yanyan praised. In the face of strong people who are far stronger than you, you still dare to attack. This courage is already better than others. Really good. Zhuxiao Duo said obediently, it's all thanks to Miss Mu's good teaching. Mu Yanyan's face darkened. I didn't teach you how to kick the crotch. Zhuxiao Duo said dryly, Miss Mu. Actually, there were too many people on that day and I was outnumbered. Under the premise that I was not strong enough, I could only use the most effective way to attack other places. It was difficult to have an immediate effect and I was not strong enough. Mu Yanyan's heart suddenly softened. She touched Zhuxiao's head and said, don't do that in the future. It's too embarrassing. I definitely won't do it in the future. Zhuxiao Duo said seriously, if they were to fight me one-on-one, I would be able to play them to death just by using the starry sky steps. Why would I need to use such an underhanded method? I also know it's embarrassing, but I had to do it. Mu Yanyan felt gratified when she heard that. She sighed that this kid was still a good kid who knew what was right and what was not. You can go back. Mu Yanyan said, I have to go back and hand in the task. Nian, find me tomorrow to get your reward. Zhu Xiaoyan's face was still a little pale. She said, yes, master. Mu Yanyan waved her hand, and a bottle of elixirs fell into Zhu Xiaoyan's hand. She said, the black-clothed man's 3 stars chain attack was special and powerful. You should be proud that you could escape unscathed. Take care of yourself later. She picked up the 3 corpses and flew away. Zhu Xiaoyan took a breath. When she was about to pull Zhu Xiaoduo back, she saw that Zhu Xiaoduo's face was strange. What's wrong? No, nothing. Let's go. After Mu Yanyan left with the corpses, she found that the weight of the 3 corpses was not right. Why were they so light? The kid just now seemed to be hiding something. Next time I see him, I must not be fooled by his cleverness. I will beat him up first. This little bastard was obviously hiding something in his words. He said that he was outnumbered, so he could only use this most effective way to attack. This sentence sounded fine, but when she thought about it carefully, it was still nonsense. Didn't he mean that in the future, when he encountered a situation that he could not deal with, he would still use this most effective way to attack? Thinking of this, Mu Yanyan was furious. She was fooled by this little bastard on the spot. She sent the corpses all the way to S.H.I.E.L.D. Jiang Zhangbin came out to see the corpses, and several masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. also gathered together. This is not right. Ms. Mu. They frowned together. What's wrong? You have killed these 2 for several days, right? Jiang Zhangbin pointed to Chen Yuding's corpses. Their bones are a little soft. I just killed them. Mu Yanyan's heart skipped a beat. When she looked down, she saw that the 2 corpses were indeed loose. Their muscles had lost their elasticity and even their bones were a little loose. Some joints even began to rot and break. What's going on? Mu Yanyan was puzzled. This is not right. They don't look like they were just killed. One of the masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. pointed to the fingers of Chen Yuding and another master of No Alliance. This is clearly... Cough cough. Jiang Zhangbin glanced at him and laughed heartily. Ms. Mu, you have worked hard to eradicate 3 enemy spies in one fell swoop. Thank you for your hard work. Take out the reward. Jiang Zhangbin ordered. Mu Yanyan was still full of doubts until she left. She couldn't figure it out. They had just died. How could they become like that? It was as if they had been sucked dry by some insidious method. But how could this be? She had been fighting with them just now and had seriously injured 3 of them. Then she was killed by Xiaoduo with 1 strike. Little Duo, that child, was the most honest and honest. Furthermore, he had never cultivated any sinister techniques before. I can absolutely guarantee this. If that was the case, then this matter was truly strange. Her mind was full of this matter, and she didn't notice what the other master of S.H.I.E.L.D. said at all. Stupid. After Mu Yanyan left, Jiang Zhangbin said angrily, don't you know the rules? In the cultivation world, the spoils belong to whoever has them. Not to mention the fact that Teacher Mu had left us a ring. Are you still not satisfied? Do we have to give it all to you? Greedy. The master of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that there is information in it. Now we lack the information in our hands. Information? What's the use of Ms. Mu keeping that stuff? She won't want it even if you give it to her for free. Won't she give it to us? Jiang Zhangbin was exasperated. You people are too short-sighted. Your eyes only see the storage ring. Can't you see anything else? Don't you think about it? Our duty is to protect the millions of people in Phoenix City. It's not to get rich. Fortunately, I stopped you just now. Otherwise, if this matter really spread out, who would be willing to work for us? Oh, they fought so hard to annihilate the Wizard Alliance's deployment, and they still have to hand over all the spoils of war to your star shield? Only tens of thousands of yuan as a reward? Do you think others are fools? Jiang Zhangbin sighed. Be more flexible in the future. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. You killed 3 nascent soul masters at once. This is a big contribution. Jiang Zhangbin instructed. Hurry up and call your superiors and report your achievements. Are you all stupid? With the help of Ms. Mu of the Kunlun Taoist sect, S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully killed 3 nascent soul masters of the No Alliance. One of them is Chen Yuding, a spy from the 7 Kills sect. The other 2 are being investigated to confirm their identities. Director General, this is not our. Are you an idiot? Jiang Zhangbin was surprised and looked at the man as if he was an idiot. Now I finally know why you're still a small secretary even though you're over 80. You can fucking marry an old virgin because you don't fucking know how to. Everyone. This fatty Jiang was really ruthless when it came to scolding people. Jiang said that she had recovered. She was happy, so she asked for monthly votes and subscriptions. Add to the chaos, old brother, quickly come to the group. Chapter 120. Zhuxiaoyan and her brother quietly returned home. Don't worry, follow me. Zhuxiaoyan was about to go back to her room to rest, but Zhuxiaoduo took her hand and pulled her sneakily into his room. Zhuxiaoyan struggled for a while and then followed Zhuxiaoduo into the room. In the master bedroom, Doggy pulled the cat in again. Sai, don't worry about it. With little Duo's current cultivation. What do you mean? What if Nian doesn't resist? It's not that I'm looking down on Doggy, but even if he has 10,000 guts, he won't dare. I know he won't dare, but what if Nian takes the initiative? No way? That's hard to say. Can't you see Nian's feelings for Xiao Duo? I can see it, but Nian won't be so reckless, right? Well, Nian knows what's important. Maybe I'm thinking too much. What's the matter? Zhuxiaoyan was a little surprised by Xiao Duo's sneakiness. Her internal organs were severely shaken when she fought against the dark light hidden weapon. Although she didn't suffer any internal injuries, she still needed to recuperate. Heal yourself first. I'll tell you after you're healed. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Zhuxiaoduo winked, looking pleased with himself. 15 minutes later, Zhuxiaoyan let out a long sigh. After 3 elixirs, 4 jade of astral souls turned into powder. Her face regained its color, and her breath returned to normal. Okay, tell me. Look, what's this? Zhuxiaoduo sneakily took it out from his pocket. Storage ring? Do. Zhuxiaoyan exclaimed. Quiet down, you silly sister. Zhuxiaoduo chuckled. These are from the hands of the 2 people I killed. I saw that they were dead, so I took them. These are real trophies. This was really convenient. Zhuxiaoduo didn't even come out of the tree hole. Instead, he reached out his hand from the small hole he had dug and rubbed each of them. 2 rings were successfully obtained. After that, Mu Yanyan flew down from the sky, and Zhuxiaoduo came out of the tree hole. Mu Yanyan didn't suspect anything. Zhuxiaoduo didn't have the time to commit the crime. After all, not everyone would wear a high-grade item like a storage ring. Please open it and take a look. Zhuxiaoduo couldn't wait to urge, this is our private property. Halfway through, he received a supercilious look and hurriedly corrected himself. Alright, I'll try. The original owner is already dead, so the remnant psyche shouldn't be that strong. Zhuxiaoyan held it in his hand and circulated his psyche to send it out. After trying for almost an hour, he finally managed to open one of them. With a crash, a pile of messy things fell on Zhuxiaoduo's bed. A few bottles of elixirs, a pile of jade of astral souls, hundreds of thousands in cash, and a book. Breath-holding technique. The elixirs are yours, the jade of astral souls is yours, the cash is mine, and this book is both of ours. Zhuxiaoduo immediately began to divide the loot. Zhuxiaoyan checked the bottles of elixirs one by one and nodded in disappointment. These elixirs are of good quality, but they are all for nourishing the divine soul. You haven't reached the innate realm, so you don't need them at all. I'll keep them for you until you reach the innate realm. As for the jade of astral souls, there are only 200 pieces in total. I'll take these 2 pieces of high-grade ones and you can have the rest of the middle-grade ones. Zhuxiaoduo's face was as bright as a flower. He counted the points one by one and couldn't close his mouth. Ah! A man can't be rich without a windfall. A horse can't be fat without feeding at night. This is really... Hee. This money is not much. Let me see, 160,000. Alright, I'll leave you 10,000. And the remaining 150,000 is mine. Zhuxiaoyan put the $150,000 into his ring and collected the rest of the items. We can practice the breath-holding technique together. It's useful. Zhuxiaoduo, who was counting the jade of astral souls, was stunned. Both of his hands stopped moving. What did she mean? 160,000. She only gave me 10,000? What happened to dividing the loot? How could she divide it like this? I don't lack the jade of astral souls now, what I lack is money. Zhuxiaoyan continued to open another ring. The loot this time is not bad. There are many pills that you can use. These few bottles can increase cultivation, and these 2 bottles can strengthen the body. I'll take this bottle that can nourish the soul first. These jade of astral souls are quite big. I'll send it to my father's shop tomorrow. It's hard to withdraw money from these 2 people's bank cards. I'll destroy them later. You won't be able to use these 2 rings in a short time. I'll keep them for you. These jade of astral souls are all yours. This guy is so poor. He only has less than 100 pieces of astral souls jade. How dare he call himself a nascent soul cultivator? Alright, I'll take all the 450,000 in cash. You don't have much use for the money. Zhou Xiaoyan took another 450,000. I have use for it. I have a lot of use for the money. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were green with envy. He finally couldn't help but argue. A total of 610,000 dead people's money. You only gave me 10,000. This is my profit. How can you be like this? What use? Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. What do you mean I didn't buy it for you? What use do you have for the money? Even the hidden weapons were provided by me. You don't smoke or drink. What use do you have for the money? I have use for it anyway. Huff huff huff. Are you planning to keep the money to flirt with girls? Sure enough, men become bad when they have money. Dad said you're a man now, so. Zhou Xiaoyan stretched out her hand and took away the 10,000 from Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. 10,000 is too much. I'll leave you with 1,000. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her hand and put away all the money she took. She turned around and walked to the door. She looked back and said sweetly, "Good night, doggy." Zhou Xiaoduo was left stunned with a thin stack of money in his hand. I only said one sentence. And 10,000 turned into 1,000? This money depreciated too fast. Hey, you're the one who kept everything for me. He remembered Zhou Xiaoyan's catchphrase, I'll keep everything for you. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm a man. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? How did I become bad? How am I bad? Zhou Xiaoduo beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was extremely angry. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with this world? Zhou Xiaoyan left. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the closed door. His eyes were a little gloomy. A moment later, stealthily he took out the throwing knife. The throwing knife given by Uncle Nan. There was no hope for money. Let's take a look at the knife. Even though he was the only one in the room, his movements were still so careful and meticulous. For the past few days, this knife had been hidden in his arms. It was just that he didn't feel anything special when it was separated by a leather sheath. But today when he took it out, he felt that the throwing knife seemed to contain endless power when he used it slightly. Just after touching it for a moment, there were already traces of power entering his body and benefiting him. Previously, when he held the throwing knife in his hand and directly stabbed Chen Yuding in the back, this feeling was even more obvious. When the throwing knife entered Chen Yuding's body, Zhou Xiaoduo could even clearly feel that Chen Yuding, who was seriously injured, didn't have much power left in his body, but it was still considerable. And this last bit of power was absorbed by the throwing knife at the moment when it was stabbed. And this was the real reason for Chen Yuding's quick death. For a strong man in the nascent soul stage like Chen Yuding, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, even if the knife went straight into his heart, it was impossible to kill him instantly. Not to mention that Zhou Xiaoduo was only a martial master. His sneak attack could only break the skin and enter the flesh. It really couldn't hit the vital parts. But breaking the skin and entering the flesh was enough for the dragon blood flying knife. Chen Yuding, who was a nascent soul stage cultivator, didn't even have the chance to struggle and died instantly. Zhou Xiaoduo killed 2 seriously injured nascent soul stage cultivators with 2 knives. In fact, the dragon blood flying knife ate 2 mouthfuls of flesh and then turned into a huge force contained in the throwing knife. Of course, the upper limit of the capacity of the throwing knife was unknown. But for Zhou Xiaoduo, it was too much and beyond his imagination. Zhou Xiaoduo was too familiar with the good habit of, if you don't pick it up when you go out, you'll throw it away. His follow-up actions were so smooth that he could control his power to take off the space ring first. Then Mu Yanyan came down. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally put the dragon blood flying knife into the sheath. The whole set was natural and smooth without the slightest flaw. This kind of divine object couldn't be seen by others. What if they took it away? Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo now realized that the throwing knife given by Uncle Nan was not only a treasure, but also a divine weapon. After realizing this, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but be overjoyed, but he also became more cautious. Don't show off your wealth. I don't want others to know that I have a dime, let alone such a magical thing. If others know, they will definitely rob me. I've never used my own good things to test other people's bottom line. But I very much welcome others to test me with their good things. That after thinking for a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo's mood turned to melancholy. Who would try to test me with something good? There are not many good people like Uncle Nan. Lifting the dragon blood flying knife and looking at it carefully, he saw that the thin blood line inside seemed to have thickened a little. As long as he held the throwing knife in his hand, he could feel a trace of power pouring into his meridians, and it didn't affect his body at all. At the same time he could absorb the chi of heaven and earth. Each had its own way and complemented each other. Hiss. Good stuff. Super good stuff. Zhuoxiao Duo held the dragon blood flying knife in his hand and slowly ran the Flaming Sun Sutra. Suddenly he felt that the spiritual chi in his body was boiling. His whole body was like the sun, shining in all directions. The dragon blood flying knife in his hand seemed to respond to a stronger force. The abundant energy was extracted from the flying knife and slowly poured into his body. That it's so hot, so manic. This morning my wife asked me to find some fruit for her, so angry. How can a man do this? So I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the kitchen knife. My body shook and I shouted, "If you make me do this again, I will chop you up." Then I chopped up a watermelon. My manliness is off the charts, so please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. Chapter 121. Oh, as this inexplicably powerful energy surged into his meridians, Zhuoxiao Duo couldn't help but let out a strange sound. It wasn't his fault. It was simply too comfortable. No one would be able to resist it. His entire body was simply. The only analogy he could think of was, perhaps, the feeling of suddenly entering a warm pool of water when he was extremely tired. Was 100 times better. Zhuoxiao's cadence made that person moan for a minute. All the pores on his body opened up. Every cell in his body was dancing, and it was an explosive breakdance. At this moment his pupils dilated. Zhuoxiao Duo muttered to himself, his eyes blurred. Zhuoxiao Duo checked again and again, confirming that the energy surging into his meridians was mild and gentle. It could be said that it was the purest spiritual energy and didn't contain any foreign elements. It wasn't just a matter of comfort. The key was, cultivating in this state would be at least twice as efficient as cultivating normally, because this was practically an extra, something that fell from the sky. Awesome. Too awesome. Too awesome. Rolling his eyes, Zhuoxiao Duo wanted to speed up. Zhuoxiao Duo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. Using this as a support mode, he circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra. The effect was actually 3 times better than the Flaming Sun Sutra alone. Yes, 1 layer of the dragon blood flying dagger, 1 layer of the jade of astral souls, and the absorption of the Flaming Sun Sutra itself. The extreme comfort he had just experienced came once again. It was too awesome. It would be even better if it was faster. Excited, Zhuoxiao Duo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and the mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. With 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls above his head, 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his dantian, and 4 mid-grade jade of astral souls below his butt, he began to cultivate. Damn it, why is it still 3 times? Master Zhuo was somewhat dissatisfied. I added so many jade of astral souls, the efficiency should have increased. Why isn't it 5 times? 6 times? 10 times? This was simply swindling people's money and going too far. Zhuoxiao Duo angrily climbed onto the bed and lay down. His hands were spread out horizontally, with the flying dagger in his left hand and the jade of astral souls in his right. He slept while circulating the Flaming Sun Sutra. Zhuoxiao Duo learned this from Li Zhangming. Zhuo, the improvement in one's sleep is the purest. The foundation of cultivation lies in the circulation of one's qi and blood. The circulation of qi and blood during cultivation is different from the normal circulation of one's blood vessels. Sleeping time is the greatest consumption of a person's body. If one can maximize the use of sleeping time. Zhuoxiao Duo felt that Fatty's words made sense. Therefore he had to give it a try. Moreover, I'm having fun while sleeping. Not stronger than Li Zhangming? Not long after. Snore snore. Zhuoxiao Duo really fell asleep. It was a deep sleep. Early morning. Feeling refreshed, Zhuoxiao Duo rushed out of the door excitedly. Today he was going to report to the legendary martial master class. Not only Zhuoxiao Duo but Long Yuxing and the others were also excited. Moreover, they were all assigned to class 19 and were familiar with each other. Naturally, they were even more excited. Well, new martial master students who didn't enter the school according to the normal rules were usually placed in the last class. This was the usual practice. After all, it was rare for someone like Zhuoxiao Duo to reach the peak of martial master right after becoming a martial master. On the other hand, it was normal for Long Yuxing and the others to successfully break through and reach the beginner stage of martial master. The 6 of them arrived at the entrance of Martial Master Class 19 valiantly and spiritedly. This time, Qin Fangyang didn't come to send them off. Only the 6 of them came together. As far as the eye could see, the classroom door was tightly shut. Recalling what Qin Fangyang said when Zhou Xiaoduo entered the class, Long Yuxing was excited. "I'll do it." Wait. Wan Lixio didn't have time to stop him. She saw Long Yuxing rushing forward excitedly. He raised his foot and let out a strange cry. Boom, the entire door was kicked open. Teacher, student Long Yuxing reporting for duty. When the dust settled, they saw Qin Fangyang's gloomy face. The 5 people behind him were speechless. Wan Lixio couldn't bear to look at him. That day, the old principal said in front of all of us that Teacher Qin would be transferred to the martial master class and continue to teach us. We all remembered it, but Long Yuxing actually forgot. When Long Yuxing saw Qin Fangyang, he was immediately dumbfounded. Oh no. His mind, which had been muddled by excitement, finally regained its clarity. His whole body trembled as he remembered. Oh my God, I actually forgot about it. Teacher Qin. At this moment, a total of 48 people from the 19th class turned their heads and stared at the audacious brat. He actually dared to be so arrogant. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with the teacher or a provocation to us? We were having a good class. Yes, the new Teacher Qin was indeed sharp. With just a few words he was able to solve many of our problems. Everyone was intoxicated by his words and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly good. Who would have thought that the classroom door would be kicked open, greatly destroying this beautiful atmosphere? There was actually such an arrogant freshman. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Everyone looked over. Weren't these the children of the families at the commendation ceremony? No wonder he had such a personality and was so arrogant. It wasn't without reason. Holy shit, he was a genius. He still hadn't vented the anger he had suffered at home these past few days because of you. For a moment, new and old hatred welled up in everyone's hearts. They clenched their fists, ready to take action. Everyone's eyes were filled with an undisguised desire to beat someone up. Cough, cough. Qin Fangyang coughed. All 48 people turned their heads to look at Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang's face was cold as he said, "The door was kicked open by a few freshmen and the 48 of you are just going to endure it? What are you doing? Why aren't you all attacking together and teaching these bastards a lesson? Beat them to death as long as you don't really kill them." Hearing this order, the 48 people were overjoyed. It was as if the heavens had fulfilled their wishes. Teacher Qin was indeed a kind teacher. He understood what they wanted too well. Rumble. The 48 people rushed out like a surging tide and surrounded Zhou Xiaoduo's group of 6. It was like an iron bucket surrounding a mountain, impenetrable. It was unknown who shouted excitedly, but this person was so excited that his throat was dry. The 48 people attacked at the same time, going all out. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were even faster than them. Li Chenglong shouted, "This battle is inevitable." Quickly formed the cylindrical formation. Defend instead of attack, stabilize the line of defense. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, while Li Chenglong was talking, he had already made his move. He floated up with the star steps and the Dragon Gate kick appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Seeing that the opponents were outnumbered, Zhou Xiaoduo naturally used his most proficient, most powerful, and most effective attack, Dragon Gate kick. Kick in the crotch. Puff puff puff. The 3 boys had already rolled out like shrimps, holding their crotches and screaming loudly. All the students, especially the boys, felt a lingering fear. Their pupils shrank and their attacks actually slowed down a little. The effect was immediate and deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. All the boys who saw it felt a chill in their crotches, and a wave of reflex spasmed in horror. And with this delay, the cylindrical formation had already been formed. Long Yuxing and the other 4 had been oppressed by Zhou Xiaoduo's violence, and they had long been unwilling to give up. Under the leadership of Li Chenglong, they formed a set of offensive and defensive strategies, and this cylindrical formation was a small success. The 5 of them formed a circle, and they only needed to deal with the attacks in front of them, and did not need to worry about attacks from behind. Naturally, their combat power increased dramatically. Of course, such a formation would fall into a passive situation, but in the face of a large number of attackers, its response could be considered to be moderate. Qin Fangyang was so angry that his hair stood up. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you bastard! You little punk! Don't kick in the crotch!" "Why not? Why not? It's too unfair." Although Zhou Xiaoduo's brazen attacks were successful, He had no time to retreat to the cylindrical formation. He was facing the joint attack of 4 or 5 martial arts students. There were boys and girls on the opposite side and their attacks were like a storm. Zuoxiao Duo blocked in a flurry and shouted, "There are so many people here and you're not allowed to kick my crotch." As he shouted, he tilted his butt, and his legs suddenly exerted force, and coincidentally clamped someone's leg that was about to kick his crotch. "Teacher Qin, look, they kicked my crotch. I have evidence and I clamped it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Look. Zuoxiao Duo desperately dealt with the punches and kicks in front of him, but his 2 thighs did not relax. He twisted his butt, desperately blocking the attacks in front of him, and struggled to twist his neck as he shouted at Qin Fangyang. "Look, I clamped it. Look at this is solid evidence. You don't let me kick your crotch, so what if they kick my crotch? Teacher Qin, take a look." However, Qin Fangyang did not seem to see it. Coincidentally, he raised his head and did not lower it for a long time. Zuoxiao Duo suddenly felt indignant. It's not fair. It's rigged. This was a blatant shady plot. This referee was obviously invited by the other side. At this moment, his face, head, body, and buttocks had been hit more than a dozen times. However, Zuoxiao Duo, who had been through thousands of beatings, was used to this kind of attack and did not care at all. With a loud bang, he punched the guy who was clamping his thigh in the face, and then with a swing of his butt, the guy was immediately thrown out. "Since you're rigged, then Master Zuo will not be polite." With no more scruples, Zuoxiao Duo completely let go of his worries. Star Walk, Star Picking Palm Dragon Gate Kick and Star Picking Palm Dragon Gate Kick were superb. In just a few moves he had already knocked down 5 people. Then he turned around and punched a young student who was attacking Li Chenglong fiercely. Then he kicked one of the students who were attacking Wan Li Xiu. This time, the moment the kick landed, there was a miserable cry that was not inferior to the crotch. "Ouch, naninini." However, the kick landed on the back. This result made Zuoxiao's eyes light up immediately. "I seem to have discovered a new skill." In the afternoon, someone despised our subscriptions for being too low, and felt bad for the whole afternoon. "Sai, please subscribe, it's too embarrassing." Today both of them felt even better and their mood was infinitely low. Half a chapter in the afternoon, Sai. Chapter 122. At this moment, Zuoxiao Duo was enlightened. He was enlightened. That's right, the human body has more than one vital point. I was too narrow-minded before. Fine, I won't kick your crotch. I can do it elsewhere too. Master Zuo was enlightened. He was like a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. He was like a dragon, twisting and turning like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. In just an instant, 6 boys covered their buttocks and fell out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. 6 people were injured at the back at the same time. The scene was too beautiful to look at. Qin Fangyang was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. "You're not allowed to hit here." Qin Fangyang was furious. Because he couldn't say this position. There were many female students. If he, as a form teacher, shouted that word like a thunderbolt. Unfortunately, there was someone playing dumb. Zuoxiao Duo was confused. Where is this? Teacher Qin, please explain." As he spoke, another 2 boys covered their buttocks and cried out as they were kicked out. "Bastard." Qin Fangyang was furious. "If you do it again, I'll go down." Zuoxiao Duo, try it. Zuoxiao Duo was stunned. "I have to take it easy. It seems like I have to change my strategy. If the referee comes down personally, I'll be finished." Hence he began to play by the rules. At this moment, Long Yuxing's side had already been thrown to the ground and was being beaten up like a sandbag by a few boys. Yes, the cylindrical formation that Li Chenglong was in charge of was just a prototype, and strictly speaking, this formation was only meant to guard against Zuoxiao Duo, and it was the same for the other side as well. In other words, it was guarding against Zuoxiao's fast attacks. It defended from all directions and did not need to defend its own back. When facing Zuoxiao Duo, the effect was quite good. However, the weakness of this formation was also very obvious. Firstly, it couldn't move and could only defend passively. Secondly, once they encountered a large number of enemies who were not weaker than them in a one-on-one battle, it was too easy for the enemy to break through. And in the current situation, these 2 flaws were exposed at the same time. In just a moment, the cylinder formation was broken by the students of Class 19. Long Yuxing, the instigator of today's unforeseen event, naturally bore the brunt of it. Zuoxiao Duo saw him and shouted, "Mr. Zuo is here." They rushed forward like a bear. They rushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Peng, 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 peng. He flipped several people over in succession, grabbed Long Yuxing and threw him behind himself. Triangle. Long Yuxing followed behind Zhou Xiaoduo, while Wan Lixio went to the other corner. Li Zhangming followed behind her, while Yu Moyan went to the other corner with his head lowered. Li Qinglong followed behind him. Although the battle was short, the 6 people were covered in fist and footprints, but the burning light in their eyes never stopped. Li Qinglong spat out a mouthful of saliva. Fuck, so we usually beat us hard, what's the point of it? Wan Lixio, Li Qinglong, Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming all agreed. Zhou Xiaoduo on the other hand had a gloomy face. Is this a compliment, insult or scold me? Damn it. It's obvious that my training has been effective. Why do you guys look like you're complaining now? What's going on? Go. The students of the martial arts master class rushed up again, and their attacks were even stronger. Li Qinglong hid behind Yu Moyan, and while he attacked, he kept shouting orders. Don't stop moving, the most important thing in the tripartite formation is to rotate. Move your feet as you fight. Rotate the 3 corners. Yes, yes, fuck ba ba ba. Who threw sand into my mouth? Zhou Xiaoduo, who was the strongest in terms of overall strength, took on a corner all by himself. Facing the frenzied wave of attacks, he was like a cornerstone. No matter what kind of attack the other party launched, he would directly repel it back, causing the other party to suffer a crushing defeat. Long Yuxing, who was following behind him, almost didn't have a chance to attack. Long Yuxing's movement temporarily stopped at following Zhou Xiaoduo. He knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's strong attack was to give him a chance to recover. After all, he was thrown off the ground and was heavily injured, so his combat power was inevitably reduced. Seeing that there was a chance to recover, he hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He also took out a jade of astral souls to absorb energy. At this moment he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with eyes full of worship and trust. With Zhuo in front of him, even if he was surrounded, he could heal in peace, and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by attacks. No matter what kind of attack, Zhou Xiaoduo blocked it. This sense of security was not only felt by Long Yuxing, but also by Wan Lixio, Yu Moyan, Li Changming and Li Qinglong. As Zhou Xiaoduo continued to rotate and exchange opponents with other enemies, the few of them could feel the pressure on their bodies being greatly reduced. When they saw Zhou Xiaoduo fight, the silent attacks and fierce attacks made them feel more at ease. This feeling of being protected and having someone to rely on was really good. Although it was just a spar between students, they seemed to have seen the glory of going on missions together in the future, charging into enemy lines together, under the leadership of Zhou Xiaoduo. Fearless. Even though everyone was constantly being beaten up, Li Zhangming, Wan Lixio, and the others felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. After a while, Long Yuxing finally recovered more than half of his strength. He stepped forward bravely and took on nearly half of the pressure. After a long roar, he laughed loudly. Zhua. Today was worth it. Wan Lixio, Yu Moyan, and the others laughed at the same time. Zhua, today was worth it. Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you guys satisfied with being beaten up? Are you guys having an orgasm? What's worth it? His whole mind was devoted to the battle, and he was constantly helping the others to defend. He was trying his best to solve all the dangers that everyone faced. He really didn't have the mood or spare time to think about other things. Well, the only thing he was thinking about was fuck, we 6 geniuses came to join the class. No matter what, we can't be beaten to death right after we enter the class. No matter what, we have to get through this battle. Even if we die, we have to get through it. As for anything else, he really didn't think of anything else. And all of this was seen by Qin Fangyang, who was standing high above. He was very satisfied that this battle could last until now, at least in Qin Fangyang's opinion. Well, apart from the fuming at the beginning, he was indeed very satisfied. What he was satisfied with was not that Zhou Xiaoduo and the others could hold on for so long. It even seemed that there was hope for victory. It was that Zhou Xiaoduo showed the temperament of a leader who shouldered the burden alone. This was what Qin Fangyang was most satisfied with and gratified about. Qin Fangyang knew very well that Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't thinking about anything at this moment. Otherwise, how could his eyes be so clear and sharp? But because Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't thinking about anything and didn't have any thoughts, it gave Wan Lixio and the others an indescribable sense of security. This feeling was so strong that even Qin Fangyang, who was watching the battle, felt it. And today was the first time they felt such a sense of security. And this feeling left a deep imprint in the hearts of the 5 of them. They couldn't forget it for the rest of their lives. And Qin Fangyang was even more gratified because, from today onwards, this small team of 6 finally had a core, a real core. A core that everyone was convinced of. This was the most precious recognition that couldn't be bought with money. Previously, Long Yuxing and the others called Zhuo because Zhuo Xiaoduo was the oldest and the strongest. This had nothing to do with respect, recognition, and trust. But from today onwards they had everything. Respect, recognition, trust, and peace of mind. The most important things of a team were all present in this battle where Long Yuxing kicked open the door. Qin Fangyang watched with a smile on his face. His heart was at ease. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but think that if such a team was strong enough to go to the Sun-Moon Pass, what kind of sensational result would it cause that the battle continued and became more and more desperate? This battle. Qin Fangyang didn't stop the battle from beginning to end. The students from both sides continued to fight like crazy. And towards the end, the slogans of both sides changed. Let's see who can still stand in the end. The more they fought, the more desperate the battle became. The confrontation between the students actually created the atmosphere of a bloody battlefield, the momentum of a life-and-death battle. Many teachers heard the deafening battle cries and thought that something big had happened. So they heard the news and came over. When they came, they saw the head teacher standing calmly at the side and watching the students fight with their lives. They couldn't help but shake their heads and leave. Damn, Qin Fangyang was indeed someone from a big city. He really knew how to play. On the tall building, Yuanyue held a pair of binoculars and watched the battle intently. She knew better than anyone what Qin Fangyang was doing. Exciting. Raising wolves. Since Qin Fangyang didn't stop it, he would wait until one side completely fell. He wanted to choose a wolf king from a wolf pack. The king of a wolf pack must be the fiercest, the strongest, and the most respected. And in this battle, the one who could still stand in the end must be the king. The martial master class already had the qualifications to face the wind and rain. And this battle was the first time this group of little guys faced the wind and rain level of a battle. Even if it was a battle between classmates, there must be victory and defeat, honor and disgrace. The path of a martial artist, starting from the martial master, was no longer just a saying. There were students constantly spitting out blood and twitching all over as they fell. And for those who fell, Qin Fangyang would immediately pull them to the side, not allowing them to fight again. Now there were already 27 students gathered around Qin Fangyang. Out of the 48 students in class 19, there were still 21 students besieging Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5. As for the remaining 20 students, many of them had their combat strength greatly reduced and were on the verge of collapse. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's situation wasn't much better. Wanli Xiu, Li Zhangming, Long Yuxing and the others were all weak and pale. They were barely hanging on and could fall to the ground at any time. Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted. Here. Take Wanli Xiu's place. Yes. Li Chenglong didn't hesitate and took Wanli Xiu's place. Wanli Xiu and Long Yuxing stood back to back, panting heavily. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little anxious. If this continued, even if he could still stand, the other 5 wouldn't be able to hold on and would definitely be defeated. If that happened, even if he was the only one standing, it would be meaningless. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared and the temperature around him suddenly rose. It was as if a big sun had risen in front of everyone. Radiance everywhere. Burning sun. Zhuo Xiaoduo clapped his hands and shouted. Chapter 123. Great Flaming Sun. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared. An extremely hot wave of air suddenly appeared. The heat wave surged and surged, rolling out. For a moment, the air was distorted by the heat wave. The hair of the few students who were close to them instantly curled up. At this point in the battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have much strength left. If he didn't use the Flaming Sun Sutra, he was afraid that he would lose this battle. Although the Flaming Sun Sutra was extremely lethal and not suitable for students to use in a battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to lose. After all, he hadn't used his real trump card yet. He hadn't used the hidden weapon technique that he had been practicing for many days. Speaking of hidden weapons, it wasn't that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to use it to defeat the enemy, but instead of using hidden weapons, it was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo had been practicing his hidden weapons recently, his cultivation was still shallow. Coupled with the hard jade hidden weapon, its lethality was limited. It would only cause effective damage if it hit the vital points. But the people he was facing now were all his classmates. How could he really kill them? Qin Fangyang wouldn't even need anyone else to tear him apart if he really wanted to blind everyone's eyes. It was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although he couldn't control this technique freely and his mastery was shallow, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. As the hot wave of air rose, Li Chenglong's spirit suddenly shook. He felt that the power of his astral souls, which had been exhausted, was starting to surge again. He roared and was about to fight again. "I'm going to beat you until you're swollen." "Stop." Qin Fangyang finally called for a stop. He originally wanted to wait for the final result. Whether Wuxia Duo or the students of Class 19 won this battle, it would have a deeper meaning. If the former won, it would allow Wuxia Duo and the others to establish the heart of the strong and benefit immensely. If the latter won, it would encourage them to work harder and understand that there was always someone better than them. But now that Wuxia Duo had used the Flaming Sun Sutra, that familiar wave of heat made him feel a sense of danger. If they were to continue fighting, he didn't know how many of the students in Class 19 would be burned, and it wouldn't be good if there were any injuries. After all, this was a confrontation between students. If he were to suddenly raise the level of the battle and even cause casualties, it would be inconsistent with his original intentions. With a command, both sides stopped fighting. 14 of the people from Class 19 fell to the ground the moment the two sides stopped fighting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Their faces were deathly pale. 3 of them even fainted on the spot. At the same time, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan's legs gave way and they were about to sit down. However, Wuxia Duo supported the 2 of them with 1 hand each. Wan Lixia was also exhausted. She collapsed in Long Yuxing's arms. When Long Yuxing fell, she naturally fell as well. Long Yuxing was held by Wuxia Duo, which was equivalent to her being held by him. Wuxia Duo was panting. His face was bruised and swollen. His eyes were dark and there were 7 or 8 big bumps on his head. His clothes were torn to shreds, but he supported Long Yuxing and Wan Lixia with his left hand and Yu Moyan with his right. Li Chenglong and Li Changming supported each other and stood behind him. He said proudly to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, we have won this battle." The eyes of the 48 people on the other side flashed with humiliation. But no one said anything to refute. Yes, the 48 people had beaten up 6 people. They were all seniors, real martial masters. They had bullied 6 freshmen. In the end, more than half of them had fallen. On the other hand, the 6 people on the other side were still standing. None of them were missing. The result of this battle was self-evident. No one had the face to argue. The 3 leaders looked at each other and sighed in unison. At the same time they said, "I admire you. You are indeed a genius who has been praised. You are indeed better than us." Some people who had been kicked in the crotch were resentful. After all, it was too painful. Their faces were ugly. They looked at Wuxia Duo with eyes full of inexplicable anger. Qin Fangyang walked over slowly with a smile on his face and said, "Sit down. Everyone sit down and rest. You just need to listen to me." Wuxia Duo loosened his grip and Long Yuxing and Wan Lixia fell to the ground with a pa sound. Umo Yin turned into a pile of mud without making a sound. Everyone sat down on the ground. Among the 6 people on Wuxia Duo's side, other than Wuxia Duo, Li Chenglong's condition was actually the best. It was probably because of the Sun Flame Jin Qi that Wuxia Duo just used, which had an immediate effect on this guy's recovery. There were 6 people on one side and 48 on the other. Although there was a clear distinction between them, they were all bruised and swollen. Regardless of gender, they were all like this. Qin Fangyang stood in the middle with an amiable expression. "This is my first day in charge of the 19th Martial Master class. The 48 seniors and the 6 freshmen make up all the students in the 19th class." Qin Fangyang said with a gratified tone, "As the head teacher of this class, I am sincerely gratified by this confrontation." 54 people tacitly agreed not to make a sound and listened quietly. Perhaps the strength of our class isn't outstanding in the entire grade. We might even be ranked last. However, children, you are the first class that I have acknowledged on the first day after teaching for so many years. Furthermore, you are a class that I can be proud of on the first day. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Which child who could reach the martial master level at Zhao's age wasn't a person with extraordinary talent? There were many flattering words that they heard on a daily basis. It was normal for them to hear 10 times or even 100 times more flattering words. However, when everyone heard Qin Fangyang's words, they couldn't help but puff out their chests and perk up their ears. The recognition of the head teacher was always the thing that the children cared about the most. Do you know why? Qin Fangyang's voice was filled with gratification as he said, There are 48 seniors. There are people who are constantly injured, people who are constantly falling, and people who are constantly withdrawing from the battle. What makes me most gratified is that the students who have fallen will be properly taken care of. They will be allowed to withdraw, recuperate, and then participate in the battle again. This is the first time. This is a comrade. This is cooperation. The second is, even when facing a strong enemy who is far more powerful than you from the beginning to the end, not a single one of you was timid. Not a single one of you withdrew. The reason why you retreated was because your physical strength was exhausted, or because you were beaten and had no choice but to withdraw. This is a kind of courage. This is the courage of a martial artist. All of you have it. Regarding this, I am sincerely gratified. As for the third, everyone present, whether it is the seniors of the 19th class or Zhuoxiao Duo and the rest of the 6, none of them used a fatal move. This means that no matter how tragic the scene looks, there is always a string in everyone's heart that is stretched taut. That is, the opponent is one of us, one of our classmates. You can't be too heavy-handed. This is where the bottom line is. This is also the most important bottom line as a person. All of you didn't use any means to win. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. This bottom line is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Children, you may not be the most outstanding students I've ever taught, but you're definitely the students I'm most proud of and gratified to have taught. Good job. This battle was very good. You have courage. You have unity. You have cooperation. You have a bottom line. Children, you are very good. Qin Fangyang clapped his hands lightly. His eyes were filled with praise, encouragement, and true gratification. Don't be afraid if you can't beat them. You can work hard in the future and fight when you can. But if your character is bad, then it will be bad forever. Next is the summary of the battle. Zhuoxiao Duo. Yes. Let me emphasize on you. Your habit of using your crotch is not bad. Although I have stopped you and asked you to use it as little as possible in normal sparring, but in the future when you fight on the battlefield, this habit must still be maintained and carried forward. Qin Fangyang's expression was indifferent. You may not understand why I would praise such a vulgar and even shameless method. The problem is that all of you who still have the strength to move forward may go to the battlefield in the future. And the battlefield is a place where nothing is unscrupulous. There is no benevolence, righteousness, morality, or the rules of Jianghu to speak of. As long as you can knock down the opponent, it is a good move. On the other hand, as long as you are knocked down by the opponent, then in this life, that will be the last time. Once you are knocked down, your life is over. All of you must remember this well. All of our learning and sparring now is for the sake of future actual combat. The few students who were kicked do not have to be resentful or complain. It was just a sparring session because you were kicked because you were not strong enough and your defense was not enough. You only cared about your hands and feet to hit others? You did not even notice that your door was open? What kind of logic is this? In the world of martial artists, there is only victory and defeat, life and death. Qin Fangyang emphasized, when you are beaten to death by others and others are cheering for victory, no one will care about the resentment of a dead person. I suggest that everyone copy this sentence and read it every day. Today's Zhuoxiao Duo is your classmate. He kicked you and you are powerless to resist. He will not continue to kill you. But what about tomorrow? You have met a mortal enemy and you still expect him to stop? All of the students were deep in thought. Qin Fangyang spoke seriously for a while, then his expression softened. But overall, it is not bad. I'm already very satisfied. These last words are just a reminder to everyone. I am a teacher who came from the battlefield. I never see victory or defeat but life and death. Now let's all rest, heal and recover. All of the children were excited. Glory. At the same time they were also deep in thought. Chapter 124. Although they were all geniuses who wouldn't like to be praised, especially when Qin Fangyang's words were sincere, everyone could tell that every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. As a child, who wouldn't want their teachers and parents to be proud of them? There were also many students who lowered their heads and reflected on themselves. Why would they be so angry after being defeated? If they were beaten to death, would they still have the chance to be angry? The 3 senior students of class 19 stood up and laughed. Zhuoxiao Duo, welcome to class 19. The 6 of you are good. Let's fight again in the future. You're not weak either. Look at how you beat me up. Zhuoxiao Duo complained in an extremely aggrieved tone. Look here, look here. Look at my handsome face. It's only the first time we meet and you've already ruined it? Don't you know how to show some mercy when you see such a handsome guy? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter. Zhuoxiaoduo, let's exchange crotch-kicking techniques in the future. Feels useful. Ah. Yes, I have other techniques. Do you want to learn? What techniques? Are they tough? Tough? Very tough, ha. Everyone sat down and chatted. The atmosphere was just as lively. However, after this battle, Zhuoxiaoduo and the others stayed behind and naturally integrated into the 19th martial master class. Everything was natural. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Upstairs, behind the floor-to-ceiling window, Sister Lan said softly, Qin Fangyang's teaching method has changed. Changed? He Yuanyue didn't have any cultivation and didn't hear what Qin Fangyang said. She couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes. Although Qin Fangyang's teaching quality was very high, he was used to having a cold face and intimidating the students. Now it's not like that. Sister Lan said, originally Qin Fangyang's catchphrase was "You are the worst batch I have ever taught." But now Qin Fangyang is saying that you are the batch that I'm most proud and gratified of. Sister Lan said softly, Miss Qin Fangyang has changed a lot. He's like a different person. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment before she said, not bad. That's a good teacher. The original Qin Fangyang taught people, students. But now Qin Fangyang is teaching the human heart. The former is the art while the latter is the Tao. The difference cannot be measured by the Tao. A teacher can only impart knowledge, but a teacher can ferry souls. Master, master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. This was the origin of the saying. Because your parents gave you your life, but your teacher gave you your soul. Not bad at all. Zhuoxiaoduo officially stepped into Martial Arts Master Class 19. As he scanned the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The classroom was still the same, but why? Was there no Astral Souls Jade Array? Where's the Jade of Astral Souls? Zhuoxiaoduo looked around in surprise. Qin Fangyang snorted. You should be content with the energy to heal your injuries. Since you're already a martial master, why would you want to enjoy the school's resources for free? From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go out and complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources. You're a martial master now. You're not a baby anymore. Reaping without sowing is a thing of the past. Qin Fangyang's words made all the students burst into laughter. Then they started to heal their injuries. Qin Fangyang walked over with a stack of documents. The 6 of you, one for each of you. Hurry up and sign it. Everyone else has already signed it. What's this? Disclaimer? What does this mean? Zhuoxiaoduo was a little confused by the documents that came out of nowhere. Going out to train, completing missions, and even exchanging for cultivation resources is risky, Qin Fangyang said. Qin Fangyang said, it's normal to be attacked while completing a mission or in the process of obtaining something. For example, being attacked by star beasts, other martial artists, or even the Wizard Alliance forces. You might lose your life in all of them. The path of a martial artist is one of life and death. Starting from a martial master, this sentence is starting to live up to its name. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can choose whether to sign it or not. If you sign it, even if you encounter an accident or die outside, the school won't be responsible. Qin Fangyang spoke very seriously, and every word was exceptionally clear. If you sign this disclaimer, you'll officially enter the world of martial artists. A world where the weak are prey to the strong and the weak are eliminated. If you don't sign it, you can leave now to avoid this layer of risk. From now on, you won't be involved in the path of martial arts anymore. You can be a stable and ordinary person. You can live longer than ordinary people. After all, you're still a martial master. The 48 martial master students looked at the 6 newcomers with great interest. The strength of these 6 guys was really good. 48 people on their side had surrounded them, but they still hadn't been defeated. They just didn't know if they dared to sign this disclaimer of death. Every year at this juncture there would be students who chose to quit. Qin Fangyang looked at the 6 of them silently and said, this is the first obstacle on the road to becoming a martial master. It's also the first time you face life and death. Now you can begin to choose. After saying that, he silently distributed the documents. One for each person. The school's seal had already been pinned on it, and it was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the 6 people's reactions were different. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiuyu, and Moyan didn't even think about it and signed it. Li Zhangming carefully read through it and then solemnly signed his name. Li Chenglong was also reading it very seriously. After reading it, he said to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, I suggest that we add a few additional clauses to this document. There are loopholes that can be exploited if we stop here." Zhou Xiaoduo read it even more seriously than Li Chenglong. He read every clause word by word and thought it over again. Then he asked, "Teacher Qin, approximately how many students die because of this every year?" Qin Fangyang said, "Approximately how many? 100 or so is always possible." In other words, of the 1,000 or so martial masters who go out every year, an average of 100 or so people die. That's about 1 in 10 people who die in the middle of the road? Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in a breath. So many? A ratio of 1 in 10. Qin Fangyang looked at him quietly and said, "This ratio of casualties is indeed very high. So, you have to seriously consider it." Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to seriously consider it for a moment. Then he said, "Can I do something else before signing this document?" Qin Fangyang said, "Ah? What are you going to do?" "I'm going to buy insurance." Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, "There's no guarantee if I sign the disclaimer directly. I think it's necessary to buy an insurance policy. Even if I'm unlucky and die, if the school doesn't pay, the insurance company will, right? No matter how much the compensation is in the end, it's still a sum of money." Zhou Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. "If I buy insurance, it's 50 times. The veins on Qin Fangyang's forehead began to throb again. He realized that he could no longer control his temper when facing Zhou Xiaoduo. This miser, he even wants to calculate this money? That's the money of the dead. Even if it's your own money, it's still the money of the dead. Sign it." Qin Fangyang panted heavily. "I still want to buy insurance first. This thing doesn't conflict with buying insurance." "Sign it. If you don't sign it, I'll beat you up." "I'll sign it. How could I forget that I already have insurance?" Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in fright and quickly signed. Holding the pen, he still wanted to continue and said, "I still have to write a few more words." "Why do you have to write more? Why are you so nosy?" Zhou Xiaoduo pulled the pen over and wrote a line of words seriously. "I have insurance with XX Insurance Company. The insured is. The insured amount is." Then he circled it in parentheses. Satisfied, he said, "It's done. I'm done signing it." Looking at this unique disclaimer, Qin Fangyang was speechless. His eyebrows twitched, and he had the impulse to throw himself into the wind. What kind of a miser was this? He even calculated the money he earned by risking his life. If he really died, what was the use of the money? After Zhou Xiaoduo signed the disclaimer, he stood up and faced the class. He said earnestly, "Students, do you see this? The path of a martial artist is full of thorns and death at every step. You even have to sign a disclaimer when you go to school. Your future is really unpredictable and your luck is unknown. However, you are destined to be luckier than the previous students because you have me as your classmate who knows fortune-telling and physiognomy. Cheer and jump for joy. Students, before you go on a mission in the future, you must come to me for fortune-telling. If there is any disaster or life-threatening danger, as long as you have my guidance, you will definitely be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. There are precedents for this. Everyone, a fortune-telling is not much. It's only 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan to buy your own life. Isn't that a good deal?" Qin Fangyang was furious. He said sternly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, sit down." Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo sat down and said, "Students, please think about it carefully. This is a matter of life and death. I believe that when you signed the disclaimer, you didn't buy insurance." Qin Fangyang was furious. "You're still talking? You just asked me to sit down. You didn't ask me to keep quiet." Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, "I'm such a good and obedient student." "Come out." "Good and obedient student Zhua. I'm not going out." Qin Fangyang did not say anything else. With a dark face, he carried Zhou Xiaoduo out like he was carrying a chick. Immediately there was a fierce sound of punching and kicking outside. The scene of punches hitting flesh could be imagined. The older students of class 19 kept quiet out of fear. On the other hand, Long Yuxing and the others were beaming with joy. Their faces were so hot that they looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. "Your boss is being beaten up. Why are you so happy?" One of the taller students was puzzled. When they were fighting just now, the other party was clearly a group that was enviably united. Why was it like this now? Chapter 125. Long Yuxing chuckled. "You don't know how badly we've been beaten up by him every day. but him being beaten up by Mr. Qin is the happiest thing we've seen in a day. The other four nodded repeatedly, nodding their heads vigorously. They said from the bottom of their hearts, "Yeah, we're so happy to see Zhui get beaten up." The older students of class 19 were speechless. Zhui Xiaoduo was dragged back with a bruised face. His whole body was swollen and he was no longer handsome. "Let's take a 10-minute break, then we'll practice on the field," Qin Fangyang said. The whole class looked at Zhui Xiaoduo sympathetically. He wouldn't be able to recover in 10 minutes. Teacher Qin's gaze was clearly meant to mess with this guy. Zhui Xiaoduo didn't dare to slack off. He closed his eyes and started to heal himself. He was racing against time. It was too miserable. The whole class looked at him sympathetically. Following that, the whole class practiced together. Everyone watched as this guy with a swollen body led his underlings all the way up from the last few places, all the way to the top 6. There were only 2 words to describe it: unstoppable and invincible. After there were no more opponents, the 6 of them started to fight among themselves. The 6 of them were divided into 3 pairs. They fought until the sky darkened. Their faces were swollen and they were limping. Zhui Xiaoduo with panda eyes took the first place. Long Yuxing took second place with a slight advantage. Yu Moyan and Wanli Xiu tied for third place. Li Zhangming didn't take fifth place. He was replaced by Li Chenglong. During the fight, Li Chenglong suddenly used a strange punch that had never been seen before. Li Zhangming had never seen it before. He was stunned and lost. This time Li Zhangming was at the bottom. He was so angry that his lungs were swollen. "Just you wait." Li Chenglong was immersed in the joy of killing Li Zhangming. He said smugly, "Just you wait. Aha, next we'll focus on Yu Moyan. Who will care about you?" Hee hee. Mo Yen rolled his eyes, pretending not to care, but he was nervous. He had to work hard in his cultivation for the next few days. If he got hit by swollen, it would be embarrassing. Li Changming was a good example of this. Since he had to complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources, there would definitely be an exchange table. Zhui Xiaoduo and the other 5 held a reward list and studied it for an entire afternoon. What Zhui Xiaoduo valued the most was the gravity room. The gravity of the gravity chamber starts at 5 times the normal gravity. The usage requirement is 100 mid-grade Astral Souls Jades or 10 contribution points. It can be used for 1 hour. The price of using the 10x gravity room was 1,000 pieces of Astral Souls Jade or 50 contribution points. The highest level of gravity in the gravity machine was 50 times. There was no higher level. Other than that, he had also established other things such as the Astral Souls Jade, Soul Returning Liquid, Astral Souls Pill, Body Tempering Pill, Meridian Expansion Pill, and so on. Zhui Xiaoduo did not pay much attention to it. The only thing he valued was the gravity machine. However, 100 mid-grade Astral Souls Jades were required to use the 10x gravity room for 1 hour. This price was simply killing people. The school's rules were very targeted. It basically eliminated the possibility of using the Astral Souls Jade to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. Of course, if your family was really rich and did not care, you could spend 100, 1,000 or 10,000 yuan to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. In short, all the resources obtained in the Endless Wasteland, including the Stone of Astral Souls and all kinds of natural treasures, could be brought back to complete missions and exchanged for contribution points. As for the precious items that could be exchanged with contribution points, it included the Realm Breaker Pill. The Realm Breaker Pill could allow a cultivator who had reached the peak of the innate stage to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. It was extremely precious. And a single breakthrough pill would cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. In addition to exchanging resources, one could also obtain contribution points by assisting the governor's office in capturing fugitives and fighting against the UMNO Alliance's spies. However, this method required the official seal of the governor's office as proof. You can really exchange for anything. Zhui Xiaoduo had an idea in his mind. The so-called exchange was not specified in any particular way. Generally speaking, one would return to the Academic Affairs Office after obtaining something, and then the Academic Affairs Office would convert it into contribution points. This exchange model is quite simple and clear. It's clear at a glance. However, the choice of weapon for the martial master level is a big problem. Teacher Qin, what about our weapons? We can't go out to fight without a weapon, right? And we haven't reached the level where we can use weapons yet. How can we deal with this? Idiot! Qin Fangyang said angrily, who forbade you from using weapons? You are just not sure about your natal weapon yet. Do you understand? Natal weapon. Now of course you can use it. You can use anything you want. It's also during this process that you can confirm which weapon suits you best, and then choose your natal weapon. That natal weapon has to be compatible with your own blood essence, life and soul. Do you think it's something that can be casually obtained? You don't even know this? Could it be that you're really planning to fight the star beast with your bare hands? Zuoxiaoduo, I'm very suspicious of your brain circuit. Is it really different from the rest? Are you a genius? Are you born stupid? The whole class burst into laughter. Zuoxiaoduo was speechless. Damn it, you should have said so earlier. I really thought I couldn't prepare anything. It's fine if Teacher Qin didn't tell me, but why didn't Yen Mao tell me? She has embarrassed me so much. In the afternoon. When Zuoxiaoduo went to He Yuanyue's office again, he was even calmer. Sister Lan was a little surprised by his great improvement in the use of hidden weapons. It was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. How could this kid have improved so much in just one night? It was as if 3 years had passed since they last met. The angle of the hidden weapon was more tricky, and the attack power of the hidden weapon was more powerful. Its accuracy and speed had also improved by leaps and bounds. It was almost twice as fast as before. He Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, who were watching from the side, were both surprised. Qin Fangyang's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Old principal, do you think this kid?" He Yuanyue nodded and looked at Zuoxiaoduo. She said slowly, "This kid must have gone through a battle last night. His hands are stained with blood, and he has developed a murderous aura. That's why. I've made such great progress today as though I've been enlightened." Yes. Qin Fangyang looked at Zuoxiaoduo's attack. However, although he has a murderous aura, he doesn't have enough murderous aura. Most importantly, his confidence in fighting didn't increase because of this. You're very accurate. He Yuanyue looked at Zuoxiaoduo's attack and said with a smile, "I think this little bastard only took advantage of the battle last night. Or maybe he succeeded in a sneak attack. He didn't face the enemy head-on and lose." That's right. Qin Fangyang laughed. "What do you plan to do about tomorrow's training?" "I don't have any other arrangements. We'll still split into groups according to the usual practice. However, I'll follow them secretly. Lu Jianxing and 10 other people will be with me." "Do you have other people? Do you have other arrangements?" "No. That's not appropriate." He Yuanyue frowned. After the previous incident, the UMNO alliance will definitely trace the source. Now, Zuoxiaoduo is very likely to be one of the UMNO alliance's targets. In fact, I've asked Sister Lan to follow him for the past few days. The UMNO alliance has targeted Zuoxiaoduo more than 10 times. However, Sister Lan has dealt with them all. Going out of the city to train is more than just a few times more dangerous. How can you protect him with so few people? If you were just following Zuoxiaoduo, it would be fine. However, you have to take care of a total of 54 people scattered in different directions. With your strength alone, how can you be absolutely safe? When the time comes, a simple diversion will be enough to lure you away from Zuoxiaoduo. The UMNO alliance is trying to assassinate Zuoxiaoduo? Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "That's right. After all, their conspiracy to a certain extent was started by Zuoxiaoduo. Getting rid of him to vent their anger is a reasonable thing to do." Sister Lan can't go out of the city tomorrow. He Yuanyue said, "We have other important things to deal with. You have to think of a way to ensure the safety of this training." Qin Fangyang frowned. "Let me think." Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. According to the past training habits of the martial arts master class, at most, they would send a few teachers in the embryonic breathing realm to accompany them, which would be more than enough. The lineup that he had arranged, including himself, Lu Jianxing, and the rest of the 10 people, was already an extremely luxurious lineup. If Lu Jianxing and the rest had not been arranged by Li Changjiang, they probably would not have gone. However, he would never have thought that such a lineup would not be enough to protect Zuoxiaoduo. Who would have thought that Zuoxiaoduo's trip out of the city to gain experience would lead to such a dangerous variable? Even with a soul transformation stage cultivator, it was still not enough to protect his safety. This was really a strange thing. In the afternoon, He Yuanyue talked about the aura examination technique for a while, then immediately let Zuoxiaoduo go. "Zuoxiaoduo, you can use the remaining time to read the faces of the students who will be going out for training tomorrow." He Yuanyue said, "Remember to remind me if there is anything that needs to be reminded." "Okay, old principal, it will be my pleasure." Zuoxiaoduo was really excited at this time. Now that it was an imperial order to read people's faces, who would dare to disobey? Large sums of money were about to enter his pocket. When he returned to class, Qin Fangyang immediately talked about this matter. Tomorrow is the mission. If you have any ideas about this mission, you can look for Zuoxiaoduo to read your faces. Qin Fangyang said humorously, we have such a special resource, it would be a waste not to use it. Zuoxiaoduo hurriedly added, it will definitely not be used for free. Everyone is from the same family, so the fee for reading people's faces will naturally be preferential. I will give you a discount. It will only cost $500 per person. Haha. Chapter 126. Hee hee. Everyone chuckled in response. 500 yuan? You might as well rob someone. However, there were still a few captains who wanted to invite Zuoxiaoduo to take a look. After all, it was a matter of life and death. They had to be careful. No one doubted Zuoxiaoduo's fortune-telling anymore. After all, the old principal had endorsed him. If they doubted him again, they would be beaten to death. 500 yuan. We can't afford it now. A student's face turned green. It's too expensive. She touched her pocket and stuck her fingers out of it. Her 5 fingers were very white and tender. There's no need for 500 yuan. 50 yuan per person is enough. Qin Fangyang directly set the price. He didn't know what this little bastard was thinking. 500 yuan per person? How could he say that? Did he think that everyone's money was scraped from the sky? The truth was just as Qin Fangyang thought. They really couldn't afford it. Don't forget that after advancing to the martial arts master class, they would no longer focus on closed-door training. At least half of their time would be spent outside. On average, they would go out once every 2 or 3 days. The most conservative estimate was that each person would have to look for Zuoxiaoduo at least 10 times a month for fortune-telling. 500 yuan each time? How much would that be in a month? Wouldn't the families of these students become paupers? 50 yuan is too little, Teacher Qin. Your bargaining is too harsh. Zuoxiaoduo cried out with an aggrieved face. I'm not bargaining with you. I'm setting the price. Qin Fangyang said faintly. If you think the price is negotiable, then come out and we can discuss it. Cough cough cough. 50 yuan it is. 50 yuan is not little. Teacher Qin, there's no need to discuss. Zuoxiaoduo didn't dare to go out. If he did, he would definitely be beaten up. When it was time to be a coward, Zuoxiaoduo was quite sensible. When they heard that the price was suddenly reduced to 50 yuan, the captains who were still undecided walked over. A small team of 6 people could be considered as a whole. They only needed to spend 50 yuan to look at the captain's face. It was basically the same as looking at the other 5 people. It was much easier for 6 people to gather 50 yuan. A total of 8 squad leaders walked over. If the atmosphere was not so serious, Zuoxiaoduo would have laughed out loud. Haha, 400 yuan in one go. Roar. Shio. Zuoxiaoduo shouted, collect the money. Understood. Wan Lixio answered in a crisp voice. She took out a big bowl and placed it in front of Zuoxiaoduo. Zuoxiaoduo almost vomited blood. What the hell are you doing? Do you think I'm a blind fortune teller? Amidst the roaring laughter, the first squad leader walked over and placed 50 RMB into a large bowl. Grandmaster Zuo, please enlighten me. No matter what he thought in his heart, he really didn't dare to offend him directly. Zuoxiaoduo's fortune-telling ability was already recognized by the old principal He Yuanyue. It was a great ability, and now it was really related to the interests and even the safety of his brothers. Naturally, it was not wrong to be cautious. Therefore, he sat upright and still in front of Zuoxiaoduo. His body was ramrod straight, and his expression was exceptionally serious. Zhao Zhangjun? Zuoxiaoduo glanced at the name and said, your physiognomy is fine. Although it's a little unlucky, it's not life-threatening. At most, you'll be a little injured. It's not a big problem. If you go in the predetermined direction, you'll have a considerable gain. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Well, it should be far more than the disadvantages. Zhao Zhangjun said, Student Xiaoduo, may I ask which direction we should go? Zuoxiaoduo turned around and wrote a word on the paper. He rolled it into a ball. Look at this when you've reached the predetermined position in your heart. If the direction written on this is not the direction you intend to go, the divination fee will be returned tenfold. Zhao Zhangjun took the paper and carefully put it in his pocket. Thank you. After that, he led his team out of school. Tomorrow they would not gather at the school again. Instead, they would gather their teams and go out of the city. The second one, Jia Shernan. Zuoxiaoduo looked at Jia Shernan and said, There were no surprises and no danger. The harvest was very good. This trip can be said to be very smooth. The harvest is much more than Zhao Zhangjun and the others. You're really lucky. He also wrote a note. This is the direction you'll go. After you arrive, if there are any mistakes, the same will be returned tenfold. Thank you. The third one, Song Zaheo. Well, you're not too bad. There's not too much danger. No, you're fine, but the vice captain next to you, the one called Zhou Xiaoma, has bad luck on his face. Although it's not life-threatening, it's inevitable that he'll be injured. Pay attention to the injury on his leg. Be careful when you encounter something. Don't push yourself too hard to avoid becoming disabled. Here's your warning note. The rest is the same as above. Okay. Song Zaheo nodded and made up his mind. It seemed that he had to bring more things to treat wounds, such as tourniquets and detachment pills. If Zhou Xiaoma was really injured, there would be no way to treat him. The fourth one. It's okay. This trip was very smooth. It's just that the harvest was a little less. Along the way, Zhou Xiaoduo saw the 7th team captain. Suddenly he was stunned and said, "You're called Shen Tainan? This name. Your face. It's a little wrong. Gather all the members of your team here. Let me see." After a moment, the 6 people gathered together. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart beat faster when he saw them. These 6 people were actually covered in the same color of black gas. Bad luck was soaring to the sky and evil spirits were approaching. This was definitely the sign of a death sentence. That's not right. Although tomorrow's operation is for everyone to do their own thing, there are teachers following them in private. There are also restrictions in their respective areas. Previously, when I saw the 6 teams, all of them were fine. At most, they were at the normal risk level. Why is it that when it comes to their team, they are in such an unlucky situation? No, this was not just bad luck. This was a sign that the entire team was dead. How could this be? You're wrong. Very wrong. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Captain Shen Tainan. This man's eyebrows were unusually thick. The distance between his eyebrows was very small. The 2 thick, dense, and black eyebrows were almost connected together. It was very eye-catching. According to Zhou Xiaoduo's observation, this person's character was extremely arrogant. He always made his own decisions. His temper was also irritable. He couldn't be persuaded. What's wrong? What did you see? Why is it so wrong? In the previous battle, Shen Tainan was brave and fierce. He fought against Zhou Xiaoduo 3 times. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponents. In the end, he was almost beaten into a coma by Zhou Xiaoduo. Therefore, he was especially displeased with Zhou Xiaoduo now. He even wanted to give him 50 yuan to read his fortune. Shen Tainan muttered in his heart, "Is this guy colluding with teacher Qin Fangyang to take the opportunity to earn money? The 6 of you look very bad. I suggest that you give up this mission and rest at home starting tomorrow. Naturally, you'll seek good luck and avoid disaster. If you don't want to give up, the activity area must be within the prescribed range. Don't make your own decisions. Cross the boundary without permission. This way you can avoid death." Shen Tainan snorted and said, "You are simply spouting nonsense. Every time you open your mouth, you talk about a calamity or a calamity. We are only in the area where martial masters are active. How could there be such great danger? We have also never crossed the boundary. You're simply exaggerating things to scare people. You don't know how to read at all. Give me back my money." He stretched out his hand and took back the 50 star yuan that he had already handed over. He put it into his pocket and snorted. Then he led the team away. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the backs of the 6 people and sighed softly. He murmured, "It's hard to escape from this fate." Qin Fangyang looked at the back and his face turned serious. He quietly looked at Shen Tianan's back. He wanted to go up and persuade him, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Everyone had their own choices. External forces were not a good thing after all. Having Zhou Xiaoduo read his fortune was already an opportunity. If he missed the opportunity and misplaced it, it would mean that he was not fated with the person and had nothing to do with anyone else. Moreover, Qin Fangyang wanted to ask Zhou Xiaoduo if he could solve it. The last team. Bai Bingbing? The leader of this team was a very beautiful girl. She had curved eyebrows, beautiful eyes, fair skin, beautiful hair, and a small nose. She came over with a smile and looked very lively. Your team is fine too. They are safe and sound. They have gained a lot. Zhou Xiaoduo wrote a note as usual. This team has gained the most. No need. I believe you. Bai Bingbing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's face with her big eyes and said with a smile, Zhou Xiaoduo, since you said that we are not in danger and have gained a lot, that is a sign of great fortune. By the way, can you read my palm? Ha. I want to see marriage. Bai Bingbing reached out and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hand with her left hand. She showed her right hand and grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. She said, "Can you read it for me?" Zhou Xiaoduo retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He looked around subconsciously and said like a thief, "What are you doing? Just read my palm. Don't pull my hand." Bai Bingbing said, "Won't I be able to see it more clearly this way? Xiaoduo, can you read it for me?" As she said that, she grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hand again. She did not even call him Xiaoduo. Instead she called him Xiaoduo. They were very close. Zhou Xiaoduo retreated and dodged left and right. Don't be like this. What's wrong? Bai Bingbing was unhappy that she could not grab Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. She pouted and said, "Are you avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion?" Her team was full of girls. At this moment they laughed and jeered, "That's right, Zhou Xiaoduo. What are you afraid of? You're a boy. Such a beautiful girl is holding your hand. Don't tell me you are at a disadvantage?" "That's right. Our sister Bingbing is the school belle of second high. Zhou Xiaoduo, why don't you just give in?" Bai Bingbing's face flushed red. She rolled her eyes and pretended to hit them. "What nonsense are you all talking about?" Around them, there was a burst of laughter that sounded like silver bells. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket. He looked nervous. No. My mother said that I am still young. I can't touch a girl's hand. If I touch it, a baby will be born. Looking for monthly recommendation and official subscriptions. Chapter 127. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter resounded. Wanli Xiao, who was drinking water at the back, sprayed a mouthful of water on Long Yuxing's neck. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Bai Bingbing grabbed the note and left with her friends. The girls giggled and walked out with their heads held high. It looked like they had won a big battle. The voices were getting farther and farther away. "Sister Bingbing, why did you fall for this scammer?" "Big news. Our Ice Mountain beauty has actually fallen in love with someone. It's normal to fall for him. This Zhou Xiaoduo is quite handsome." "Go to hell, don't talk nonsense." Their voices gradually faded away, and the 6 girls walked away in a noisy manner. "What about us? Where are we? It's scary but not dangerous." Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong and the others before taking his hand out of his pocket. "Xiao, give me a wet wipe. Let me wipe it." "Yo, Zhou Beauty's hands leave fragrance for 3 days. Are you really willing to wipe it? So unromantic?" Zhou Xiaoduo wiped it and sniffed it. He was relieved after wiping it several times. He said with trepidation, "What do you know? If I go home with this fragrance, I won't live past tonight." "Is it really that serious? TSK, what do you think?" The others had gone far away, leaving only Zhou Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang finally spoke. "Zhou Xiaoduo, what's wrong? Do you think Shin Tianan's team is in danger?" "It's not just danger, it's a life-threatening danger. Death is imminent," Zhou Xiaoduo said faintly. "However, this man is stubborn and self-opinionated. He's destined not to listen to advice." "Then I'll watch over them tomorrow." "It's no use, Teacher Qin. Human strength is limited. Some disasters can't be shaken by human strength." The ominous central palace has reached the top. The ominous energy has entered the heart and soul. The door of life and death has been opened. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was unusually solemn. He said slowly, as the saying goes, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Asking them to give up tomorrow's mission is the best way to avoid death. But he didn't consider it at all. "I told him to pay attention to his own position and not leave the safety zone because I hope to minimize the effects of the death calamity to the greatest extent and not harm his life." He said I was talking nonsense and even pulled Xiang Jin back. It was the same as pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. He was seeking his own death and was destined to die. This is called destiny. Actually, the 50-star yuan fortune that he took away was the true stroke of genius for me. I had completely severed my karma with him and I no longer had anything to do with him. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said, "If he had not taken away the gold, there would have been a chance for him to survive. I would have thought of a way to save their lives. However, he did not keep the gold, which proves that he is extremely determined. His stubbornness is a foregone conclusion. Now that things have come to this, even if a deity were to descend, he would not be able to change his fate." Qin Fangyang's expression became even more solemn. Although he did not understand this line of work, he had heard that taking away the gold after reading it was to sever the karma between the two parties, to sever this predestined fate. It could be said to be the biggest taboo in the astral soul's divination business in the mainland. Even if the divination did not work and then came back to rage, it was fine. However, taking away the gold on the spot was a huge taboo. Is there really a way to change this? After all, there are still a few lives at stake. Anyway, there is nothing I can do. Xiaoduo, we are all classmates. If you can think of a way. So Xiaoduo said, Teacher Qin, I understand your thoughts. As long as there is a little room for action, as long as he listens to a word from me, I will do my best to avert the disaster. But the current situation is because he has severed the karma between him and me, making the situation a foregone conclusion. It is not that I don't want to help. I can even say very clearly, Teacher Qin, even if you catch up with these 6 people now and break their legs, preventing them from going out tomorrow, they will still be alive and kicking on the road to death tomorrow. Do you believe me or not? Qin Fangyang's expression suddenly changed. This was not a bad idea. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's expression and could not help but smile bitterly. Teacher Qin, I have already reminded you, but it is hard to say whether you will do it or not and whether it will be useful. Just as the saying goes. If the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn? Qin Fangyang hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest of the 6 people slowly packed their things and prepared to go home after school. Tomorrow we will gather at the Purple Chi from the east. We will face the Purple Chi from the east with the mountain river tower behind us. It is an auspicious day. Let's set off. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the expressions of the few people and made the arrangements. Why do you have to do this? Li Qinglong asked curiously. Although the divination shows that this trip will be more daunting than dangerous, there are still risks. Before I leave, I might as well borrow the vitality of heaven and earth and add another layer of thick earth power to protect me. Do you think that my divination is really a trick of a swindler? Zhou Xiaoduo said leisurely. Qin Fangyang flew and changed his appearance. After thinking about it, he even put on a mask. The sun was setting. Shin Tainan and the rest of the 6 people came to an intersection. The 6 of them gathered together to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow. Although Qin Fangyang was far away, his cultivation was much higher than Shin Tianan's, so he could hear everything clearly. He heard Shin Tainan say, Tomorrow at 4:30 in the morning, we will depart an hour earlier. We will not cross paths with any of their teams. Okay. The other 5 people were all excited. That's the way it should be. We can get the upper hand if we go early, and the chances of finding a lot of good things will be much higher. If there are really good things, even if there will be people coming to rob us, as long as we delay for a while, Teacher Qin and the others should arrive. The benefits will still be ours. That's right. Shin Tainan was in high spirits. If there are no surprises and no dangers, what can we get? Even if Zhou Xiaoduo is not an alarmist, he must have exaggerated the situation. When swindlers cheat people, they do it habitually. I want to take you to the depths to have a look. Of course, we won't go too deep. Just a distance of 20 kilometers will be enough. During this period of peace, especially after the massacre by 7 kills, very few people dare to go deep. Meteorites keep falling and there must be a lot of good things accumulated. This is our chance. Okay. The 6 people looked very excited. They were already discussing what to exchange for after they got the contribution points. Alas. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He finally understood what the problem of these people's death calamity was. Shin Tianan's idea was simply reckless. He actually wanted to explore the depths. Qin Fangyang was still hesitating whether to put his idea into action, but after hearing this he stopped thinking about it and flew out directly. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Enemy attack. My leg is broken. Who is it? Leave your name if you have the guts. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang finished his work. The 6 students all had their legs broken, and some of them were even showing signs of comminuted bone fractures. This kind of injury was already a disaster for ordinary people, but Qin Fangyang was confident that as long as the treatment was appropriate and supplemented with the recovery ability of martial masters, they could recover in a few days. If he paid a price and let them enter the recovery pod, it would not be difficult for them to recover in a day. The temporary physical pain in exchange for the safety of their lives, Qin Fangyang thought it was worth it. After beating them up, Qin Fangyang immediately left. Now they should be safe, right? Zhou Xiaoduo, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't expect me to be so heavy-handed, right? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called the parents of the 6 students, asking them to be careful and not let their children go out for training. The 6 parents all agreed at once. Qin Fangyang finally left with peace of mind. At the scene, the 6 youths were left in heart-wrenching pain. Shen Tainan struggled to take out his phone and endured the pain as he shouted into the phone, "Dad. I was beaten up, my leg is broken, I'm here. Quickly send someone, it's so painful." The others also struggled to take out their phones to call for help. Only 10 minutes later. Huff 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 that a few luxurious cars, which were legendary in Phoenix City, appeared at the intersection. A few burly men rushed out of the car as fast as they could. They carefully moved these little brats into the car. Bottles of life spirit water and painkillers were poured into them as if they were free. There were even a few experienced martial artist doctors in the car, treating the broken legs. A middle-aged man with a strong appearance was furious. "What is going on? In Phoenix City, who dares to touch my Xinyushu's son? Investigate thoroughly, it's better to be wrong than to indulge." "Yes. Broken legs? What's the specific situation?" "There are some comminuted fractures, but it's not too troublesome," a doctor said. "What's the best way to treat it?" "I've already treated the broken bones." After entering the recovery pod, it'll be fine after a few days of recovery, the doctor said. No. Shen Tainan, whose pain had mostly subsided, struggled to open his mouth. "There's still a training mission tomorrow, I must participate." The other students also said in unison, "Yes, tomorrow is the day to go out for training, we must go." Shen Yushu's dignified face showed some irritation. "All of your legs are broken, what's the point of training? Crawling? Besides, your teacher Qin just called, he doesn't want you to participate in the training." Shen Tainan said boldly, "Dad, you've always said that the path of the strong must be filled with hardships and countless obstacles. In martial arts training, if you fall behind by one step, you'll fall behind step by step. Maybe you really won't be able to catch up. And we're already lagging behind the other teams, if we don't go tomorrow, we'll be left even further behind." "But Teacher Qin doesn't want you to go out." "Dad, Teacher Qin has selfish motives. It said that there'll be an opportunity tomorrow. He clearly doesn't want us to get the opportunity." Shin Yushu was stunned. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, we all know," Shin Yushu muttered. "The few of us have better family conditions, we've been pampered since young. Our bones aren't as tough as others. This time it's our chance to sharpen ourselves. Dad, think of a way to heal us in one night, so we can continue with tomorrow's training mission. Yes, we're not afraid of pain. We've already discussed what to do, Uncle Shen, please help us." Shen Yushu's wrinkled face slowly relaxed, turning into gratification. "As expected of my Shen Yushu's son. Good." Chapter 128. Since you have such intentions, I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Shen Yushu took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Hello, Boss Meng? I am Shen Yushu." "Oh, Boss Shen, I did not expect you to call me. No wonder my 8th brother has been barking non-stop today. It turns out that you have an important guest." "I am not an important guest. I have something to ask of Boss Meng." I am really at my wit's end now." What is it that even Boss Shen can't do?" "Haha, just based on your call today, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." Shen Yushu laughed and said, "Then I will thank you in advance. It's like this. There is a small accident with my child at home. He is injured. His bones were shattered by someone. You also know that I bought the recovery pod earlier. When I bought it, it could only contain mid-grade elixir of astral souls. However, a mid-grade recovery pod is not enough for that little brat to fully recover in one night. But this little brat insisted on going out to train tomorrow. My head hurts. Isn't that why I thought of the omnipotent Brother Meng? If I remember correctly, Brother Meng, you have ordered 2 high-grade elixir of astral souls recovery pods, right?" "Brother Shen, you have a good memory. I do have 2, but they are with my daughter." The other side pondered for a while and said, "Since Brother Shen has asked, there is no problem. I will send someone to pick up your son later." Shin Yushu laughed and said, "How would I dare to trouble Brother Meng? I will send him over." Cough cough, there are a total of 6 brats here and their legs were all broken. "Brother Meng, I am afraid you will have to pay a huge price this time." The other side laughed and said, "No matter how much I pay, it is still not as big as you, old Shen. Don't worry, just do it." Good, I know old Meng is generous. Don't worry, I will pay you twice the cost of the recovery pods." Old Shen, you are slapping me in the face. This is about our child and you still want to talk about money? Don't give me that, it is boring. If you really want to thank me, drink with me tonight. Let us brothers have a good chat, it is better than nothing. If you keep talking about money, I won't do it. Alright. It was a slip of the tongue. Please don't blame me, Brother Meng. Tonight it's my treat. Let's toast to Brother Meng. How can 1 cup be enough? At least 5, 6, 7 or 8 bottles, ha. Ah. It's a deal. He put down the phone. Qin Yushu's expression was somewhat contented. Done. Let's go to Meng Group's Xinyu building immediately. The other children's faces were filled with admiration. Uncle Shen is so awesome. Even the richest man in Phoenix City is so polite to Uncle Shen. Everything was settled with just a few words. Qin Yushu laughed heartily, pleased with himself. Shen Tianan's face was filled with pride. This is my father's power. My dad can call the wind and summon the rain in Phoenix City. There's nothing he can't do. The motorcade roared away. The next morning, Zhou Xiaoduo got up and rushed to the faucet. After a while, he shook his head and the water droplets scattered like a puppy coming out of the water. He brushed his teeth and spat out a mouthful of white foam. He looked at his face in the mirror. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." Then he wiped his face and walked out. "Mom, is the food ready?" "It's in the pot." Wu Yuding came out of the kitchen and put down 2 metal basins on the table with a clang. The 2 metal basins were only slightly smaller than the wash basin. Zhou Xiaoduo stared in shock. "In the future you can use this basin to eat and the other basin to drink soup." Zhou Xiaoduo was flabbergasted. "Mom, this. Isn't this a dog basin?" "Bullshit." Wu Yuding was furious. "This is the legendary bowl of porridge that the giants used for breakfast. I had to look for it for a long time before I found it." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. He secretly took out the 99 Astral Souls phone to check. He was finally relieved. Yes, the Real Dog basin was indeed smaller than this. Relieved, he picked up the basin and went to the pot. He took a big spoon and dug hard. At least 4 or 5 caddies of rice went into the basin. It was only half a basin. He dug another 4 big spoonfuls and the top of the basin bulged. Duang. He put it on the table. He put the other basin on the ground and picked up the other pot. He poured out half a basin of soup. Then he put a few plates of salted vegetables on the table. After thinking for a while, he took a tray of steamed buns and put them aside. Then he took out a can of chili oil and poured it into the rice basin. Then he picked up a big ladle. He held the rice basin in one hand and the ladle in the other and raised his head. Duang 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 duang. He drank almost half of the soup in one breath. Then he picked up the other basin and raised his head again. Duang 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 duang. Then he poured the remaining half of the soup into the remaining half of the rice basin and stirred again. He picked up the rice basin with both hands and raised his head. Duang 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 duang. Zhu Jianglu rolled his eyes weakly as he looked at the good-for-nothing that he had brought up. How could this be considered a meal? Even drinking beer isn't so generous. After finishing the rice and soup, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't give up. He grabbed a steamed bun and pinched it. The originally soft and big steamed bun was pinched to the size of a plum. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it twice. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. He had already pinched 2 more steamed buns and threw them into his mouth. He swallowed the salted vegetables with his chopsticks and ate a dozen steamed buns in succession. Finally, he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He murmured, "This feels good. Don't mention it." He picked up a cucumber and threw it into his mouth. Crunching sounds kept coming out. He picked up the concealed weapon bag and the 350 caddy broadsword that Zhou Xiaoyan had prepared for him last night. Duang. He slung it over his shoulder. "I'm leaving. I'm going to train outside the city today. I might not come back for dinner tonight." He pushed the door open and walked out. He heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was as if a bear had rushed down the stairs. The door slammed shut. Wu Yuding stared blankly at the door for a while. Finally, she turned her head. He found that Zhu Jianglu was staring blankly at the messy table. Oh, it was an exaggeration to say that it was messy. All the bowls and plates were clean. Even the skin of the steamed buns stuck to the steamer had been eaten by Zhou Xiaoduo. It really couldn't be called a mess. These 2 basins. I wanted to raise a tiger mastiff in the past. I got these 2 basins, right? You wouldn't let me raise a tiger mastiff in the past. Now I'm using these 2 basins. What basins? Don't you know how to talk? These are Xiaoduo's rice basins. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You want to eat 40 bowls with a small bowl? Aren't you tired? These basins are so good. Ahem. Okay. If we eat this meal outside. Zhuo Changlu sighed and murmured, 100 yuan isn't enough. 100 yuan. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You're actually calculating money at this time. You're really Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. Money is also very important. Xiao Zhuo is now at this stage. We can't help him much. What's left is logistics. Money is both the starting point and the end point. Wu Yuding sighed and said slowly, logistics also has its own problems. Now that we're at the stage of the mission, it means the most frightening stage has arrived. Zhuo Changlu said, actually, compared to us at this time, he's still much more relaxed. Back then we went out for training. More than 300 people went out, but only 7 of us came back. Wu Yuding said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Times have changed. How can the situation be the same? If you tell me about the high mortality rate again, I'll live separately from you. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Well, let's talk about serious business now. It's about the blacksmith shop. Zhuo Changlu immediately sat up straight. Wu Taijiang will arrive tomorrow. Blacksmith shop? Can't you just vacate one of the rooms next to your shop? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, the owners of the other shops have been wanting to sell for a long time. As long as you give a reasonable price, it'll be fine. How can I have money? Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Why do you think I was talking about money just now? Xiao Nian just gave me 600,000 yuan. Wu Yuding snorted and said, is that enough? 600,000 yuan? Zhuo Changlu was furious. This girl went to do a mission again? What kind of mission could give such a good reward? This time she was helping Master Mu catch a fugitive. That night Xiao Duo happened to be there. Xiao Duo took 2 space rings. Wu Yuding said, this is from the 2 space rings. Zhuo Changlu relaxed and smiled. So it's robbing the rich to help the poor. Now that I have 600,000 yuan, of course it's more than enough. Why don't we go back to sleep? Zhuo Changlu's eyes began to sway. Anyway, he was not serious. Nian is still at home. Wu Yuding pulled. She left a long time ago. When Xiao Duo went out, Nian was already following him. Come. This is such a beautiful spring scenery. So Xiao Duo carried his big saber and came to the meeting place valiantly. In the west, behind him was the mountain river building. On top of it, the mountain river map was dozens of meters high. It was the map of the entire Yanwu Empire. When it was pulled down from the top, it was directly opposite the rising sun. Purple chi gushed out from the east. Wanli Xiu and the others were already waiting under the big sign. There were a few martial artists beside her, looking troubled. Wanli Xiu lost her temper. How many times do I have to say it? You are not allowed to follow me. We are going to train now. Don't you understand the meaning of training? Other people's families did not send anyone. What are you doing following me? Then she took out her phone and made a call. Dad, ask Uncle Yang and the others to retreat. This is not a matter of discomfort. This is too embarrassing, do you know? Everyone is going out alone. Why do I have to be like a princess and have a bunch of bodyguards following me? Do you still want me to live? I don't care. Just ask them to go back. Otherwise, I will run away from home. Wanli Xiu stomped her feet, twisted her waist, acted coquettishly and raged. Long Yuxing stared blankly at the side. Chapter 129. In the end, the person on the other side of the phone seemed to have compromised. The other warriors' phones rang and they all retreated. Only then did they see Zhuo Xiaoduo standing in the distance. He was carrying a big sword and posing as if he was going to take the head of a general in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. The few of them cheered and rushed over. Zhuo, your axe is really beautiful, Wanli Xiu said. Yes, this axe is really impressive, Long Yuxing said. Boss, you're using an axe as a weapon. Are you planning to imitate the legendary Pangu axe? Li Chenglong said. The axe is really big, Li Zhangming said. Big axe, Yu Moyan said. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Look at it carefully. Is this an axe? He was in a bad mood when he posed so fiercely just now, but only someone saw it. He was getting more and more angry as he spoke. He took the big sword off his shoulder and put it on the ground. He held the hilt and breathed heavily. This is an axe? The 5 of them shouted as if they had discovered a new continent. If it's not an axe, is it a sword? What do you mean? It's a sword. It's just that the back of the sword is thicker, the blade is shorter, and the hilt is longer. How is it not a sword? Zhuo Duo felt more and more annoyed as he spoke. There was a big difference between a sword and an axe. Was it so hard to tell? Moreover, Nian Mao said that it was a sword. Ignorant, ignorant, ignorant. I've never seen a sword with a back as thick as 2 palms. The 5 of them were confused. Was this really a sword? No matter what, everyone had finally gathered. Let's go, Zhuo ordered. He carried the big sword and took the lead, heading north. The moment they left the city, Zhuo Duo looked at the time. It was exactly 5:59. Yes, Geely. It was the supreme number if reversed. After the group left the city, they quickly increased their movement speed and ran along the main road for 50 kilometers in one breath. Then they turned into a small path. After walking for less than 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the primitive wasteland. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were towering trees of all shapes and sizes. Even the ordinary grass was as tall as several people and abnormally strong. After walking forward for a while, they arrived at the edge of the barrier. Zhuo Duo took out the jade talisman issued by the school and slowly placed it on the transparent barrier. Immediately, he felt a very slight vibration, and an opening that only allowed one person to pass through quietly appeared in front of the barrier. Li Zhongming first. Long Yuxing Wanli Xiu Li Chenglong Yu Moyan, quick, get out. Zhuo Duo was the last to go out and immediately put away the jade talisman. The barrier behind him was slowly returning to its original state. This was the barrier protecting the entire Phoenix City. With the existence of this barrier, the meteor would not be able to smash into Phoenix City. It could only slide down into the wilderness after its remaining energy was exhausted. When the 6 of them went out, what they saw was a miserable scene. In front of them, there were wild grass that was as tall as several people. There were also many trees that had been smashed by the meteor. Everything was crooked and slanted. Most of the trees had roots that were as thick as several people, but the branches and crowns had long been smashed into a mess. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single complete tree. The desolation and misery here had obviously greatly exceeded the basic understanding of Zhuo Duo and the others. I really should let the people in the city come out and see what would happen to Phoenix City if there were no strong people protecting it. Li Chenglong let out a long sigh. It's just a distance of less than 100 kilometers. The city is full of singing and dancing, but outside the city, it's a scene of the end of the world. You're doing it again. Wanli Xiu was dissatisfied. Martial artists go through fire and water to cultivate, isn't it to protect the singing and dancing inside? As for the extravagance, it's just an inevitable product of the development of society. This is an unavoidable situation in any dynasty. If you get angry because of this, Wanli Xiu said seriously, Li Chenglong, you'll only anger yourself to death. Zhuo Duo chuckled and said, Wanli Xiu is right. Swollen. This problem can't be solved even if you become the king of the world in the future. Let alone the present you. Li Chenglong said in a muffled voice, I know, but I can't help but feel stuffy. Then he suddenly became anxious. Don't call me swollen. All right, swollen, the 5 people replied in unison. Li Chenglong grimaced in pain. He wanted to bite someone very much. However, he didn't dare to do so in front of these 5 people. For the first time, the 6 of them had only advanced 100 meters in the underbrush when Zhuo Duo, who was at the front, had already caught 15 to 16 poisonous snakes. The number of poisonous snakes in this wasteland, especially in the underbrush, was simply astonishing. Is there any recycling value for these snakes? Zhuo Duo caught a poisonous snake. Then, he looked at its ferocious triangular head and said, Can it be exchanged for contribution points? Zhuo Duo didn't remember anything about medicinal herbs, spirit herbs, ominous beasts, star beasts and so on. Would Zhuo need to use his brain when Li Chenglong was here? Wouldn't that make Li Chenglong useless? There is. Li Chenglong's huge reserve of knowledge and his photographic memory played a big role in this situation. The venom of poisonous snakes can be refined and recycled. The venom of 10,000 snakes can be exchanged for 1 contribution point after the successful refinement. Well, the premise is that these snakes must be the same kind. Zhuo, you have no less than 5 or 6 kinds of snakes in your hands. You need to deal with them separately if you want to collect them. Fuck. Refining 10,000 snakes of the same kind can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point? Are you kidding me? Throw. Although Zhuo had always believed that mosquito legs are also meat, he didn't want all mosquito legs. Not far away the underbrush shook and a few people came out. You guys are here too. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Zhao Zhangjun and his team from the same class. You guys are so early, Long Yusheng called out. We just got here. Let's go. Zhao Zhangjun waved his hand and said, your axe is not bad. It's mighty and domineering. Zhuo Duo. This is a fucking saber. A saber. After moving forward for another 400 or 500 meters, they met another half-acquaintance. It was Bai Bingbing. Yo Zhuo, your axe is not bad. It's very impressive. Zhuo Duo didn't have the strength to complain. Were these people all blind? Long Yusheng and the others remembered Zhuo's vow that this was a saber. This was a saber that they couldn't help but laugh until their bodies twitched. On the other side. Zhao Zhangjuan's team. Boss, where are we going later? Have you read the notes Wuxia Duo gave us yesterday? What's the specific direction? Zhao Zhangjun said, I haven't read it yet but I plan to. We'll start turning now. We won't go forward anymore. We'll go northwest and read the note after we enter. If Wuxia Duo can even calculate this, then he's really capable. We'll have to ask him for help in the future. However, if he's not accurate, then we'll definitely ask him for 500 star dollars. Ha 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 ha. The 6 of them went northwest. Although they didn't gain much along the way, they didn't encounter any major obstacles. When it was time to rest, Zhao Zhangjun gathered the other 5 people. Come, let's read Master Zhuo's note and see if it's accurate or not. Then he took out the note and twisted it open. The 6 of them looked at it at the same time. The moment they looked at it, the 6 of them widened their eyes. Halfway north, turn to the northwest. Small gains safe. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. This awesome, really awesome. On the other side, Bai Bingbing and the others were also resting. I'm so tired, so tired. Let's take a rest. The 6 girls chose a clean place and sat in a circle. Hey Bingbing, we've changed direction a few times. Didn't Wuxia Duo say that he can't give us a refund? Let's take a look. To be honest, I don't believe that he has such a remarkable ability. Bai Bingbing snorted and said, we're all classmates. Why are you so serious? You can't really ask him for a refund. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed. Of course we can't ask Bingbing's romantic partner for a refund. We just want to see if he's right. Maybe he's really so resourceful that he hit the nail on the head. Bai Bingbing's face turned red. She snorted and said, you're all so talkative. Nonsense, humph. When she opened the note, 6 little heads stretched out. One of them said, don't tell me he used this opportunity to write a love letter? Ah fuck. After exclaiming in surprise, the 6 girls fell into a state of shock. The note clearly wrote, halfway through turn west from north. Nothing, turn northwest. Little harvest, not enough. Go north and you'll find something. That's too accurate. One of the girls opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. It's really accurate. This. Didn't we go west first and turn northwest when we didn't find anything? Then, because we still didn't find anything, we turned north again. The 6 girls looked at their current location, which was north of Phoenix City. They only felt that their little heads were numb. There's actually such a magical person in this world. Amazing. He's really resourceful and has the ability to connect with gods. One of the girls suddenly said, Bing Bing, you have to work hard. This Wuxia Duo has a lot of potential. You must get him. That's right. You must get him. Not bad. After yesterday's first contact, you already have a lot of opportunities compared to the other flirtatious bitches. Don't let it go. If you miss it, it'll be gone. Bai Bingbing's face showed a hint of pride. Then she said in distress, he's avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion. Besides, it's only the first day we met. So what if it's the first day? The first day is fate. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You have to be careful. This kind of potential is not easy to meet. There are so many flirtatious bitches in this school. If you're not careful, this good meat will fall into someone else's mouth. Chapter 130. One of the girls squinted her eyes and giggled. Captain, why don't we all go at him together? No matter who he chooses in the end, won't he be one of us? Bai Bingbing suddenly became alert. She looked at this girl and asked suspiciously, you like him too, right? Yanzi? Yanzi giggled. I think this guy is not bad. He's a good piece of meat. Humph. Bitch humph. You're the same bitch humph. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. Another girl rolled her eyes and said, I think you're all talking nonsense. From what I see, this Wuxia Duo is obviously not enlightened. He needs someone to enlighten him. Otherwise he won't know how good women are. Well, he can't just focus on women, he has to be wary of men. Nowadays, many handsome guys like handsome guys. Fuck, so you're not only a dirty old woman, but also a rotten one. The girls laughed and joked for a while, and then their faces became worried. Indeed, this guy really looked like he was not enlightened. But how could they enlighten him? Bai Bingbing's heart was full of vigilance, especially when she saw this group of plastic sisters. They were all thinking of enlightening Zhuo Duo. This group of shameless sluts, they're already thinking of snatching him from me. They said they wouldn't snatch him from me. No, I have to quickly think of a way to come up with a feasible plan. The other teams that were resting at their own resting places also took out Zhuo's comments. After verifying with each other, they also exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, so accurate. No, this is godly. That guy is not a quack, he's a god. Shut up, if you dare to say Master Zhuo is a quack again, believe it or not, I'll cut you. Well, Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? I'm thinking. This 50 gold coins is too worth it. Too cheap. Should I strike up a good relationship with Master Zhuo before he becomes famous? Then I can apply for an annual membership or a lifetime membership. If I apply for it now, it shouldn't cost too much. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Oh, Captain has become Xiao Duo. I'm impressed. Fuck, let me ask each and every one of you. Do you want to apply for an annual membership and a lifetime membership? Yes, of course. I miss it so much. I want to die. You want to go for VIP? Look at the authentic version. After resting for a while, Zhuo's team resumed their journey with laughter. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard. Zhuo Duo reacted quickly and pulled Wanli Xiu and the others to the side. Rumble. After a long while, the earth was still trembling. As far as the eye could see, a meteor shower was falling. One of the meteors, the size of a human head, smashed into the spot where Wanli Xiu had been standing, creating a hole that was dozens of meters deep. Meteor showers continued to fall around the area like hailstones, incessant and endless. Wanli Xiu's face turned pale and her heart was filled with horror. If Zhuo Duo hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat if he hadn't been hit by the meteorite in time. It's really not safe. Li Chenglong covered his head, and his facial features were a little distorted. Wanli Xiu was in no danger, but Li Chenglong wasn't so lucky. One of the meteors hit a broken tree and rebounded. Coincidentally, it hit Li Chenglong's head. Although the rebounding force had weakened and wasn't enough to break his head, he could still feel the pain. Is everyone okay? Pay attention to these newly fallen meteors. Zhuo Duo shouted. Be careful not to hit your head. Although these meteorites didn't pose much of a threat to a martial master, if the meteorites were larger than a fist, they would still be injured if they were hit by them. The few of them worked together and dug out the meteors that had fallen. It's useless. Zhuo's family ran an Astral Souls shop, so his eyesight was naturally better than the others. However, he was disheartened after just a glance. The one that almost smashed Long Yuxing into a bachelor is the only thing worth mentioning. But at most, there's a low-grade Astral Souls jade inside. Keep it. Whoever wants it can have it, but I don't want it. Long Yuxing threw it aside and muttered, What do you mean by smashed into a bachelor? Let's go inside. It's hard to find good things in this area. Li Chenglong instructed. He was the expert in this area. Okay. The six of them moved at full speed and ran forward. It didn't take long for them to run more than 50 miles. The further they went, the more desolate the environment became. There were potholes everywhere on the ground, and there were many traces of digging in the potholes. Especially the big potholes, they were basically dug 3 feet deep and were empty. How can this group of people loot so clean? Don't they know how to benefit the latecomers? How unethical. Zhuo Duo said angrily, Go further inside. Don't stop along the way. Qin Fangyang was wandering in the sky, watching Zhuo's team go deeper into the forest like a sharp arrow. We're 70 kilometers away from Phoenix City. If we calculate the radius of 200 kilometers, this is considered an extremely safe distance. Qin Fangyang was very relieved. Zhuo's team had an advantage that other teams didn't have. The allocation of members could be said to be well-rounded and there were few omissions. Zhuo's cultivation had reached the peak of martial master. As the core leader, he could be said to be the stabilizing force. This was already a big advantage. As for Li Chenglong as the strategist, it was even rarer. Basically, there was nothing that Li Chenglong didn't know. With him around, it was like carrying an encyclopedia with you. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan seemed to be taciturn, but in fact they were first-class figures in the vanguard. No matter what happened, there was no dispute at all. They only needed to wave their hands and say, "Go!" The two of them directly rushed forward. As for Long Yuxing, he was the type who had an exceptionally good view of the big picture. He was born with a keen sense of coordination. However, compared to Zhou Xiaoduo, he was more of a defensive talent. As for the last person, Wan Lixio, she looked like a careless girl, but deep down she was meticulous and meticulous. She was very meticulous and controlled all the details. Such a team was only at the embryonic stage, but it was already the ideal allocation for all adventure teams. This team's allocation is really good. Another teacher who came with him to guard the team smiled. It is indeed good. Basically, it has all the elements to prepare for war. Yes, especially Zhou Xiaoduo, who is the core leader. This guy looks like an offensive leader, but the caution and carefulness he showed during the journey is really extraordinary. If he can continue to be like this, it will be a great blessing for this team. Another teacher praised. After hearing this praise, black lines appeared on Qin Fangyang's forehead. He wanted to say it, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Caution and carefulness? Zhou Xiaoduo was afraid of death. However, he could definitely maintain this state. As for whether it was a blessing or not, it was a little too early to say. Everyone rushed all the way into the wasteland in a spurt of energy. They didn't stop and continued to advance. There are already some traces of star beasts here. Li Chenglong stopped to study a pile of feces. This feces is still very fresh. There are a lot of sour grass seeds and a lot of wild fruit seeds in it. It should be left behind by the single-horned deer. The single-horned deer's attack power is not high, and its overall combat power is relatively low. It can easily poop here, which is enough to prove that there are no dangerous star beasts in the nearby area. Wan Lixio covered her nose and looked at Li Chenglong poking the feces. She looked disgusted and wanted to vomit, but she couldn't stop herself from looking. "Aren't you disgusting? You even have to study this." Li Chenglong replied while poking the feces. "Disgusting? This is disgusting. This is a clue, you know. There are many things that humans can't find, but some star beasts can. Star beasts often leave a lot of valuable information in their feces. Then what valuable information did you find?" "This pile only has what I found just now. There is no more." "Fuck." Long Yuxing cursed. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and keep up." Along the way, Li Chenglong had maximized the benefits of his encyclopedic knowledge, except for the fact that it was a little disgusting. This guy seemed to be very passionate about studying star beast feces. Along the way he had studied 17 to 18 piles. "Zwa." Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of feces and shouted. "What's the matter? What did you find?" Zhou Xiaoduo covered his nose and came over. "Let's not go forward first. I think there should be something good around here." Li Chenglong spoke, but his hands didn't stop moving. As he poked the feces, a foul stench rose into the air. "Damn, can you just tell me what you found?" "In this pile of feces, there are many three-eared rabbit bones and some venomous snake remains. I can confirm that this venomous snake is a black-boned snake. The black-boned snake is extremely venomous. However, this excreting star beast obviously doesn't care about its venom. Look at this black-boned snake's head and venomous fangs. There is even a strand of hair on it. It should have been bitten by the black-boned snake. Obviously, this star beast isn't afraid of the black-boned snake's venom and still ate it. And it ate many black-boned snakes." Li Chenglong continued. "From the shape of the feces, the dryness, and the outer layer of white crystals, I can confirm that this is a three-legged python. Look at the clear tracks here. Even though the meteorites are constantly falling, the footprints can still be seen. This proves that it hasn't been here for long." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed deeply. "Swollen, I completely believe your conclusion. There is no need to analyze the process. It is still so smelly, how could it have been here for a long time?" Li Chenglong replied seriously. "That's not what I meant. Smelly or not cannot be used as a basis of time. There are black-boned snakes and three-eared rabbits in the feces. This means that there must be astral soul's intermittent grass around here. You must know that every year when the black-boned snake molts, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to lessen the pain of molting. Although the three-eared rabbit moves extremely quickly, its bones are weak and easily broken. Similarly, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to heal." Still writing, let's first ask for tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 131. Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls? Is that worth anything? Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls. If it were an ordinary 10-year-old plant, it would require 10 stalks of astral souls to exchange for 1 contribution point. However, 10-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls isn't enough for the black-bone snakes. What they need is at least 50-year-old. As for 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, each stalk is worth 10 contribution points. There's a high chance that there's a group of black-bone snakes nearby. Based on my judgment, this group of black-bone snakes are at least 20 years old. In other words, there's definitely intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. Furthermore, there's plenty of them. Intermittent grass of astral souls is extremely small in size. It's usually mixed in with other weeds and is very difficult to find. Li Chenglong stood up and continued, but we've already confirmed that it's in this area. Just by digging up the weeds we'll be able to find something. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his voice trembled. There's obviously a natural predator like the 3-legged python nearby. Yet, the black-bone snakes and 3-eared rabbit would rather risk being eaten by the 3-legged python in order to stay here. That's enough to explain the problem and confirm the situation. After hearing Li Chenglong's words, Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest were all excited. How big is the area you've estimated? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. It should be. Li Chenglong replied, it shouldn't exceed 2 kilometers. As for where the weeds are the thickest, we'll just dig it out. Once we've dug it out, you don't have to identify it. I'll just search for it bit by bit. Alright. Let's do that. Zhou Xiaoduo ordered, dig up the roots. Li Zhangming and Yu Moyan didn't say a word. They immediately took action. The two of them stood side by side and quickly assembled 2 large shovels. With a hiss sound, they lifted more than 10 square meters of grass into the air. With a shake of their hands, the soil was shaken clean, leaving only the white and tender grass roots sticking upwards. Zhou Xiaoduo, Wan Lixio and the rest followed suit. Along the way they dug up the surrounding grass like a yellow dragon. In the air, Qin Fangyang, who had been paying attention to this side, sighed, "Do you see that? This is the effect that Li Chenglong can display in a group. Even if you look at the entire continent, there are very few who can replicate this effect." Amazing. The teacher by the side sighed in admiration. A martial artist's cultivation relies on talent, hard work, and the support of their family. These are already common knowledge. Relying on knowledge outside of cultivation. Although many people think it's feasible, how many people can actually put it into action? How many of them will study the excrement of star beast? Another teacher sighed, this isn't just a matter of studying 1 or 2 piles of excrement. You have to know the habits of every star beast, be familiar with every food chain, and then be familiar with all their habits. You also have to know what each star beast likes to eat, what it can eat, what kind of environment it likes, what kind of heaven and earth treasures it needs, what it looks like before it's eaten, and what it looks like after it's excreted. Finally, you have to summarize everything. This isn't something that can be explained by the gift of eidetic memory. Other people, even if they know how to study excrement, may not be able to think of so much. But this Li Chenglong, using the traces in the excrement as a clue, actually deduced that there's an old intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. He's a fucking genius. Other people risked their lives and fought until their heads bled. It's already worth it to be able to get 8 or 10 contribution points after 1 experience. But these guys. With Li Chenglong's guidance, they can get a lot of points just by digging up the grass. This can only be said to be fate and luck. Qin Fangyang faintly said, Li Chenglong's cultivation was shallow before, and it's not like everyone didn't know that he was knowledgeable. Perhaps there were only a few people who really thought highly of him, but Zhou Xiaoduo has always treated him as a friend. This can be said to be where Zhou Xiaoduo's personal charm lies. That's true. That teacher was very much in agreement. That's right. If Li Chenglong were in another team he might not be so dedicated. But in Zhou Xiaoduo's team he can do his best. This can be said to be congenial. It's not congenial. Qin Fangyang said faintly, we're brothers. That teacher was stunned, then nodded deeply. That's right, we're brothers. While Qin Fangyang and the others were talking, the people below had already found something. Swollen, there are some light purple grasses in the grass roots here. They're segmented. Is that the intermittent grass? Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. Don't move. Li Chenglong shouted nervously. Let me do it. Whoosh. Li Chenglong almost rolled and crawled all the way over. You guys come over and see the real thing. Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of overturned grass roots. That's right. This is the intermittent grass of astral souls, and it's very old. The leaves of this intermittent grass are very small, and they grow together with ordinary grass roots. If it's not light purple, they're no different from weeds. As for the segmented shape of the grass roots, it's also very particular. The intermittent grass grows a segment every 3 years. In terms of appearance, it's broken and renewed every 3 years. That's how the intermittent grass got its name. This is 1 segment, 2 segments. Li Chenglong gasped. Xiao Duo found this batch of intermittent grass. Each of them has more than 15 segments, and many of them have more than 20 segments. That means they're 60-year-old intermittent grass. Oh my god. Don't move, don't move. Older intermittent grass needs to be separated with a jade shovel, and then immediately put into the jade box of astral souls. I have the jade box of astral souls on my back. Don't move it. Don't move those with 3 or 4 segments. Just leave them here. They'll naturally drill into the soil again. But those with more than 10 segments, I'll put them all away. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Li Chenglong laughed devilishly. 9. There are 9 older intermittent grass in this patch. Continue to search quickly, quickly. Li Chenglong quickly put away the 9 intermittent grass of astral souls. Then he began to finish the work. He checked all the grass one by one. After checking, he immediately put them back, no matter if they were still there or not. On the other side, Yu Moyan shouted, "There's one here too." Then Long Yuxing shouted, "There's one here too." Wan Lixio said excitedly, "I have one too, I have one too." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others turned around in surprise. They all gave Long Yuxing a thumbs up. "Brother, you've got guts." Wan Lixio was stunned for a moment. Then she understood immediately. Her face turned red. Other than Li Chenglong, she started to chase after the others. A bunch of stinky hooligans, uncivilized scum. Long Yuxing grinned wretchedly. "I haven't even started yet." Bang. Long Yuxing was kicked away by Wan Lixio. The 6 of them pushed forward like a bulldozer. From time to time they would shout in surprise. Of course, along with the huge harvest came trouble. The black-boned snakes nearby had been alerted by their repeated actions. They immediately attacked this group of intruders. However, the black-boned snakes were only beginner-level astral beasts. Although they had venomous fangs with Zhou Xiaoduo and the other skills, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't have a hard time. Don't kill them. Li Chenglong continued to cook the intermittent grass of astral souls as he shouted, "The black-boned snake's feces are the best fertilizer for the intermittent grass of astral souls. With the black-boned snakes here, the intermittent grass of astral souls will grow very quickly. With enough nutrients, it can even grow by 1 section per year." The 6 of them who were about to start a massacre suddenly changed their battle strategy. In a moment, the black-boned snakes were tossed high into the air and thrown far away. Until the end, Zhou Xiaoduo pinched a black-boned snake that was as thick as a water bucket. He looked left and right. Is this the king of snakes? Why is it so big? This black-boned snake, which was as thick as a water bucket and over 30 feet long, was pinched by Zhou Xiaoduo at its weakest point. Other than its body convulsing, it could not move at all. Its originally sinister and cold eyes were now filled with fear. Let's release this black-boned snake. Although it can be exchanged for over 10 contribution points, if we take it away, the black-boned snakes here will have no one to rely on. I'm afraid they will be wiped out. Li Chenglong said, "This is the king of snakes. Let it go." All right. Zhou Xiaoduo released the black-boned snake king. This black-boned snake king was obviously scared out of its wits. For a moment it didn't run away. Instead, it curled up on the ground. "Damn it, don't tell me you still want a gift? It's not like we're here to visit relatives." Zhou Xiaoduo had no choice but to throw an elixir pill into the snake's mouth. The black-boned snake king swallowed the pill and nodded at Zhou Xiaoduo. Then it slithered away. The teachers in the sky exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and amazement. One of the teachers commented, "They are indeed a unique group. To think that they would let go of the dark-boned snake king that they had obtained. That plaything is worth at least 15 contribution points. That's equivalent to the entire earnings of some small teams in a single mission." Another teacher said, "I know that Li Chenglong's idea of letting go of the black-boned snake king is to maintain the ecological balance of this region. This is to prevent the black-boned snakes from losing their support and causing them to be wiped out. But the star beasts in the outside world have their own ways of survival. The ecosystem of this region is extremely fragile and could collapse at any moment. Is there really a need to do this?" The first teacher said, "That's not what I'm surprised about. What I'm surprised about is that Zhuo Duo actually accepted Li Chenglong's suggestion. He's the true decision-maker of their team. This." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Perhaps this is the way their team interacts. Between them it's more about trust. Since Li Chenglong said it, Zhuo Duo believed it and accepted it. It has nothing to do with anything else. Our harvest this time is pretty good. Li Chenglong counted and smiled from ear to ear. He said, "Our total harvest this time is 1-century-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 760 to 80-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 1950-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, and 30 to 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls. We're rich, we're really rich. The contribution points this time are at least over 1,000. Li Zhangming's eyes darted around and he suddenly asked, "Zhuo, how are we going to split the contribution points this time?" The moment he asked this question, the 6 youths fell silent. Above, Qin Fangyang's body stiffened. He stared at them for a long time. The most crucial moment had arrived. "Writing too slowly. I started at 8 in the morning and I haven't stopped since then. That's all. I can't write anymore at night. My head is going to explode." Exploding at 5 o'clock p.m. Begging for a few monthly votes, a few subscriptions, a few recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 132. Distribution of benefits. This was the most important issue. It was unknown how many teams had broken up and parted ways because of the distribution of benefits. Below, Zhuo Duo looked surprised. "Split? Why should we split? Everyone?" Zhuo Duo glared at them. "Teams come out. All the rewards will be converted into contribution points. What's there to discuss? Do you want to eat more and take more?" Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio and the others. This was different from what they had imagined. Which team leader didn't take more? Otherwise, why would he be the team leader? What? Did it become us who wanted to eat more and take more when it came to us? We're not the team leaders. Even Li Chenglong stared at Zhuo Duo with wide eyes. "Zhuo, you have to think carefully. This isn't something that can be done overnight, and it's not just 1 or 2 pieces. Captains can take a larger portion of the loot. This is the rule of the continent. In the future we have to do more things, bigger things. A single point could be a sky-high price. You have to think carefully. What do we have to think about?" Zhuo Duo was puzzled. "So what if it's the rule of the continent? Who can control me, Zhuo Duo? Besides, what's the point of me taking more from you? Isn't it good for me to take more from others?" The 5 of them. They were speechless. It settled then. If 1 or 2 people come out, the rewards will be divided among themselves. If one comes out alone, the rewards will belong to the individual. There's no need to hand them over to the team. You don't have to say anything. This is how it is. Come, nod your heads. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others looked at each other and could only nod silently. It might not be fair to Li Chenglong if we divide today's rewards equally, but this is a team. This is the basic principle of a team. Maybe other teams have other rules, but here it's the same. In the future, other members may contribute more in other aspects, but all the rewards will still be divided equally. There will be no exceptions. Zhuo Duo said calmly, "As long as the 6 of us go on a mission together, it will be like this. I've decided on this point. Who agrees and who disagrees?" "I agree." Everyone raised their hands in agreement at the same time. There were no objections. "All right, I'll only talk about the distribution of benefits this time." Zhuo Duo said coldly, "I don't want to emphasize this point too many times. This is just an experience. In the future, everyone may go to the battlefield together. At that time it won't just be about benefits but about life and death." Li Zhangming chuckled and said, "I definitely agree with boss's decision." Li Chenglong was also filled with joy at this moment. There was also an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That's the way it is, it's the best. This was the first time he had used his knowledge to create benefits for the team. Li Chenglong was now bursting with a sense of accomplishment. His round face, which was not fat, was already smiling like a flower. Wan Lixio said worriedly, "I'm worried that in the future, there will be people who don't put in effort." "Oh, it's nothing. We can afford to drag this out. We're swollen." Zhuo Duo waved his hand and said boldly, "Xiao Air, don't worry about this. When you have a baby in the future during your maternity leave, You won't be short of it. Wan Lixio was speechless. Her pink face turned red. Did I mean that? What? Maternity leave. Zuo, do you want to die? After all, she was still a virgin. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the mention of this. Zuo looked sad. Long Yuxing, control your wife. She actually asked boss if he wants to die. Such courage, tsk. I feel a deep sense of worry about your future status in the family. Long Yuxing curled his lips. Zuo, my status in the family has already been decided. On the contrary, I'm very concerned about your status in the family. My status in the family? Zuo laughed loudly. Do you still need to say it? I'm the proper head of the household. The first page of the household register in the future will definitely be me. Your future sister-in-law Yen. Yen must be in my household register. Boss is mighty. The crowd roared and then burst into laughter. It would be strange if you weren't the head of the household. Brothers? Zuo waved his hand. How many contribution points are we aiming for today? 10,000. Let's charge forward with this, boss. Oh. The small team of 6 people once again turned into a sharp arrow that was moving forward. Are you relieved? Seeing Qin Fangyang move to look at the other teams, another teacher teased him. Now I'm completely relieved. Qin Fangyang couldn't hide the amiable smile on his face anymore. First, it ensures fairness. Second, it ensures that there won't be any changes. Third, it ensures that as the core, Zuo has absolute authority and can check and balance anyone in the team. If this doesn't make me completely relieved, what more can I ask for? To implement the equal distribution to the end and to set the tone from then on, can be said to be the most difficult thing. Another teacher said, in a team there will always be people who contribute more and there will always be people who want to take more, especially the boss. It's the most normal thing to take more. And to implement the equal distribution from beginning to end, even for the team leader, no one will have any objections. Teacher Qin, didn't you always say that Zuo is stingy? That teacher said strangely, this isn't something a stingy person would do. Qin Fangyang smiled contentedly and said, you haven't known him for long, so you don't know how stingy this child can be. However, no matter how stingy he is, he always has his own bottom line in his heart, and this bottom line is precisely the quality I think most highly of him. Let's go and look at the other teams. Zuo's team doesn't need to be looked after anymore. Do we really not need to look after them? After all, it's their first time out for training, aren't we afraid of accidents? There won't be any accidents. Do you think Zuo's self-proclaimed physiognomy skill is just for show? If Zuo said that there will be no danger, then there will be no danger. From the beginning, I didn't worry that there would be accidents or casualties. I believe that after this training, Zuo won't need to recommend himself anymore. Countless people will come to him for fortune-telling, and those who come to him are not limited to the students of the second high school, but also you and me. Oh, Teacher Qin, you really think highly of this student of yours. Let's wait and see. Let reality speak for itself. After looking at several teams in a row, he finally saw Zhao Zhangjuan's team. His team was fighting with a star beast, and not far behind the star beast was a red jade spirit ginseng that had already borne fruit. The 6 people in Zhao Zhangjuan's team were very excited. They were shouting and fighting with their lives on the line. Obviously, they wanted to take down the star beast on the opposite side as soon as possible and get the red jade spirit ginseng. Qin Fangyang looked at them silently and sighed softly. 1 training session to get a red jade spirit ginseng. The profit is no less than 50 contribution points. It's indeed a lot. Another teacher sighed. However, they have to pay a bloody battle to get these 50 points. Compared with Zuo's team, the difference is too big. Qin Fangyang didn't say anything. He watched Zhao Zhangjun and the others kill the star beast before he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhao Zhangjun, who had just finished the battle, shout to the sky, Teacher Qin, is Teacher Qin here? Qin Fangyang was stunned. Zhao Zhangjun wasn't in danger. He hurriedly floated down. Zhao Zhangjun. Zhao Zhangjun wiped his sweat and ran over. Teacher Qin. What's the matter? You'd better go and see Shintainan and the others. They seem to have gone straight inside. Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Who did you say? Shintainan? Qin Fangyang's pupils suddenly contracted. They also came for the training? Yesterday they clearly got double insurance and they still came? These 6 fucking immortals. Yes. Zhao Zhangjun looked at his teacher strangely. This time the whole class was going on the training mission together. How could Shin Tainan and the others not come? Qin Fangyang hurriedly asked. Hurry up and tell me which direction did they go? North. Zhao Zhangjun said, our team came early. We came in before 5 o'clock, but Shin Tainan and the others came even earlier than us. When we came they were already sweeping the periphery. Then when they saw us coming they rushed straight inside. And the area we are in now is almost beyond the alert area, but we haven't seen them yet. Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Shin Tainan has always been fond of grandiose achievements. He always wants to be in the limelight. This time, the harvest in the periphery obviously can't satisfy his set goal. I think he might have rushed into the deeper area. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly became as ugly as a dead man's. Looking at the dark wasteland in the distance, it was still morning. Dawn had just broken not long ago. At most, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was the best time of the day. The sky was clear and boundless. However, in such good weather, there was a dark and gloomy atmosphere in front of them. Obviously, there were strong star beasts and extremely complicated terrain inside. Inside, even embryonic breathing realm and primordial elixir realm practitioners might not dare to go too deep. Shin Tainan and the others had actually barged into that level of area. At this moment, even with Qin Fangyang's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel his vision go black. Qin Fangyang never thought that for their sake, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and impersonate a robber to beat the 6 of them to a pulp. He even called their parents, but he still couldn't stop them from taking the risk. Just what kind of connections does your family have to be able to recover from such an injury in a single night? However, recovering to a perfect state was equivalent to activating the past to the stage of death. They were so lively even when they were going to die. Their status was so high. This was simply speechless. At this moment, Qin Fangyang didn't think of anything else. What echoed in his heart was what Wuxia Duo had said yesterday afternoon. The king of hell is destined to die at midnight. Who can stay until midnight? The danger of life. The ominous central palace, the ominous chi has already entered the heart. The divination gold that he took away in the end was the real stroke of genius. It completely cut off the karma with me and has nothing to do with me anymore. Even if you chase after them now and break the legs of these 6 people to prevent them from going out tomorrow, they will still be walking to their deaths tomorrow. Do you believe me? Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang could only sigh. He was really speechless. He had forcefully intervened and had already broken their legs and suffered comminuted fractures. Today it was still happening. Thinking again about what Wuxiao Duo had said, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but sigh. It's really good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Chapter 133. The other teacher was puzzled. Teacher Qin, what are you? Qin Fangyang stood up. There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. It's a matter of life and death. Do your best. What about here? It's fine here. Wuxiao Duo said that it's a close call. Qin Fangyang and the other teacher were like 2 sharp arrows, piercing into the thick fog without permission. That a few hours later, Shin Tainan led his team and shot into the thick fog like an arrow. I didn't expect Zhao Zhangjun to be here so early. So what if he's early? He's a coward and only dared to wander around the periphery. What good things can he get? Boss Shin is right. Speaking of which, Boss Shin, your father is really awesome. Yesterday, with just a phone call, he got such a miraculous thing and used it directly. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Me too. It's unbelievable. With such a serious injury, it only took 10 minutes to recover completely. Moreover, his cultivation has improved. It's too miraculous. Especially since Boss's father solved it with just a phone call. I feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, my father's power in Phoenix City is? Let's not talk about it. There's no point in always bragging about my father. But this is really awesome. Speaking of which, Qin Fangyang called my father yesterday and told us not to come out today. Teacher Qin is really good at thinking. He called my family too. And my family too. This teacher Qin Fangyang. I don't know what he's thinking. We rejected Wuxiaoduo's fortune-telling and were not even allowed to participate in the trial? He even informed our parents? Haha. It can't be, right? You guys are just muddle-headed. Why don't you think about it? Wuxiao Duo asked for 500 yuan each time. Who would look for him? Qin Fangyang asked for 50 yuan each time. That's a lot. How many times do we come out in a year? 50 yuan each time. 8 teams, 400 yuan. At least 7 or 8 times a month. In a year we'll earn tens of thousands. Qin Fangyang is clearly colluding with Wuxia duo to cheat us of our money. Boss is right. I have the same feeling. Not allowed to come out for the trial? Just like what my father said yesterday, a man has to face the wind and rain, an eagle has to fight against the sky. A sapling in a greenhouse can never grow into a big tree. So my father encouraged us to come out. Yes, Uncle Shin is right. Of course, why would my father listen to Qin Fangyang's nonsense? Just because he said so he wouldn't come out? What a joke. Who the hell is Qin Fangyang? Yesterday my dad even said that he wanted to treat Mr. Qin to a meal after this incident. After all, Qin Fangyang is obviously angry this time. No need. Shin Tainan scoffed, as long as you follow me, I will naturally lead you to heaven. As for Qin Fangyang, he's just an unpresentable fellow who cheats students of their money. Why bother with him? Boss is right. Boss is mighty. Death is certain? I don't believe it. Haha, let's see what Qin Fangyang's face looks like when we return with a bountiful harvest. Smack 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 face ha. The 6 of them rushed in. The fog became thicker and thicker. Slowly, it reached a point where they couldn't see each other's faces clearly even if they stood face to face. It was blurry as if they had seen a ghost. Let's do it here. Our feet feel very solid, it's almost untouched. There must be a lot of good stuff here. Everyone hurry up. Shin Tainan said, we can't stay here for long. Let's move quickly. In 2 hours, no matter how much we get, we will leave. Okay. The 6 of them busied themselves. Not long after, cheers rang out. Even the thick fog was diluted. I have one here, it's so big. I have one here too. There's actually a stock of white jade lingji here. This stone of astral souls is cold to the touch. We're rich, we're rich. The 6 of them made a lot of discoveries. Shin Tainan was sweating profusely as he dug a big hole. In this hole, there was actually a millstone-sized stone of astral souls, and it was emitting spiritual energy. However, it seemed like he couldn't move such a big piece by himself. This piece must be something good. This time he was really rich. Shin Tainan dug out the soil around the stone, wiped his sweat and was about to call for help. At this moment, a hand? It rested on his shoulder and it was actually very heavy. Don't mess around, quickly call for help. This piece is not small. There was no response. Snore snore. Such a sound was heard and a fishy smell followed. Snore snore? Shin Tianan's body stiffened and he slowly turned his head. He saw a huge tiger's head behind him, but this head was almost several times bigger than him. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a bottomless esophagus, and its tongue swaying. When he turned his head, 2 lantern-sized eyeballs happened to meet his eyes. The beast behind him was obviously a little strange. It tilted its head with interest and actually looked at the little guy under its paws with a somewhat cute look. What is this? Big eyes against small eyes. Shin Tainan immediately stiffened. At this moment his heart really stopped beating. The tiger also seemed to be startled, and its 2 big eyeballs were somewhat frozen. Screams of horror came from all around. Star beast. There's a 3-tailed tiger. In the thick fog, more than 10 huge creatures slowly appeared. 3 tails swayed slowly, swaying here and there, very beautiful. Ah! Shin Tainan screamed from the bottom of his heart, Teacher Qin. Save me. This was definitely the loudest he had ever screamed in his life. This shout seemed to have caused a great shock to the 3-tailed tiger, and its large eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. With a howl, its bloody mouth fell down with a crack. Qin Fangyang and the other 2 searched for a full 50 kilometers, but they did not find anything. The beasts they saw along the way were already very strong, and had long exceeded the range of what martial masters could deal with. The further they searched, the worse Qin Fangyang's expression became, and it was as gloomy as water. You have students who entered here? Another teacher asked curiously, didn't you say that they are not allowed to enter? Then he realized, of course, or the other student teams would be outside. But this one is disobedient? Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly, it's fine if he is disobedient, but I'm afraid. He is already dead. That can't be right. The other teacher also became worried, and the 2 of them quickened their pace again. After about 10 kilometers, a strong smell of blood suddenly assaulted their nostrils. The 2 of them followed the smell and with a glance their expressions changed greatly. The empty space in front of them was a mess of flesh and blood. 7 to 8 beasts equivalent to human origin core realm cultivators, three-tailed tigers, were chewing on something. In the mouth of one of the three-tailed tigers, a human head was spat out. The face could be vaguely seen, and it was Shen Tainan. On the bloodied face, there was a trace of residual fear. Bastard. Qin Fangyang was so angry that he exploded on the spot. The two of them drew their swords and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword light swept out in succession. They killed 7 or 8 three-tailed tigers in less than a quarter of an hour. However, they couldn't find any of Shen Tianan's team members even after searching everywhere. When they cut open the stomach of the three-tailed tiger, they saw that it was full of pieces that had not been digested. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Fangyang let out a long sigh. Other than regret and pain, he was amazed by Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy. It's really fate. It's really fucking weird. Old Luo, do you know? Yesterday, I broke all 6 of their legs, and it was all to prevent them from participating in this training. After that, I even called their parents and told them that they could not participate in the training. In the end, they still came and all of them died here. Qin Fangyang's feelings were indescribable. As expected, it's hard to persuade a fucking ghost with kind words. Teacher Luo asked in puzzlement, I don't understand what you are saying. What else do you not understand? Do you still remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said at the school meeting? Did you not take what I said to heart? Of course I remember, but... Teacher Luo suddenly understood. You mean? That's right. Yesterday afternoon, because of the training today, I asked Zhou Xiaoduo to read the physiognomy of each team's leader. The other teams were fine and at most they were scared but not in danger. However, when he saw Shen Tianan's team, Zhou Xiaoduo said that this team would be in danger. But Shen Tainan didn't believe it. Qin Fangyang told him what had happened and said, because Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was always right and he never missed. To prevent any accidents, I deliberately went up and broke their legs while hiding my identity. I also called home and told them not to let them participate in the training, hoping that I could help them escape death. But how could they still come here? Why did they have to come to this place? Teacher Luo was shocked. It's true this. Suddenly he said in shock, this Zhou Xiaoduo, how could he read them so accurately? Qin Fangyang cleaned up the broken bodies of the students and said desolately, Zhou Xiaoduo once told me, Teacher Qin, even if you went up and broke their legs, it wouldn't affect their training. Sure enough. He said with infinite regret, I was wrong and I was wrong. I should have stopped them this morning and broken their legs. Sigh. Teacher Luo was speechless for a while. After a long time he finally said, Teacher Qin, you've already done your best. In terms of injuries, causing a comminuted fracture is already the limit. If you had really done it this morning, you wouldn't have been able to grasp the timing properly. You didn't even realize that they could still participate in the practical training, did you? Exactly. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. It's not a small accident this time, Wang Yao said. Teacher Luo was a little worried. He said, Teacher Qin, even if the school has a waiver and you have done what you should, you can have a clear conscience. But Shen Tianan's father is one of the richest people in Phoenix City. His son suddenly died and he will definitely find trouble with you. Most likely you can't avoid it. Please vote. In the afternoon, the League Master will update. Chapter 134. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, It's nothing. I called Xin Yushu last night and he promised me that he wouldn't let his son go out to train. Now that something has happened, it won't be easy to find me again. As a teacher, I've already done my best and have a clear conscience. Teacher Luo smiled bitterly. The problem now is, will Xin Yushu reason with you after his son died? Qin Fangyang said indifferently, if he doesn't reason with you, I'll try my best to appease him. What if you can't appease him? If I can't appease him? Qin Fangyang looked helpless. Then I really can't do anything. After all, his son died when I was teaching. Teacher Luo saw that his roundabout reminder didn't work, so he went straight to the point. Teacher Qin, Xin Yushu has an underworld background in his early years. I heard that his hands are stained with blood. With the disclaimer and your phone call, he might not do anything to you on the surface, but his actions in the dark. Anyway, you have to be careful. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, underworld background stained with blood. After so many years, I've almost forgotten that I killed a lot of people at the front line of Sun Moon Pass. I think there were more than 17,000 people about this number. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Shen Yushu's hands are stained with blood? But I don't know if it's as much as mine? Teacher Luo was completely stunned. This means why don't I understand? On the other side, Zhuo Duo and the others were urging Li Chenglong to work. Swollen, come and look at this pile of shit. Swollen, there's another pile here. It's a bit dry. Swollen. Look at this pile. After the previous experience, everyone's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Even a girl like Wan Lixio, who was known as a well-bred lady, was actually looking for shit everywhere. It was impossible not to admire this. After discovering the astral soul's intermittent grass, Li Chenglong had only walked 20 kilometers before he found clues in the feces of 2 types of astral beasts. Then, following the clues, he found an equally rare black blood vine. The main body of the dark blood vine didn't grow above the ground and only lived underground. There were only a few branches above the surface, making it extremely difficult to find. As for the contribution points gained from this wave, a conservative estimate would be more than 500 points. After finding the black blood vine, everyone's luck didn't decrease, and they found 3 more dragon ginsengs in a row. The series of gains made everyone's spirits rise, and their fighting spirit soared. There were many star beasts in this area. Their feces could be seen everywhere. This had also led to a lot of shouting and wrangling. Everyone was calling for Li Chenglong to look at their feces. Li Chenglong looked helpless. Not all feces have clues to follow. Most of them are worthless. There's no need to look at them all. Li Zhangming. This is clearly someone's poop. And you want me to take a look? Blurg. Wan Lixio bent over and vomited. Zhu was overjoyed. Let's move on. We've earned almost 2,000 contribution points now. Keep it up, brothers. Everyone moved forward for a while, and they were about to reach the edge of the cordon. Zhuo Duo looked at the gray fog in the distance, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This was the result of the convergence of the aura-gazing technique and the physiognomy technique. With a glance, he could keenly observe that there were countless murderous auras in the gray fog. There were also countless souls wailing. First left, then right. Don't move forward. Zhuo Duo warned his teammates. Almost every few minutes, there would be a meteor shower crashing down from the sky. The entire land was trembling almost at any time. After moving forward for a few dozen meters, Li Chenglong's eyes were quick. Catch that snake with claws. In the grass, between a few stones, there was a snake's tail quickly disappearing. Where are you going? Wan Lixio was the closest to the snake. She took a big stride forward and grabbed the snake's tail in her hand. She used her strength to pull the snake out. Long Yuxing's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly lost some of his expectations for this life. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the snake had a vicious appearance. It actually had 6 claws. Even though it was being held, it was still struggling with all its might. Well, it was more like a strange lizard than a snake. It was just that its body was too slender. Although the snake's tail was caught, its body was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. It kept twisting and struggling and even tried to bite Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio flicked the finger of her other hand and hit the snake 7 inches. The strange snake immediately became obedient. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "This is a 6-clawed snake, also known as the 6-clawed lizard of the Clear Flute Island. It's useless. This snake isn't a star beast yet. It's just a wild beast. However, if it eats a lot of 9-joint centipedes, it will have a chance to grow a 7th claw. At that time, it can condense a star core and become a star beast. This snake has no value now. It's useless and can't be exchanged for contribution points. However, the value of a 9-segmented centipede is not cheap. It never moves on the ground. As long as it is exposed to sunlight, it will die in a very short period of time. The 9-segmented centipede itself is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. 1 kilogram of 9-segmented centipede can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If you find a centipede that has evolved into a 10-segmented centipede, just one of them can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If a 9-joint centipede wants to evolve to 10-joint centipedes, it needs the help of Yang Star Grass. Yang Star Grass is a legendary special medicinal material that can bring ordinary people back to life. Its value is even higher. Li Chenglong said, "The appearance of Yang Star Grass is no different from other weeds. It's impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. However," Zhuo Duo smiled. "Chenglong, Can you not keep us guessing? Just tell us what it is, okay? Li Qinglong said angrily, when you need me you call me Qinglong. When you don't need me you call me Swollen. How can I not call you Swollen? Zuoxiao's face changed. Cut the crap. Just tell me the answer. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson here? Li Qinglong immediately gave in. Actually, the method is very simple. Just use high temperature. Pull out this patch of grass and put it under the sun. After an hour, if it still doesn't wither and remains green, then it's the sun-returning grass. Ordinary weeds won't be able to last for that long. In other words, where there's a 6-clawed snake, there might not necessarily be a 9-joint centipede. However, there must be yang star grass near the 9-joint centipede's nest. Later we'll lift all the rocks and see if there's a 9-joint centipede's nest. If there is, we'll probably make a fortune again. Zuoxiaoduo laughed. Swollen, I was right to bring you along this time. Li Qinglong was embarrassed and angry. I've worked so hard. Can't I not call myself Swollen? Swollen is good. Swollen is good. Swollen is good. The few of them exerted their strength together and lifted up the ground in this area. When it reached the edge of the gray fog, Zuoxiaoduo exerted his strength and lifted up a few hundred feet of the ground. Immediately after, a large number of ferocious centipedes appeared and scurried around on the ground. However, as soon as they came into contact with light, their movements immediately became sluggish. After a while they all lay on the ground and lost their vitality. After a while, the ground was covered with a dense pile of dead centipedes. There were no less than a few thousand of them. 9-joint centipedes are afraid of sunlight. Sunlight can be said to be their death talisman. However, if they want to advance they have to eat the sun-returning grass, which contains a lot of sunlight energy. Li Qinglong sighed. This is probably a manifestation of the law of nature's biological chain. It's really breathtaking. It's a wonder. There are still 3 moving over there. They're not dead yet. Wan Lixio's eyes were sharp. She pointed at the innermost area covered by shadows. Wan Lixio was a girl after all. Although she was not afraid of anything when she saw thousands of disgusting insects, she still felt numb and goosebumps all over her body. However, humans were like this. When they didn't want to look, they couldn't look away. Now they accidentally found something that the others didn't notice. Li Qinglong was overjoyed when he saw it. Those are the 10-segment advanced centipedes. Quickly catch them. Alright, be careful. A 10-joint advanced centipede is already a star beast. It has a certain degree of aggressiveness. Damn. There's an 11-joint one. Zua, it's your turn now. Li Qinglong shouted excitedly and began to direct Zua. Quickly focus on that 11-joint one. You must be careful. Besides being an advanced star beast, this thing is also highly poisonous. When Zuoxiaoduo heard that it was highly poisonous, he immediately changed his tactics. A white jade gourd flew over. With a crisp crack, the 11-joint centipede, which was already jade-textured, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Do you want it dead or alive? Don't want it alive. It's better if it's dead, but it's best to leave its torso intact. That thing is worth a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, a white jade button had already been precisely embedded into the large centipede's neck. The others didn't even see how Zuoxiaoduo did it. Zuo's hidden weapons are getting better and better. Zuo is wise, benevolent, righteous and wise. He will rule the world for thousands of years. Quickly pack up. There were thousands of 9-legged centipedes here. Li Qinglong stuffed a gunny sack to the brim. He weighed it in his hand. There are so many of them. 6 kilograms is enough. We're really rich this time. 1 kilogram is 200 yuan. 6 kilograms is 1,200 yuan. There are also the 3 10th section ones, which cost another 600 points. So, the 11th section ones cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. Holy shit, just the profits from these centipedes alone are close to 4,000 contribution points. Li Qinglong couldn't stay calm anymore. The rewards from today's mission were not just bountiful. Jane had really reaped a bountiful harvest. She had made a huge profit. Quickly dig up the soil and start looking for the sun-returning grass. The 6 of them continued to be excited and worked in high spirits. Chapter 135. Soon, all the grass within a 2-kilometer radius was turned over and gathered in one place. It was currently noon. The sun was high in the sky and the grass was pointing upwards. According to Li Qinglong's explanation, they would be able to distinguish it very soon. However, Zuoxiaoduo was unhappy. After asking Li Chenglong for confirmation, he used the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to coordinate with him. In just a moment, the temperature of the surrounding area rose. In less than an hour, 99% of the grass that had been piled up like a mountain had withered. As most of the grass withered, the special green weeds that were originally hidden in the grass revealed themselves. These unique plants had lush green leaves and delicate white roots. They were not affected by the high temperature at all. This is the sun-returning grass. Legend has it that it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Li Chenglong shouted, "Don't touch it. This thing needs to be stored in a wooden box. Don't use a jade box. The jade box is cold and will dilute the medicinal properties. If you don't prepare a wooden box, you can just take it from the surrounding tree stumps. Damn, there are 123 of them. Not bad, not bad. This thing is worth 20 contribution points each. These are worth another 2,400 contribution points." Li Chenglong was so excited that he was trembling. "Zwa, we have almost 8,000 contribution points now. I've only heard that the rewards from the training were bountiful and that getting rich overnight was nothing. I thought they were just exaggerating. Now that the truth is in front of us, it's really easy." "Easy?" Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were speechless at Li Chenglong's words. They even wanted to look down on him. Everyone's gains this time were indeed amazing. They had not encountered any danger during the training so far. It could be described as easy. However, this easy was built on the fact that there was an abnormal person in the group. Which one of the martial arts students in the school did not complain about the difficulty of earning contribution points? They worked hard to dig up meteorites. There might not even be one jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites. Even if there was a jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites, there might not even be one jade of middle grade. Easy. It was not easy to find a spiritual herb that was about to mature. However, there was bound to be a vicious beast or a star beast guarding the herb. After a big battle, it was normal for the members to be covered in wounds. However, even if they were lucky enough to get 100 or so contribution points, they could count themselves lucky. Most of the time, they would only get a few dozen contribution points. Moreover, they were risking their lives. How could it be easy? Perhaps some people would say that what Li Chenglong said could be done by anyone. Take the sun-returning grass as an example. Everyone knew about the relationship between the 9-segment centipede and the sun-returning grass. What was so difficult about it? However, the real problem was that the 9-segment centipedes basically lived underground. They moved around silently, so who knew where they lived? As for the 6-clawed snake at the very beginning, it wasn't even an astral beast, yet it had become the key to this harvest. In the vast sea of knowledge, it seemed easy and inconspicuous to pick out a single piece of relationship. However, to be able to combine theory with reality at any time and any place, and to quickly come to a conclusion, that was a result that could only be achieved after mastering countless pieces of knowledge. This was an extraordinary ability that ordinary people did not even dare to think about. Easy? Aside from Li Chenglong, the other 5 secretly sighed in their hearts. If these words were heard by other martial masters or cultivators, even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him and make him serve them for a lifetime until he died. Everyone turned to chopping trees to make wooden boxes. They were full of joy and did not feel tired at all. Xiaoduo was also about to move. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up cautiously and looked around. He could not help but frown. When he looked at Li Chenglong and the others, his frown deepened. Their faces were covered in a layer of bad luck, which was rapidly gathering. Is this the reverse of luck? Are we going to be unlucky? Xiaoduo ordered, "Everyone don't move. Come back and form a triangular formation. Be careful of any accidents." Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled when they heard this. However, no one questioned it. They all retreated to Xiaoduo's side to be on guard. Wanli Xiu frowned and said, "Boss, is there something wrong? I just felt upset. It came inexplicably, but it felt very real." Xiaoduo chuckled and said, "A girl's intuition is indeed more sensitive than rough men like us. Long Yuxing, your wife's intuition is so sensitive. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to set up flags outside in the future." Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said, "You're the one setting up flags outside." Seeing Xiaoduo talking and laughing, the others calmed down a little. Seeing that Zhuo was still in the mood to joke, even if there was trouble it would not be too big. Whoosh! A saber appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. There was a red silk tied to the saber. The other party probably did not use much strength. The saber was stuck in the ground. Only half of the saber was in the ground. The remaining half was swaying gently. As the saber swayed, the red silk at the hilt swayed as well. It was extremely eye-catching. Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, 3 people, 3 young men, emerged from the dense grass with a meaningful look on their faces. Very good. It's rare for you to find so many things that others can't find. You're talented. You're really talented. I admire you. The young man in the middle, in such a chaotic environment, was wearing a spotless white robe. He was waving a fan in his hand and said in a carefree manner, "Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of praise." Zhuoxiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. What do you want to do by disturbing us? Say it quickly. I don't have that much time to listen to your chatter." "Oh, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." The young man put away his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "The 3 of us are called the 3 young masters of Fengcheng. We're quite famous. I believe you've heard of us before." The 3 young masters of Fengcheng? Hearing this name, Li Chenglong and the others' faces darkened. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng were students of number 1 middle school. It was said that these 3 students came from very good families. Their fathers' and mothers' families had some power. The 3 of them were also very hard-working. They reached the Xiantian realm in their 20s. As a result, they were usually domineering in number 1 middle school. Under the guise of students should solve their own problems. Teachers should not interfere. They did whatever they wanted in number 1 middle school. How did they meet these 3 troublemakers here? 3 Xiantian realm cultivators. 4 Li Chenglong, Zhuoxiaoduo and the others, they could be said to be experts. Say it. What do you want? Zhuoxiaoduo snorted. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng? It seems that they want to blackmail me. You've been busy for a long time. We won't ask too much. We want half of the sun-returning grass and the 9-segment centipedes. The young man opened his folding fan with a swoosh and slowly waved it. The 3 of us will accept your kind intentions. I'm Ting Hao. Thank you for your kindness. Wan Lixio was so angry that her face turned red. Who said I'm giving it to you? You're so thick-skinned. Not giving it to me? It's best if you don't give it to me. Ting Hao smiled maliciously and said, I was hoping you wouldn't give it to me. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and the others. The bad luck was still gathering. His heart suddenly moved and his brows furrowed. Could it be that these 3 people were not the source of the bad luck? That there were other dangers? I must end this quickly. Thinking of this, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. Teacher Qin will solve this problem ourselves. Then he took 3 big steps forward. Since you've made up your mind, let's cut the crap. It's impossible for you to take away our benefits with empty words. Let's fight. Come and fight with me. If you win, you can take all the benefits here. If you lose, don't blame us for being stingy. Come, come, come. You're Ting Hao, right? Come, come. Let Grandpa sway you. Ting Hao was disturbed by the way he called out Teacher Qin. Was there a teacher nearby? Didn't he say there wasn't? He couldn't help but show a dignified expression. You. Yes, it's me. Zhuoxiaoduo carried his big knife and looked very powerful. With this axe of yours. Bah, this is a knife. Zhuoxiaoduo was furious. He took a big step forward and smashed his axe down. If you want to rob, then rob. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you nagging endlessly? Can't you show some respect for your profession? You're a robber, not a mouthpiece. Ting Hao raised his foot and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Without dodging, Ting Hao met the saber head-on. The 2 sabers collided and a loud bang was heard. Ting Hao chuckled and said, Since you don't want face, I will let you know what it means to be a Xiantian warrior. He was secretly shocked. This guy's knife is so heavy? Noisy. Zhuoxiaoduo turned over and smashed his big axe. Oh, his big knife again. After all, Ting Hao had already reached the Xiantian realm, and his strength was much stronger than Zhuoxiaoduo's. Moreover, Ting Hao didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt a tightness in his chest as he was sent flying 30 feet away from the impact of the collision. Long Yuxing and the others came to help. Zhuoxiaoduo shouted, Don't worry about me. Pay attention to your surroundings. Danger is coming. As he spoke, he once again leaped into the air without stopping. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed in the air along with his saber. It was impossible not to use the flaming sun scripture. At this moment he was like a sun that suddenly fell from the sky. Ting Hao hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but the heat wave had already enveloped him. Even the air within the radius of the heat wave was burned up, making it difficult to breathe. Teng Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he let out a roar and attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce counterattack. With another loud bang, Zuoshaoduo was sent flying 10 feet into the air. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Teng Hao didn't have it easy either. Although his cultivation level and strength were much higher than Zuoshaoduo's, he still had the upper hand in this fight. He didn't even move his feet and sent Zuoshaoduo flying. However, Zuoshaoduo's knife was too heavy. Teng Hao's knife was only 7 to 8 jin, but Zuoshaoduo's knife was more than 300 jin. Teng Hao jumped up and smashed down again. He was in a higher position and his strength was even more powerful. What was worse was that when the two knives collided, the blazing power passed through the knife in an unprecedented way and directly invaded Teng Hao's meridians. Teng Hao, who didn't have to worry about this, only felt that his internal organs were burning. It was as if his body was suddenly invaded by a raging flame and was burning fiercely. In a trance, he only felt his vision darken, and the vigorous strength that was originally flowing through his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. With a loud cry, he suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were actually dried and cracked by the heat that was overflowing from the surface of his body, and even his hair was in a curly state. Then Teng Hao followed in Zuoshaoduo's footsteps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even this mouthful of blood was steaming hot. There were even traces of black ashes in it. Then he saw that Teng Hao's exposed skin was covered in blisters, like the bubbles on the surface of the water in the spring rain. Large patches of blisters connected together. The other two young men were shocked. They quickly rushed over to check on Teng Hao's condition. Zuoshaoduo, who was in midair, didn't hesitate. He raised his big knife and his whole body was boiling with heat waves. The fiery sun of the Flaming Sun Sutra was activated to the extreme. Once again he violently smashed down. "Damn it, how dare you steal from me? Don't you know who the #1 bully in Phoenix City is? If I said I was tired and passed out, would you believe me? Fourth watch again. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please support." Chapter 136. The two young men roared angrily and pulled out their weapons at the same time. They also reserved a considerable amount of energy to protect their dantian and internal organs. Their cultivation was on par with Zuoshaoduo. They were both at the Xiantian level and could see through the cultivation of Zuoshaoduo and the others. Although Teng Hao was in a miserable state, they were confident that Zuoshaoduo was only using a special technique and Zuoshaoduo was not prepared for it. Thus, Zuoshaoduo was able to take advantage of the gap and succeed. Now that the two of them had joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, they were not afraid of Zuoshaoduo's attack. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Even if the two of them joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, it was still useless. The high temperature created by Zuoshaoduo had reached a level that humans could not withstand. Teng Hao's clothes on the ground had even started to burn. Another loud bang was heard as the weapons collided once again. Zuoshaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time he was sent flying even more severely. When he landed on the ground he could barely get up. His small face had turned deathly pale. However, the two young men opposite him were in an even worse situation. They felt as if their internal organs were being roasted by a raging fire. The water in their bodies was almost instantly sucked dry. Their hair was extremely curly, and some even directly turned into powder and fell to the ground. His clothes had also turned into pieces of dried leaves. The blisters on his body started to appear in large patches that even though their cultivation was much higher than Zuoshaoduo's, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from a mystical technique like the Flaming Sun Scripture. The difference in cultivation realms, when contrasted with one's true strength, was an almost insurmountable chasm. However, the Flaming Sun Scripture ignored the difference in cultivation realms. With its characteristic of burning everything, it directly burned the opponent's internal organs until they were severely injured. Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing immediately ran over and helped Zuoshaoduo up. They were ready to attack at any time. "Boss, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Zuoshaoduo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and saw stars, but he still held on. He took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. He was racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy inside the dagger to recover. He gasped for a few more breaths before he said, "Help me over there." On the other side, the three young masters of Feng Cheng were miserably lying on the ground. These three fellows were on the verge of death and didn't even dare to move. Their entire bodies were covered in blisters, the kind that was transparent like a bag of water. In fact, the injuries on their bodies were not very serious. They only needed to rest for a while. When the burning sensation subsided, they would be able to recover. Even the blisters on their bodies did not affect them much. After all, they were Xiantian-level practitioners. Their recovery ability was far above ordinary people. However, the premise was that they needed time. Now they were exhausted and injured. They had almost lost all their combat power. Any one of the 6 people on Zhuoxiaoduo's side could take their lives. The 3 of them were full of regret. They had already gained a lot of things this time, but they were obsessed. They thought that they were going to pick up a soft persimmon, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This guy was only a martial master, but he was so strong. A martial master defeated 3 Xiantian experts. It was unbelievable. Seeing Zhuoxiaoduo coming over, the 3 of them were frightened. Yo. What are you going to do? The 3 of them were terrified of Zhuoxiaoduo. Of course, they were even more afraid that Zhuoxiaoduo would kill them. The 3 of them were the ones who provoked him first. It was reasonable that they were killed. Moreover, there were all his people here. If they really died, it would be quiet. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the 3 of them and grinned. You're the 3 young masters of Fengcheng, right? I officially announce that I've taken a liking to you starting from today. In the face of the fiendish Master Zhuo, the 3 men who had been overflowing with arrogance a moment ago started to tremble like quails in the cold wind. What did he mean by taking a liking to us? Could it be that the 3 of us are handsome and dashing, so she has some indecent and filthy thoughts? No, we're all straight men of steel. But he said that he had taken a liking to us so he wouldn't kill us, right? At the critical moment of life and death, it was easy to lose focus. Zhuoxiaoduo staggered over and sneered. I don't care why you're here. This is not the territory of number 1 middle school. It doesn't make sense for you to be here. Zhuoxiaoduo's voice carried a kind of affirmation as well as an indescribable rhythm, but it had its own rhythms. The 3 of them on the ground became more and more panicked. I'm not interested to know who ordered you to be here. Although, you must have been ordered by someone to be here. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, how could you run into us so coincidentally? The 3 of them became more and more panicked. I'm also not interested to know what you've received, what you're trying to do, and what your real purpose is. Zhuoxiaoduo said firmly, the only thing I'm interested in is that I've taken a liking to you. Zhuoxiaoduo spoke arrogantly while listening to the movements around him calmly. However, his posture remained the same and his eyes never looked around. He was standing in front of the 3 unlucky people in front of him. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Boss, are you saying that these 3 guys didn't meet by chance? That they're here to rob us? Wrong. Zhuoxiaoduo sneered and said, they're not here to rob us. They're here to make trouble for us. To be more precise, they're here to make trouble for me. What? It's simple. If they want to rob us, they won't come up and say that they'll leave half of it for us. Taking half of it is already an irreconcilable feud. Why would they let the other half go? Also, they've been staring at me and talking to me since they came. After I stood out to fight, they focused all their attention on me. They didn't even look at you guys out of the corner of their eyes. With their cultivation and strength, they don't need to pay so much attention to me. When it came to the battle, he used all his strength and wanted to take me down in one fell swoop. This is already enough to explain many problems. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that the foundation of the dragon blood flying dagger was rapidly replenishing his deficit. In just a short while, he had already recovered 70 to 80% of his injuries. He couldn't help but feel relieved. They even want to kill me. Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and raised his head, saying, Teacher Qin, you don't have to come down. We can handle it ourselves. Wanli Xiu and the others? Could it be that Teacher Qin is watching over us now? Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the 3 people in front of him and smiled faintly. He took a few steps forward and began to search them. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm taking away your earnings. You relied on your cultivation and strength to rob us of our earnings. Now the tables have turned. Of course you'll be taken away. Zhuoxiaoduo searched them one by one and took all their earnings this time. Then he threw them to Li Chenglong, saying, This windfall is ours. We'll divide it equally like before. Yes, sir. However, the money they have belongs to me alone. Zhuoxiaoduo took the total of 4,587 yuan and put it into his pocket, not leaving a single cent behind. He then angrily kicked the three of them a few times and scolded, "Three poor bastards! How dare you rob us with such little money?" He kicked them a few more times in anger and said disdainfully, "How dare you call yourselves the three young masters of Fengqing with such little wealth? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongues?" The three people were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The three of them had now thoroughly understood that although the kid in front of them was much weaker than them, he had practiced an extremely strange cultivation technique that was beyond the scope of the three of them. That strange yuan qi really made the three of them feel helpless. Just the suppression of the Xiantian realm was useless against this kid. They could only watch helplessly as they were robbed and didn't dare to resist. This kid's hand was like a high-temperature furnace. If you struggled a little, his fingers would tap here and there would be 17 or 18 bell-like blisters on your body. This weapon is not bad. It's like casting pearls before swine. Zuo Duo took it without hesitation. This folding fan. It's actually woven with the astral silk as the base. Not bad, not bad. Why do you only have so little jade of astral souls? Zuo Duo also took the jade of astral souls. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Seeing that there was really nothing left, he said disappointedly, "It's too extravagant for the three of you to have 3 mobile phones. You have no problem with me taking 2 of them, right? Leaving 1 for contact and rescue is enough. Your watches. They really don't suit you. I think they suit me quite well. Thank you. Come, write a letter to prove that you have given all these to me." Yes, write this. "We are willing to give the knife, folding fan, jade of astral souls, harvest, watches, mobile phones to Zuo Duo for free. Long live friendship." Okay, sign below and write your ID number. Come, write your names first, then press your thumbprints. Okay, not bad, not bad. You're all Xiantians. Your handwriting is so ugly. Who's your language teacher? He's really misleading the students. There's another one. The content is as follows. In the future, whenever we get something good, we will give it to Zuo Duo for free. Once a week, we will never go back on our words. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. If we violate this oath, our son will not have an anus. Come, sign and press your thumbprints. All right, write down your class and home address. If I can't find you in school, I'll go to your houses. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Chapter 137. Zuo Duo chuckled and carefully put away the 6 pieces of paper into his pocket. He then cheerfully said, "I like people like you who are loyal and loyal. Let's do it this way. In the future you can come to me once a week. If you don't have time, I can go to you. Since you don't come on Saturday, I'll go to you on Sunday. Well, Sunday is the only rest day every week, so I'll go on Monday. I'll go to number 1 middle school and report my name as Feng Cheng's 3rd young master. I believe it'll be easy to find you, right? Every dog has its day. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If the water doesn't turn, the heart will turn. If you don't turn, I'll turn too." Zuo Duo hummed a song. "When I go back, I'll make a few copies of this. I'll also make a few copies of it online and email. Well, I'll also send a few copies to them. If I die, you can give it to them. Especially this girl, the governor's daughter. If I die, you can give it to her. If you can curry favor with her, it'll be a good thing for you. Well, that's it. I'm very happy to meet you 3 new friends today. Tinghao, Xiaofei, Hanping. Right? Very good, very good. We'll be a family in the future. We'll take care of each other with all sincerity. If there's a blessing, I'll enjoy it. If there's a misfortune, you 3 will bear it. From now on, we'll be free and easy. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Tinghao, Xiaofei, and Hanping. Their intestines were swollen with regret. There's actually the governor's daughter among them? This time. It's a done deal. Zuo Duo paced back and forth. Your boss was tight on money now. If you guys are smart and sensible, then get more. Robbery is a skill. Do you guys need to use some strategy in the future? I like the new kind of money that's connected to each other. The 3 of them wanted to die now. What kind of person is this? After we rob, do we have to sell it to the bank and exchange it for new money? Does the service need to be so considerate? Li Chenglong asked from the side. Boss, do you know who ordered them? Zuo Duo coughed and rolled his eyes at him. He didn't care about this topic and said, Oh right, Teacher Qin is still up there. Remember to prepare a set for Teacher Qin. Everyone who sees him has a share, everyone who sees him has a share. Li Chenglong coughed and said, "Of course we can't do without him. We still have to prepare a large portion." Zhou Xiaoduo cursed. At this moment the grass rustled. Zhou Xiaoduo also noticed that the bad luck on Li Chenglong's and the others' faces was rapidly spreading. "Get down." Zhou Xiaoduo let out a loud roar. He spread his arms and knocked down all 5 of his companions. There was only one thought in his mind: what the fuck, I can't believe they weren't scared. Teacher Qin's reputation isn't strong enough. Sigh, this little fatty's words are really asking for a beating. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds were heard. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a sharp pain on his back and his vision turned black. Li Chenglong and the others beside him were also groaning. Their bodies were constantly twitching, and their screams were stuck in their throats. "Move forward." Zhou Xiaoduo squeezed out 2 words. The 6 of them quickly moved forward 30 feet while lying on the ground. This movement made the pain on their backs even worse. They almost fainted on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hidden weapons were nailed to the place where they were lying on the ground. If they hadn't fled in such a hurry, there would have been casualties among the 6 of them. Zhou Xiaoduo stretched out his hand and pulled out a dart from his back. He sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up. Ignoring the blood that was gushing out, he roared towards the sky, "Teacher Qin." Qin Fangyang couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, although Teacher Qin wasn't here, there were still others. Swoosh, swoosh. A series of shadows flashed. Lu Jianxing and his 10 brothers jumped out angrily from all directions. They had been nearby the whole time. When Teng Hao and the others came to provoke them, Lu Jianxing wanted to take action. However, after a round of fierce fighting, Zhou Xiaoduo's side had gained the upper hand. Naturally, he didn't take action. After all, the experiential learning was a training for warriors. It was better for them not to get involved. It was because they were a little far away that they didn't notice that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, they attacked with thunderous attacks intending to kill them. At this moment, when the people hiding in the dark saw Lu Jianxing and the others appear, they didn't fight. Instead, they quickly turned around in the bushes and went far away in a flash. "Old 8 and Old 9 stay. The rest of you follow me." Lu Jianxing and the others chased after them like fierce tigers coming down from the mountain. After Zhou Xiaoduo shouted for help, he hurriedly turned around to check on the injuries of Long Yuxing and the other 4. Fortunately, he had been on guard all along. When there was a commotion, he immediately laid down. Other than himself, who was slightly behind because he brought a few people with him, the rest of them were basically on their butts and thighs. Their injuries weren't too serious. Li Chenglong trembled as he pulled out the dart from his buttocks. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Boss. If you hadn't raised your head and shouted Teacher Qin earlier, I'm afraid we'd all be finished today." Swollen was also a clever person. He had already understood half of the situation just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to link up with Zhou Xiaoduo's words so well. In fact, when Zhou Xiaoduo and the others didn't succeed, the enemy had already come close. Then, with the cooperation of Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo, it was as if they worked together to set up an empty fort strategy. They succeeded in making the enemy hesitate for a while. If they had taken action immediately, the 6 of them would have been dead by now. But in the end, it was the little fatty who exposed himself. When he said that he wanted to prepare a large portion for Teacher Qin, it was completely exposed. How could Qin Fangyang be a person who took things from students? Willow dart. Li Chenglong trembled in pain. The dart in his buttocks had almost penetrated his buttocks and was stuck in his bones. The pain was indescribable when he pulled it out. Wanli Xiu's thigh was stabbed. It should have been easier to deal with among them. But the problem was that there were no women here. Long Yuxing, find a place to help Xiu deal with it. Anyway, you guys will be honest with each other sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Li Chenglong was trembling in pain and actually teasing others. Wanli Xiu originally intended to let Long Yuxing deal with her wound. But after hearing Swollen's words, Wanli Xiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. No matter what, she wouldn't let Long Yuxing deal with it. In the end, she found a place to hide from others. She sucked in cold air and dealt with her wound while muttering curses at Li Chenglong and Long Yuxing. "You stinky mouth." Long Yuxing and Zhou Xiaoduo scolded Li Chenglong together. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Where did Qin Fangyang go? Logically speaking, he should be the first person to guard the surroundings. It didn't make sense that he couldn't be seen after such a long time. Now that such a big thing had happened, he still couldn't be seen. This shouldn't be. Li Chenglong held the dart and looked at it. His face was gloomy. This is Mu Yunfeng's dart. Li Qinglong scolded angrily, that bastard. It's him? Are you sure? Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his disappointment towards Li Qinglong's conclusion, the kind of extreme disappointment. If it was really Mu Yunfeng's dart, then this matter involved the Umno alliance. In that case it was almost certain that Ting Hao and the others would enter Star Shield. Then what was the use of keeping those notes? Zhou Xiaoduo was so depressed that he wanted to die. I finally found a proper long-term source of income after much difficulty. Sigh, how long will it take for them to be released? It should be fine for the time being. Zhou Xiaoduo's back was severely injured. Blood was flowing out. Li Zhongming had been treating his wound for a while, but several pieces of gauze were soaked and barely stopped the bleeding. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at everyone's faces again and finally felt relieved. The bad luck is finally gone. But why didn't we see through the changes this time? Yesterday I saw that there was no danger. Is this what it means to be scared but not in danger? Then this category of scared but not in danger seems to have to be expanded in the future. As long as there is no danger to life, then it is scared but not in danger? Can it be explained like this? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Could it be a coincidence, a last-minute idea? But this shouldn't be. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and muttered. At this moment, on the top floor of Second High's office building, Jiang Zhongbin stood respectfully at the door. Teacher, have you rested well? I'm here. I'm Jiang Zhongbin. The door opened. Yuanyue was a little annoyed. Why are you so late? Didn't I ask you to come earlier? Jiang Zhongbin bowed humbly and smiled apologetically. He helped Yuanyue to sit down, wiped his sweat and said flatteringly, Teacher, I had something to do at the last minute. I'm late, please forgive me. Yuanyue sighed and rolled her eyes at him. As Jiang Zhongbin's teacher, Yuanyue understood this student to the bone. This kid was obviously afraid of disturbing her rest, so he deliberately came late. Teacher, do you have any instructions for me? Jiang Zhongbin diligently massaged Yuanyue's shoulders and temples. His technique was experienced and his strength was moderate. Obviously he was quite experienced. Teacher, please try this massage technique that I just learned. How is it? You're so considerate. Yuanyue sighed. As the director of SHILD, Jiang Zhongbin actually went to learn massage. It was easy to imagine what his intentions were. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little red after hearing her praise. He said, it's what I should do. Zhongbin just hates that I haven't done enough for you. You've done very well. Yuanyue closed her eyes and said, I'm very gratified. The reason I called you here today is indeed because there's an important matter. A very, very important matter. The people involved are very sensitive. I've been hesitating for a few days and even now, I still haven't decided if I should tell you or how to tell you. Yuanyue said softly. Please feel free to speak your mind. Jiang Zhongbin subconsciously held his breath. In the afternoon, the chief updated. He really didn't have any chapters left. Sai, who could have hundreds of thousands of chapters left. There was only one person who could do this in the online literature industry since ancient times. His heart was stifled. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions and recommendations. Chapter 138. Jiang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long, something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Jiang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then, the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As Yuanyue continued to ponder, Jiang Zhongbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, Yuanyue said, Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office. Okay. The sweat on Jiang Zhangbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here, and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information. After a long time, in a deathly silent atmosphere, He Yuanyue finally spoke. Zhangbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly? He Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Jiang Zhangbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, the combat power that Star Shield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels. He Yuanyue slowly shook her head. Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sect's Mu Yanyan and Zizai Dao Sect's teacher Chiu to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts. Jiang Zhangbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office. As he spoke, he cautiously observed He Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements? He Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Jiang Zhangbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that He Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean that the more Jiang Zhangbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? The combat power of our side is too weak. He Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, there is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent soul senior teachers in the second high school are all sent to you, plus Qing Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough. Jiang Zhangbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. What was the scale of the other side's combat power? He couldn't sleep and eat well just thinking about it. If we gather all the high-end forces of the governor's mansion, the city guards, the military, and the martial arts educational bureau, it's enough. But in these places, there are too many people who can't be trusted. He Yuanyue said lightly, once we alert the enemy we really have no chance. Jiang Zhangbin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or where to start. His heart was stuck in his throat, or it would jump out of his mouth in the next moment. The situation had become so serious. How could he deal with it? At least in his imagination, there was no backup plan. Will the summit send experts as reinforcements? Can the Dragon Blood team send a few people? Yuanyue mentioned the Dragon Blood team very clearly. It was obvious that she favored this force. It's not very likely that we can invite the Dragon Blood team as reinforcements. I made a report last time, but the higher-ups didn't approve it. Jiang Zhangbin's expression became more and more depressed. Yuanyue pushed the wheelchair all the way to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. After a long time she said softly, that day Li Changjiang came to find me and told me something. The possible consequences of this matter are unknown, and it's hard to predict whether it's good or bad. I asked him to suppress it for the time being. Now that the situation is urgent, I've been weighing the pros and cons these past few days and planning for a long time. Until I called you over today. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought that if we could mobilize enough forces, we could directly cut off the Umno Alliance's highest leadership on our side and break this situation from top to bottom. But now it seems that at most we'll just alert the enemy. Jiang Zhangbin gritted his teeth and said, Teacher, please enlighten me. He Yuanyue looked into the distance and said indifferently, my aura gazing technique is said to be magical, but in reality, it's just a beginner's level. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it can be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery. Governor's mansion. Jiang Zhangbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be. But at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Jiang Zhangbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict. The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there is a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the Umno Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It has almost merged into one. He Yuanyue laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although, it's just a trace of abnormality. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath. Teacher, you can just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter. He Yuanyue said lightly, understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid. The people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, on the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you? Jiang Zhangbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when He Yuanyue continued, sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching. Jiang Zhangbin exclaimed, Teacher, are you talking about him? Lower your voice. He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. Is this the calmness of the director of Star Shield? Jiang Zhangbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky and his throat was dry. He murmured, that is Shang Qingyun, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan. He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates. As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, Shang Qingyun. Jiang Zhangbin took a deep breath, wiped his sweat and continued, legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Antai City was almost all under the control of the Black Water Wolves. When Wan Pingyuan just took office, the 3 cities joined forces to eliminate the Black Water Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Wan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the Black Water Wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyun stepped forward and saved the lives of Wan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the Black Water Wolves bandits on the Infinite Plains, Shang Qingyun led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the Black Water Wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Black Water bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyun's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Black Water bandits. In that battle, the Black Water Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Black Water Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the 3 cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhangbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Wan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyun to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyun said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was so. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Wan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Wan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Wan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Wan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno Alliance in my heart. Jiang Zhongbin's voice was trembling. Teacher. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong. This Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the Umno Alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Jiang Zhongbin's status, age and experience, he was already mentally prepared when He Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard He Yuanyue's final words, Jiang Zhongbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times and he almost lost his footing. He Yuanyue said lightly, furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the Umno Alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were dull and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. He Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Jiang Zhongbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Zhongbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area. No one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time. Jiang Zhongbin stuttered. She said, the Umno? Is it the full strength? Is it 80%, or 50? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see. And the Umno Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think. Just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine. He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, he shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the Umno Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush. Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City? Yuanyue asked. It's been more than 60 years. Jiang Zhongbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, to be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. That is to say, the Umno Alliance has been targeting the power of the Phoenix Vein for at least 61 years. He Yuanyue's old throat let out a dry, mocking laugh. Purely based on time, I found out about it later than Shang Qingyun or the Umno Alliance. But we have been suppressing this matter for a full 40 years. Hee. Right now, Jiang Zhongbin only felt that he was dazzled, and the feeling of dizziness came one after another. Once this cover was uncovered, how many people would be unlucky? I only hate that I'm not Great General Dongfang. And Great General Dongfang has never come to Phoenix City before. If he came, with his attainments in Qi divination, I'm afraid he would be able to see the problem with a single glance, and the officials at all levels would definitely not dare to forcefully suppress it. Although Phoenix City is a small place, it is still in human territory. This innate advantage is enough for us to take the initiative. He Yuanyue sighed. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. Jiang Zhongbin was dumbstruck. Regarding the Phoenix Vein, he had represented the old principle and reported it to the higher-ups many times. However, it had never been taken seriously. The only time it had been effective was 10 years ago. Star Shield strongly appealed, the governor's office fully cooperated, and the Meng Corporation sent out a huge amount of money. Then they invited a group of Qi Watchers who claimed to be authoritative. After those Qi Watchers finished reading, they only had one conclusion. Phoenix City did not have any Phoenix Vein or Dragon Vein. It was a small place with mediocre feng shui and luck. This made the Phoenix Vein even more powerless. But now, the Wizard Alliance had been making a lot of moves. They had gathered in Phoenix City to kill all the wolves. If the accusation against Shang Qingyun was true, then Phoenix City would have to face a huge problem this time. Jiang Zhongbin suddenly felt a chill. He remembered something. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Luck. Yuanyue said slowly. What is the battle between the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls? It is luck. And now, the Umno Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans and the Astral Souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens and the Astral Souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the Umno Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the Umno Alliance to dominate the Astral Souls. He Yuanyue said worriedly. If the Umno Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the Umno Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Jiang Zhangbin, as the director of Star Shield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Star Shield. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanyue advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Jiang Zhangbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. All right. He Yuanyue said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanyue's expression was full of fatigue. Jiang Zhangbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanyue was asking him to leave, Jiang Zhangbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at He Yuanyue and said softly, this student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry. He Yuanyue was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. Jiang Zhangbin, have you really become bold after becoming an official? Jiang Zhangbin's face was pale. He begged, teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and snorted. Jiang Zhangbin gathered all his courage and said, teacher, of course you are sincerely. For his good. But what you are doing is actually very selfish. He Yuanyue did not say a word. Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance? Jiang Zhangbin begged, don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets? He Yuanyue finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. After he goes to university, he will not remember the faces of his elementary school classmates who have been with him for many years. Not to mention the past that he has experienced together. There are too many grandparents who treat their grandchildren as treasures. However, if the grandson is 20 years old when they pass away, then when the grandson is 40 years old, if there is no photo as a memento, most of the grandchildren will have completely blurred out the face of the old man who has been so kind to them. The forgetting of humans is the reality of the power of the rules of time. Under the erosion of time, everything will fade and everything will be forgotten. Including love, family, and even one's own life, they are all within the scope of forgetting. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and said lightly. She seemed to be trying hard to convince Jiang Zhangbin, but it was more like she was trying hard to convince herself. But now, you have been separated for almost 100 years. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? Jiang Zhangbin asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 140. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? He Yuanyue coughed violently. Jiang Zhongbin was shocked. He hurriedly went behind He Yuanyue and carefully helped her breathe. After a long time He Yuanyue's breath calmed down. She murmured, he still has thousands of years to forget. If he breaks through to the cloud realm he still has thousands of years to forget. And I have less than a year to forget. If I remind him now and make him remember me, the other me, I'll brand the other me into his memory. That's the cruelest thing for him. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked quietly, Zhongbin, no matter how painful and selfish I am, I have less than a year left. But how long do you want him to continue that pain? He is not a person who can stay here for long. Sooner or later he will return to the Sun-Moon Pass. He just comes back to overcome the obsession in his heart. When I am gone, his hope will be shattered and his obsession will not exist. What I can do is not to let his obsession turn into a dead knot after so many years of delusion. Even a dead knot that will last for thousands of years. Jiang Zhongbin. Do I have to use his thousands of years of pain and longing as a sacrifice, just so that I can have no regrets before I die? He Yuanyue said slowly, You. Don't let me die with regrets. Jiang Zhongbin left. When he came he was stealthy and no one found him. When he left he was even more silent. But when he sat in his car he couldn't help but sigh deeply for a long time. He put his head on the steering wheel and stayed there quietly for a long time. He really felt mentally and physically exhausted. For himself he was mentally and physically exhausted. For the old principal he also felt mentally and physically exhausted. On the other side, after Jiang Zhongbin left, He Yuanyue called Sister Lan in. Jiang Zhongbin's words before he left made He Yuanyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, almost break. Sister Lan had been in for half an hour, but He Yuanyue was still sitting there in a daze. She was skinny and her hair was white. Sister Lan, in your opinion, how much time do I have? After a long time, He Yuanyue calmed down and asked softly. Sister Lan hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. There's no harm in being straightforward. I have a rough estimate myself, but I want to know more about it. Sister Lan pondered for a moment and said, If there are no major changes, Miss, your body can still live for another year and 37 days. I can guarantee that it will be at least this number. He Yuanyue's eyes were fixed. She looked out of the window and muttered, Sister Lan, do you think there is really an afterlife for people? Sister Lan fell silent. If there is an afterlife. He Yuanyue heaved a long sigh. That would be great. Sister Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone said that there was a past life and an afterlife, but everyone knew that it was a lie. He Yuanyue faintly smiled and immediately suppressed all of her thoughts. She gently said, Sister Lan, I know that you found clues about the Feng Manor. You were just worried that I would waste more effort, so you didn't want to tell me. Sister Lan remained silent as usual. You discovered it a year ago, didn't you? That was the only time you left my side for more than 3 days. He Yuanyue slowly said, 1 year and 37 days. Sister Lan, do you have the heart to watch me slowly become paralyzed and die little by little? Until you die you won't do anything? You'll just wait every day? Sister Lan's eyes flashed. You know, I've been holding on for the past few years. The only thing I can't let go of is the Feng Manor. He Yuanyue softly said, This is the last big thing in my life. If I can't complete it and die, I won't be able to die in peace. Sister Lan softly said, As for the Feng Manor's exact location, I really haven't found it. He Yuanyue slowly said, At least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains. Sister Lan faintly said, I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless. Impossible. He Yuanyue firmly said, Since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng Manor. I also think so. Sister Lan said, So, I suspect that the Feng Manor might be inside the city. He Yuanyue suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Inside the city? Not bad, not bad. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, I've always thought that the qi-gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng Manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng Manor really is inside the city. He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least there was some manipulation. He Yuanyue's eyes became sharp. Just tell me your suspicions. Sister Lan said, the Ning family and the Meng family are both suspects. Ning family? Meng family? What are their suspicions? What is their motive? The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingcheng is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter. Sister Lan said, Ning Qingcheng's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuanyue's face slowly became ugly. There is also Meng Corporation's Meng Tianyu. Sister Lan slowly said, if I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Meng Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son Meng Qin Tian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuanyue's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Qinyu this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 astral souls. Sister Lan faintly said, if my suspicions are connected. Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingcheng's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who is over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Qinyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingcheng or Meng Qinyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. He Yuanyue's face was gloomy and said, but there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. Yuanyue pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. He Yuanyue sighed softly. And this time you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? He Yuanyue said. Yes, between these two families and the Umno alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Umno alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qingcheng and Meng Qinyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Meng Qinyu or Ning Qingcheng. Actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the Astral Souls continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the Astral Souls continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much. Sister Lan said, I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Umno alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Meng family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Umno alliance, I feel that under the premise we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We are doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to He Yuanyue to decide. And no matter what He Yuanyue chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the Umno alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in He Yuanyue's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. He Yuanyue's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Meng family, the Ning family, and the Umno alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng Manor located in. The third thing is Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yanyan. The sixth thing is I want to see Zhou Xiaoduo. The seventh thing. Blind Hong of Phoenix City, I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let's with Xiaoduo go tonight. The 10th thing. Meng family and Ning family, in that period of time from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. Chapter 141. Alright. 10 things I'll remember them. He Yuanyue panted tiredly and said, "Get me some dragon soul liquid and some heavenly origin root. I need to refresh myself for these 2 months." Sister Lan said, "You can only take the heavenly origin root one last time. After taking it this time your lifespan will be reduced by 2 months. Damaging the heavenly origin root and breaking the foundation, overdrafting the life source to fill the body in advance. You will have less than 11 months left of your 1 year and 37 days lifespan. No worries." He Yuanyue's withered eyes suddenly flashed with a ghastly light. "The big thing that I've been looking for in my life is right in front of me. And what you said just now, maybe I've been deceived or even used in reverse. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I will persevere until this road is paved before I leave." He Yuanyue panted heavily. "Prepare the soul dream grass for me." He Yuanyue's last sentence made Sister Lan's body tremble violently. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were resting. The 6 of them were all injured and their injuries were quite serious. How many contribution points is considered a lot? I quit. The most important thing now is to heal. Only with a good body can we get more contribution points. Zhou Xiaoduo made the final decision. Immediately after, he let out a long whistle, intending to summon the whole class to gather. At this time, there was an unrivaled enemy lurking nearby. The situation could be said to have reached the point of life and death. It was extremely bad. If they forced themselves to continue the training, the consequences were really unpredictable. Maybe if something went wrong they would lose their lives. The wind whistled in the sky and Qin Fangyang suddenly landed. When he saw the situation his face changed greatly. "What's going on?" "It's Muyun Peak." After Li Chenglong explained the whole matter in a few words, Qin Fangyang was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. There was also a burst of lingering fear. In today's training, strictly speaking, there was no attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everything happened naturally. Even the unexpected arrival of Shin Tianan's team was actually within their expectations. It was just that they had come here on their own accord and were only walking down the path of death. Strictly speaking, the time it took for him to rush over to help was not long. It was less than 10 minutes in total. However, it was in this short period of time that problems appeared one after another. What made him the most depressed was that, when he heard that Shin Tainan, who shouldn't be participating in the practical training, had actually come, he rushed over to help, causing Luo Laosher, who didn't know what was going on, to follow him. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo still had Lu Jianxing and 10 other people in charge. Considering the level of the martial arts master students, it was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the arrival of the 3 young masters of Fengcheng from No. 1 high school would cause the situation to change again? Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy skills are still very good. It was a close call but no danger. Qin Fangyang muttered to himself. This was the feeling of being lucky in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Lu Jianxing and the others were also embarrassed. Before Qin Fangyang arrived, he had already told his 10 buddies that they must keep an eye on Zhou Xiaoduo's team. As for the others, even if the sky falls down, you don't need to care. However, right under his nose, not only were the 6 of them injured, they were even close to losing their lives. Not long after, groups of No. 19 practical training students gathered here one after another. Lu Jianxing and the others who went out to chase after Mu Yunfeng also came back empty-handed. It was obvious that they didn't manage to catch up with him. They were all very upset and angry. In the dense grass, Mu Yunfeng, who was stealthily held his breath, carefully and quickly moving his body. His whole body moved at high speed in the dense grass without making any noise, only the roots of the grass swayed slightly. This was obviously a skill that he had honed after fleeing for a long time. Yes, it was a long time of fleeing. Mu Yunfeng had been hiding in this patch of grass for a few days. Ever since he was exposed, he was expelled from Phoenix City. Yes, he was expelled by the people of the Umno Alliance. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Find a place to hide and don't come back. Only this sentence, nothing else was given, and there was no follow-up. Mu Yunfeng could only leave on his own. If he didn't leave, not only would Phoenix City search for him, even the Umno Alliance wouldn't let him go. He had originally planned to go to Antai City. However, he had encountered more than a dozen dangers in the process of leaving the city. He had almost been caught a few times. After he had finally left the city with great difficulty, he had turned around to look at Phoenix City. He had felt uncomfortable and unusually angry. I was hiding here, how did something happen all of a sudden? As a teacher of No. 2 High School, he was naturally very familiar with the training area of No. 2 High School. In fact, he had brought students out for training many times, so hiding in this area and even living for a period of time was nothing to him. If he really left like this, Mu Yunfeng felt very angry and he had to think of a way to vent his anger. Anyway, this was the training area of No. 2 High School. As long as he waited patiently, he would definitely meet the students or teachers of No. 2 High School, and find a chance to kill a bunch of them before leaving. I, Mu Yunfeng, am also a person with dignity. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period he had assassinated 2 students of No. 2 High School, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yunfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today he actually saw Qin Fangyang bring the students of the martial arts masterclass to train. Mu Yunfeng was very clear about Qin Fangyang's strength. He was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fangyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of No. 2 High School. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fangyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side, Zhuo Duo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Teng Hao and the other 2 students of No. 1 High School. Teng Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in No. 1 High School, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yunfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Zhuo Duo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Zhuo Duo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City. Especially now that this Zhuo Duo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the Umno Alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Teng Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Zhuo Duo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Teng Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yunfeng thought that Zhuo Duo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Zhuo Duo shouting "Teacher Qin" to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yunfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Zhuo Duo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jianxing and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jianxing and his group's pursuit. Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever, retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous. Especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yunfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. Why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yunfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yunfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, this cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Meng Qinyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did master not teach me? Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Meng Qinyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Meng Qinyu panicked and stammered, Senior sister? Slap. Zhou Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Meng Qinyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Meng Qinyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, why did you hit me? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time you clearly noticed, but you pretended not to see. What? Chapter 142. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as cold as frost. I was quite far away and I was directly in front of Xiao Duo. Mu Yunfeng brazenly made a move and I was too far away to stop him. But what about you? You were always on Mu Yunfeng's side, but what were you doing? With your cultivation facing Mu Yunfeng, could it be that you really couldn't stop him from making a move? From the position you just appeared, Mu Yunfeng's previous move was practically over your head. What were you doing at that time? You clearly moved your body's qi, but it didn't move. And after that, Mu Yunfeng practically ran over your head, but you didn't move at all. What were you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was extremely cold and she coldly said, Meng Qinyu, this time twice, what were you doing? Asking me why I hit you, is this reason enough? Meng Qinyu held her face with one hand and said with grievance, Senior sister, at that time it was too sudden. I really didn't notice. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. Even if the first time was unexpected and you didn't react quickly enough, what about the second time? You still didn't react? With your cultivation, all of Mu Yunfeng's movements were within your grasp. You noticed it from the beginning, but you didn't stop it. You clearly had an ulterior motive. You wanted Xiao Duo to die. Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze was extremely sharp as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Why did you want Xiao Duo to die? That day at the training ground, even if his foul mouth offended you, it was not a matter of life and death. The only reason I can think of is, he ruined your brother's plan to treat me to a meal? Zhou Xiaoyan faintly said, Meng Qinyu, is it because of this that you hold a grudge? Is that right? Or is there another reason? Her beautiful eyes were filled with thought as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Meng Qinyu was silent for a long time. Perhaps there is another reason that I don't know? Meng Qinyu remained silent. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to ask, do you still insist that you haven't found Muyun Peak? Meng Qinyu slowly removed her hand from her face and suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly, she leisurely said, Senior sister, I am just very confused. My brother is so outstanding, so why do you not like him? You clearly promised me that you would meet my brother alone, so why did you bring a third wheel with you? You're the one who violated the agreement first. Have you forgotten what kind of price I've paid for this meeting? Meng Qinyu hatefully said, could it be that you do not feel that this is very unfair? Your brother's so-called breakthrough was made with the resources of my family. You're wrong. Big mistake. Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. First, what Xiao Duo used that day can no longer be considered your family's resources. Because for this matter, I asked Master for help and Master agreed. Then Master directly arranged for Xiao Duo to go. From the beginning to the end, I did not directly contact you, nor did I directly ask you for help. Therefore, I do not owe your family any favors. The only one I owe is Master. In contrast, the one who owes your family a favor is also Master. For your family, you should understand the difference between the two, right? A favor is of course the most difficult to repay, but I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said after a while, that's right, you do not owe me. Yes, I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. If I must say that I owe you a favor at most, I will let you train Xiao Duo a little to be his sparring partner. If you think that I owe you, I can accept it. I can repay this favor. Not to that extent. Not to that extent? Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. For this matter, I asked Master. Master personally called your father and finalized this matter. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. But you, after this matter, used your family's resources as a reason to agree to have a meal with your brother, right? I agreed at that time, but I did not want to complicate matters, so I agreed to it. Is this the whole story? Yes. This matter was my own initiative. In the name of family resources, I asked for this condition that was somewhat difficult for you. But I did not have any bad intentions from beginning to end. My brother likes you so much. We have not talked about your brother yet. Zhou Xiaoyan interrupted. I just want to ask you one thing. Maybe you did not realize it yourself, but you used this method to force me to have a meal with your brother. Do you think your senior sister is any different from a hostess? Even if it is a blind date, it needs to be consensual. Now, you used this condition to exchange for it. How much importance do you place on this matter? Do you have the slightest respect for me? Meng Qinyu's face immediately paled. I definitely did not mean that. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to go to this meal. This was my original attitude. Also, I never promised you that I would eat this meal alone. In the end, whether or not I brought someone else with me, what does it matter if I brought anyone with me? Just now you said that your brother likes me so much. So this meal was arranged. But have you ever considered that I like your brother? Just because your brother likes me, you arranged for a single woman to have a meal with a single man like your brother. Do you think that this is acceptable? Yes, I will not deny that it was my brother who rashly interfered and became the third wheel on this date. Naturally, he became the main culprit that ruined this date. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered, but who told you? This was a date between a man and a woman? Based on your one-sided approval? Meng Qinyu took a deep breath. Senior sister, could it be that you do not feel that for such an outstanding man to sincerely invite you, you should give him a chance to pursue you? Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. Junior sister, my brother Zhou Xiaoduo is handsome, talented, courageous, and a genius in cultivation. You look passable. How about you become his concubine? I feel that you are quite suitable. Meng Qinyu was dazed by Zhou Xiaoyan's sudden words. After a while she finally said, Senior sister, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I become your younger brother's concubine? What sort of connection is this? Zhou Xiaoyan wondered. Could it be that you do not feel that my little brother is a dragon among men? He is an unparalleled talent. Being able to become his concubine is your fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? Meng Qinyu was angered by Zhou Xiaoyan's words. Senior sister, your little brother may be very outstanding in your eyes, but in other people's eyes, he may not be that outstanding. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. That's right, so you understand this principle. Then why do you think that I think your brother is very outstanding? Perhaps in your eyes he is very outstanding, but in my eyes your brother Meng Qintian is not enough. There is no need to argue about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. After this matter you two should have discussed it. You think Xiao Duo is an obstacle between me and your brother? So this time, when Master said that he was worried about Xiao Duo's safety and needed to secretly protect him, you volunteered yourself. But what you needed to do was not to protect Xiao Duo, but to watch him die with your own eyes. So when anything happened to Xiao Duo you turned a blind eye. Even when he faced a life and death situation you did not do anything. You just watched. Whether it was when Feng Cheng's third young master provoked you, or when Mu Yunfeng tried to kill him, you just stood by and watched. Even when Mu Yunfeng ran away, it was so that he would have another chance to sneak attack Xiao Duo again. But you still chose to stand by and watch. And as long as Xiao Duo died, even if Master investigated, you could say that you failed the mission and did not protect him well. You could pass, right? You calculated correctly. Even if Master scolded you, he would not be too harsh on you. Connecting all these things together, do you still have anything to say? You don't have anything to say, but I do. Because even if this is the case, it still cannot explain why you would do this. The reason is not enough. Because a small matter like ruining a date is not enough to escalate the situation to this point of life and death. Meng Qinyu, what exactly are you thinking? What exactly are you doing? Meng Qinyu tightly shut her mouth and did not say a single word. Looking at this delicate face, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. The killing intent also became thicker and thicker. She really did not think that the junior sister that she had always liked would do such a thing. Because she could not understand it at all. What was the real reason? Was it just to ruin a date with her older brother? That was simply absurd. Killing the younger brother of the girl that she liked because a date was not successful? How could this sort of logic be explained? No matter how stupid Zhou Xiaoyan was, she would not believe this sort of reasoning. Even if this reasoning was something that she herself had come up with, it would be the same. But this killing intent, based on Meng Qinyu's reaction, was clearly because of this. This was even more absurd. As for saying that an outstanding man should be given a chance, Zhou Xiaoyan did not even think about this sort of reasoning. You, Meng Qinyu, are already a beautiful woman. When you do not have any feelings, would you like someone just because they are outstanding? Xiao Duo is already outstanding enough. Why don't you rush to his door because he is outstanding? This was what Zhou Xiaoyan thought. It was just that she did not say it out loud. Thus there must be another reason. And this reason, Zhou Xiaoyan must know no matter what. Come with me. Let's go see Master. Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed Meng Qinyu. I can't get an answer, but I don't believe that Master can't get an answer either. She grabbed Meng Qinyu and soared into the air, quickly flying away. Meng Qinyu did not resist at all. She only had a stubborn look on her face. The wind blew past. The grass in this area withered, and Mu Yunfeng's headless corpse quietly disappeared into the desolation. Chapter 143. What happened to Zhou Xiaoyan was too far away from Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang didn't notice it at all. Qin Fangyang focused all his attention on treating the student's wounds. His face was unusually heavy and unsightly. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' injuries weren't very serious. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo's back injury, the others' injuries weren't fatal. They would be fine after a little treatment. But with Mu Yunfeng lurking in the dark, it was a big deal. Mu Yunfeng had been teaching in Second High for many years, so he was very familiar with Second High's matters. Could it be that the previous two students were also killed by Mu Yunfeng? Not long after, the other teams of students also returned. Most of them were safe and sound. Only Song Ziheo's team had an accident. Song Ziheo and the others found a starlight vine hidden under the weeds near the edge of the martial master training area. When they were about to collect it, they were shocked to see that the starlight vine was dragged away by a small spirit beast. Vice Captain Zhou Xiaoma was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly chased after it, but because of this he encountered a group of star beasts. He was pushed to the ground on the spot and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Song Ziheo and the others came in time and rushed into the group of star beasts to rescue him. After this incident, not only did they not get the starlight vine, Zhou Xiaoma's leg was also bitten off by the demonic beast. One of his legs was bitten into a bloody mess, and the worst thing was that one of the calf bones on his upper leg was torn off and taken away by the star beast. Song Ziheo prepared several kinds of medicine and tools to treat serious injuries, but they were all useless for this kind of injury. If they couldn't use the superior grade jade of Astral Soul's healing pod, a cripple was going to be born. After recovering from the shock, the whole team couldn't help but remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said yesterday. Everyone's face was full of awe. The third one, Song Ziheo. You're not bad, you're not in any danger. But the vice captain beside you is called Zhou Xiaoma, right? His face is full of bad luck. I'm afraid his leg will be seriously injured. Be careful, don't become disabled. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's comment yesterday. Looking at Zhou Xiaoma's leg injury, everyone felt their blood run cold. This was too accurate. Bai Bingbing hugged her calf and sat quietly on the side. She looked at everything with a smile. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo with a trace of inexplicable passion in her eyes. The members of the school bell team that she led all surrounded her. Their eyes flickered as they whispered into her ear, "Sister Bing Bing, this was Xiao Duo. You must get him." Bai Bing Bing smiled and bit her lips. "Bing Bing, this kid is definitely good stuff." Bai Bing Bing glared at him. "Bing Bing, this is our chance. Look at the wound on his back. He can't reach it himself." Bai Bing Bing hesitated. "Bing Bing, if you're not going to do it, then I'm going to do it. At that time, don't say that I don't care about sisterhood." Bai Bing Bing stood up and walked over. This bunch of little bitches, I knew you guys were in love. Let me do it. It's just that the current situation is a little serious. This Wuxiao's performance is too good. Many of the girls can see that he has potential. If I act late, I'll only be at a disadvantage. I must act early. Otherwise, this good piece of meat will fall into the hands of others. Wuxiao Duo classmate. Bai Bing Bing smiled very amiably. It was like a spring breeze intoxicating. Faced with this sudden sentence, Wuxiao Duo instinctively panicked. He turned his neck 3 or 4 times to observe the surroundings. Then he quickly took out a small mirror to look at his face. Well, he didn't look like he was going to be unlucky. It seemed that Nian Mao wasn't nearby. Then, he turned his head reservedly. "Bye." "You're by something?" He scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. "I'm really hopeless. This girl in front of me seems to be one of the prettiest girls in the class, but I can't even remember her name. What a failure." Bai Bing Bing smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended at all. "I'm Bai Bing Bing. Wuxiao Duo classmate, if you forget next time I can remind you again. But don't do it more than 3 times, okay?" She put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest and pretended to be very fierce. "If you do it more than 3 times I'll be angry." Oh, I'll remember this time." Wuxiao Duo nodded. "What? Bing Bing, right? Why are you looking for me? I saw that you have injuries on your back. That place can't treat it well. There are already traces of blood. Why don't I treat it for you again?" Bai Bing Bing said with concern, "This kind of injury can't be treated badly. It's okay. My skin is rough and I don't care about such small details." Faced with Bai Bing Bing's fiery passion, Wuxiao Duo wanted to break out in cold sweat. He was already starting to feel dissatisfied. This little girl's conscience was simply too bad. My wound has already been bandaged properly, but looking at her attitude, it's obvious that she wants to take it apart and treat it again. Does this flesh not grow on your body? You don't know pain, right? With this kind of EQ, you actually want to chase after a handsome man. You're really a woman of steel. The treatment just now was really too rough. You'll definitely feel uncomfortable." Bai Bing Bing took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her pocket. "Why don't you drink this? This is muscle revitalization powder. After drinking it, the wound will heal faster." Wuxiao Duo became more vigilant. This little girl's fawning was too brazen. She must have some ulterior motive. She must have taken a liking to my beauty. He tried his best to refuse. No, I'm almost healed." "I've already drunk a bottle just now. If I drink more it'll be a waste. Waste is the original sin." Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing and the others sat at the side. Looking at Wuxiao Duo being seduced, they all showed a naughty smile. There weren't many opportunities to seize Wuxiao Duo in a difficult situation. How could they not seize it? Li Chenglong and Li Zhangming leaned together and whispered in each other's ears. "That girl is seducing Zhua." "I know, but why does Zhua look so vigilant? What's the meaning of this? Maybe he's playing hard to get." "Playing hard to get? I don't think so." Zhua is wrinkling his nose. "He's obviously allergic to Bai Bing Bing's perfume." "Allergic? That's a little exaggerated. She's such a beautiful girl. Why would he dislike her?" Bai Bing Bing sat down with Wuxiao Duo. However, just as she sat down, Wuxiao Duo hurriedly moved his butt to the side. Bai Bing Bing was a little puzzled. She moved closer again and Wuxiao Duo moved again. "What are you doing? Do you hate me so much?" Bai Bing Bing was about to cry. Cough. Wuxiao's eyes turned wildly. Suddenly he shouted, "Li Chenglong, what are you doing?" Li Chenglong was confused. "Hurry up and help me to the toilet. I need to pee. I'm about to pee in my pants." He rushed to Li Chenglong's side, grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. "There's a toilet nearby?" Li Chenglong was confused. Who would be so free as to build a toilet here? "Zhua, as long as you lower your head, there's a toilet everywhere." "I can't hold it anymore." Zhua ran away while peeing. At the level of martial master with the help of elixirs, the recovery ability was very strong. Only Zhou Xiaoma, who was the most seriously injured, was carried back by Luo Lai. As long as he was treated properly, there was still hope for his injured leg to recover. Teng Hao and the other two were also brought back. They were escorted back by Lu Jianxing's 3 brothers. What awaited them was a strict interrogation. They were associated with Mu Yunfeng, which was equivalent to being associated with the Umno Alliance. Now that they were associated with the Umno Alliance, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. It seemed that Zhou Xiaoduo's friendly agreement would be very difficult to take effect. After Zhou Xiaoduo came back from the toilet, he hurriedly started to check the goods with his small group. This experience and contribution points. It doesn't seem that difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo had already made a rough calculation. Including the contribution points that they plundered from Teng Hao and the other two, they had already earned about 9,000. According to Li Chenglong's estimation, it should be about 9,600. On average, the 6 of them would earn about 1,600 each. This number was quite a lot. Moreover, it was only the afternoon now. It's too easy. Thinking about the school's contribution points transaction table, Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt that a pie had fallen from the sky. Hey, everyone's harvest is not bad, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Zhao Zhangjun said happily, today's harvest is indeed not bad. It's much better than before. Our harvest today is already 63 points. It's only more, not less. His small group members' faces were full of satisfaction and pride. Jia Shernan said, our harvest is about the same. We are now sure that we have 59 contribution points. It's almost 60 points. Song Ziheo's face was a little gloomy. He said, our small group's harvest is not much. We only have 23 points now. We haven't even taken into account Zhou Xiaoma's injury reduction. Bai Bingbing on the other side smiled and said, our harvest today is average. We only have 77 points. It didn't reach our initial expectations. There was actually a sense of pride and arrogance in her voice. Everyone's mouth twitched. It didn't reach our expectations, but it's already a lot more than us, okay? However, Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. The 6 of them looked at each other. They were a little confused. 63 points and they were already satisfied? 77 points was already something to be proud of? Then wouldn't our harvest of 9,006 points be sky high? Should they say it or not? What about you guys? The other team leaders looked over at the same time. Everyone had an expression of, looking at the newbies making a fool of themselves. You just entered the martial arts master class. Do you recognize herbs? Just the nearly 1-foot-thick Encyclopedia of Spiritual Herbs, the 3-foot-thick Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts, and the even thicker Encyclopedia of Star Beasts, would be enough to keep you busy for at least a few months. We can have our current achievements and have so many achievement points. That's the result of our daily hard work. Do you understand? You don't know how much effort we put in to get to where we are today. Do you think you can get it so easily? The others weren't disappointed or surprised at all when they saw the strange expressions on the faces of the members of Zhou Xiaoduo's team. They were tongue-tied and wanted to say something but didn't. It's normal to not gain anything. Zhao Zhangjun patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. We didn't gain anything during our first training. When we get used to this kind of atmosphere in the future and accumulate more experience, we will naturally gain something. Bai Bingbing smiled and said, yes, Xiaoduo. Don't be discouraged. I will teach you more when we go back. Wan Lixio coughed and said, thank you very much. Ahem. Qin Fangyang coughed and glared at Zhou Xiaoduo as a warning. This kid was the only one who liked to show off. The others didn't care. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly looked wronged. He looked at Qin Fangyang angrily but didn't dare to say anything. He asked silently, am I the kind of person who would show off? His expression almost made Qin Fangyang burst out laughing. He hurriedly turned around to control himself so that he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the students. You look like a puppy that has been wronged. How did you train yourself to look like that? Chapter 144. In the afternoon. Qin Fangyang did not let the students continue their training. Instead, he waited for Luo Lai to come back after everyone had recovered from their injuries. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, slowly retreated. The group walked for about half of the distance when they suddenly discovered something. Why is there a corpse here? The traces are very fresh. Isn't this Mu Yunfeng? Who killed him? Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look, only to see that the surrounding vegetation was all withered. Although Mu Yunfeng's corpse was already headless, that emaciated body was still very familiar. Coupled with some of the markings on the body, it was very easy to identify. Who did it? Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai looked around, but they were confused and could not figure it out. After Mu Yunfeng attacked Zhou Xiaoduo, he was pursued by Lu Jianxing and the others. But didn't he already escape? How could he die here without a trace? There are traces of ice around here. Qin Fangyang took a look and said decisively. Luo Lai nodded to show his agreement. Then he said with a suspicious face, but I have never heard of an expert who practiced ice techniques in Phoenix City. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the traces of ice and his pupils suddenly shrank. He secretly glanced at Bai Bingbing and could not help but shudder. Mummy, did Nian Cat find out that this girl was pestering me just now? This is too dangerous. That's not right. Why didn't Nian Cat appear? Could it be that she was too angry and just left? Thinking about this, Zhou Xiaoduo became even more nervous. His face turned pale and his head was filled with the uneasiness of being caught cheating. His whole body was restless. Then he inexplicably felt that his ears were hurting and his butt was uncomfortable. His whole body was wrinkled and seemed to be uncomfortable everywhere. Finished? I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am the hero of this generation. There seems to be a faint fragrance here. Qin Fangyang wrinkled his nose. He suddenly bent down and sniffed the grass on the ground. He walked forward and stopped after walking for more than 10 feet. He said, this was done by a woman. Moreover, there were 2 women present at the time. The fragrance is different. The smell of blood mixed with the woman's fragrance. After leaving the range of the smell of blood, it became clearer. But with the ambience of the scene and the smell mixed together, we can basically confirm that Mu Yunfeng was killed without any resistance. That's why the headless corpse is so complete and the scene is not messy. In Phoenix City, there aren't many female experts who can kill Mu Yunfeng with this kind of cultivation. If Mu Yanyan personally made a move, Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't even have the time to react. But the neck of Mu Yunfeng's corpse clearly showed signs of wrinkling, which meant that he had the tendency to raise his head to look. So the one who did it was most likely not Mu Yanyan. I think the person who did this is most likely the legendary spiritual thought goddess. Qin Fangyang said, the 2 women who appeared at the scene are both young women. It is said that Mu Yanyan has 2 female disciples. One of them is a spiritual cultivator, and the other is her junior sister. Luo Lai nodded. Is the 2 of them? Qin Fangyang nodded and straightened his back. 80%. That's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang sniffing and casually observing, and was actually able to directly deduce the truth. He was also shocked. Qin Fangyang's eyesight and experience could only be described with the word, terrifying. After that, everyone went all the way back to the school and didn't encounter any more accidents. Then they went to the General Affairs office to exchange contribution points. Everyone present began to be stunned and began to doubt the time of their lives. How could Zhou Xiaoduo and the others not know the benefits of making a fortune in silence? They really didn't want to show off their wealth, but Zhao Zhangjun, Song Zihao, Bai Bingbing, and the others had finished exchanging but didn't leave. The first 2 obviously wanted to see Zhou Xiaoduo and the others make a fool of themselves. And Bai Bingbing wanted to see them make a fool of themselves, and take the opportunity to comfort Zhou Xiaoduo and get closer to each other. After all, the gains and losses of a moment had nothing to do with the overall situation. But Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was the real treasure. How could she not hug such a golden thigh as soon as possible? But this one look caused a huge impact on human nature and human nature. In any case, in countless aspects. They watched with blank eyes as Li Chenglong and the others took off the big and small bags on their backs and piled them on top of the pile. And then the contribution points weren't calculated by 3, 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, or even hundreds, but by thousands. This pile 4,000. This pile 1,800. This pile 2,300. This pile. He remembered that when he and the others handed over their items, it was always, this one 5 points, this one 3 points. Looking at the others, they were all piling up. The 41 senior students of Class 19 were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. When did contribution points become so easy to get? Zhao Zhongjun was dumbfounded. This is too much, too much. Jia Shernan muttered to himself. Fuck, 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 fuck. Song Zihao kept swallowing his saliva, but he was too uncultured. Only these two words could express his shock and surprise at the moment. The total is. The teacher in the General Affairs Department fiddled with the abacus for a while. 9,880 points. How do you plan to distribute it? As she spoke, she took out 6 blank contribution cards. The teacher was very satisfied. The final result of the calculation was a few hundred points more than Li Chenglong's previous calculation. Most of the items handed in by these students were actually rare herbs that other students couldn't find previously. Naturally, there were a few hundred more points. There were even a few kinds of herbs that the school didn't have in stock anymore. Let's divide it equally. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly. The middle-aged teacher in the General Affairs Department looked at him in surprise. Divide it equally? It was really rare to see a team that used such an equal distribution method. 6 people, 1,640 points each, and then the remaining 70 points, we'll divide it again at the next contribution point. Zhou Xiaoduo said very calmly. Okay. The middle-aged woman swiped and swiped 6 cards worth 1,640 points. Then she took out another card and swiped 70 points. After swiping, she frowned. The remaining card is shared among all of you. Just leave it at the General Affairs Department. The remaining 70. The middle-aged woman grabbed the abacus again and tapped it for a while. Then she looked up suspiciously. Zhou Xiaoduo, right? Who's your math teacher? There was a burst of laughter all around. Qin Fangyang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As expected, Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, my teacher is Qin Fangyang. What's wrong with that, teacher? The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, your teaching is a little biased. Qin Fangyang was speechless. There are only 40 points left. Your student can't count well. The middle-aged woman swiped and scratched off another 30 points. Then she was done. She continued to chatter. Teacher Qin, even a martial artist needs to know how to count. You have to teach him a little bit of this. Otherwise, when he enters society, he might be at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang's lips squirmed and he said dryly, okay, I'll teach him. I'll teach him later. He thought to himself, Zhou Xiaoduo will be at a disadvantage when he enters society? That's impossible that this kid doesn't bask in the limelight of others. Others should be celebrating. But I'll have to teach him well later. Counting math. Biased? I'll teach you to be biased. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth and led the class back to the classroom with a darkened expression. Now, each of you can use your contribution points to exchange at the place you want to go. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fangyang slapped Zhou Xiaoduo and sent him rolling into the classroom. I'll go to the principal's office. When I come back, I'll teach you how to count properly. Let's settle the score. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Why did you hit me? What did I do? You can't teach your students well. You're angry because you're humiliated by others, and now you're taking your anger out on me? Zhou Xiaoduo was indignant. Not only did he not get the 30 contribution points, he even had to be beaten up. Where can I go to reason with this? Qin Fangyang had already left in a hurry. No matter what, the death of 6 students was a big matter. It had to be reported to the principal. Qin Fangyang had to pass this hurdle. In the principal's office, Shin Yushu and the other parents of the 6 families were already waiting. They had already called back with the grievous news. Now the initial hysteria had passed. They were only waiting for the children's remains to be returned. Every parent's eyes were red and swollen. A few of them were full of regret. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. We shouldn't have let them go. A few parents were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Qin Fangyang pushed the door open and entered. Those red and swollen eyes immediately turned to look at him like hungry wolves. They're back. Qin Fangyang's expression was heavy. The children's remains have been brought back. It's just that they're very incomplete. Their small team was besieged by a group of 3-tailed tigers. There were more than 10 of them. I've already killed all of them. Qin Fangyang recounted the entire incident in detail. After that, he did not say anything else. At this moment, Shin Yushu stood up with red eyes. Qin Fang Yang? Every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Fangyang raised his head and said indifferently, "What advice do you have for me?" "Advice? Regarding this matter, don't you have anything else to say?" Shin Yushu huffed and puffed, his gaze cold. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "I've already told you everything that happened just now. I don't think I have anything else to say." Shin Yushu looked at Qin Fangyang like a wolf. "You mean to say that my son died in vain?" A few other parents had the same expression on their faces. Only 3 or 4 people's eyes were full of regret. However, there was not much resentment. "President Shin, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Qin Fangyang, you brought my son out for training. They're all dead. Yet you came back safe and sound. You're saying you don't understand?" Shin Yushu was so angry that he laughed. "Qin Fangyang, my son, how can he die in vain? I'll do my best. 6th watch. My hands are cramping. Please support me. Monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Of course, it would be better if there were rewards. I'll go home and rest. For the sake of the 6th watch, let's forget about Zhao Li's matter." Chapter 145. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "Just yesterday I called every parent here. Only Shin Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they forced themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training." Qin Fangyang said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. But I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. "Now you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility." Shin Yushu looked like he was about to explode. "That's right, I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "As the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this, there's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace." Qin Fangyang said calmly, "Parents, please restrain your grief." Ha 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 ha. Shin Yushu let out a long ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. "My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief?" Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shin Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. "Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son?" Qin Fangyang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I don't." "Then do you have parents?" "They've already passed away." "Do you have a wife?" "I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years. "Sio Shin, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it?" "Ah, so Teacher Qin is a single man." Shin Yushu said viciously, "No wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over." "Yes, this is not over." The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fangyang sneered, "Are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you've fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shin Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message?" The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. "You, Qin Fangyang, caused the death of our sons and you still think you're in the right." Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Shin, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Qin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Qin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams. And Mr. Qin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Qin that Shin Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Qin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus you can't blame Teacher Qin for this. One of the parents said coldly, "Why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster." Yes. How can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who are about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Oh. Qin Fangyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone, you're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fangyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with them now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children. Even though they regretted it so much, but strangely, their hatred for Qin Fangyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong dong dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Xin Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. He Yuanyue's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly, it's sad and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fangyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shin Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shin Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fangyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude." He Yuanyue said, "If you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fangyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all." Teacher Qin. Yes. Hand over the students' remains to the parents and then you may leave. Yes. He Yuanyue forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Xin Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to He Yuanyue at this moment. Xin Yushu said fiercely, "Qin Fangyang, just you wait." Qin Fangyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around and left calmly as if nothing had happened. Every year or even every month, second high. And all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. He Yuanyue's face was unusually tired and she said, "Xiao Shen, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences and don't cause any more trouble. In life there must be a reason. After He Yuanyue finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later, at the entrance of Second High, Shen Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red and his teeth clenched. Qin Fangyang, you must pay for my son's death with your life. And that's Wuxiao Duo. On what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard spouting nonsense cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you. The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shen Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right, Qin Fangyang clearly called yesterday, and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training, so what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fangyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor, so why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this. When a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame, not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fangyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fangyang and Wuxiao Duo. Shen Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Wuxiao Duo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fangyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These 2 people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him? Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow? Ridiculous. Since ancient times there has been no such logic. When the parents heard Shen Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fangyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Wuxiao Duo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh. Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sai, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily. But in reality it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fangyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies? Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live? Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute. But this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fangyang asked with interest, How did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, the premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Qin Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fangyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden. But because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fangyang was stunned. There's such a thing? Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fangyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fangyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Qin Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ah, he has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fangyang said, my other students are all in the Cultivation Pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fangyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhuo Duo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhuo was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhuo Duo valiantly walked in. Gravity room, I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yanyan had mentioned it to him before. Zhuo Xiaoyan had mentioned it before. Yuanyue had mentioned it before. Qin Fangyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhuo Duo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhuo Duo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, an extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhuo Duo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhuo Xiaoyan and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Ah. With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhuo Duo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhuo Duo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhuo Duo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, he started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. Zhuo Duo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. Zhuo Duo tried his best to hold on. He used the star-picking palm and used the star-picking step. However, after 2 rounds of punches, Zhuo Duo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. And even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing Sunjin Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nian Mao said, I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later. Zhuo Duo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice. Under this extreme tempering, Zhuo Duo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. Oh no, I forgot to bring water in. Zhuo Duo was startled by this thought and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Zhuo Duo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh, a cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Zhuo's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time it wasn't just 1 drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Zhuo Duo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full one, but the next half drop was divided into waves and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Zhuo Duo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shintainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Zhuo Duo was still satisfied. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.